And let's see what Faf's got against Trent Bolt, because I think if he attacks him, he's out.
Here we go. It is a better ball, and he defends this, but it was a late decision, and it's ended up going back up the wicket. But to be fair, he did not look in full control of that. His first ball, of course, but did not look in full control of that the way that I look at it.
Yeah, he jammed his bat down, didn't he? Well, it wasn't a solid punch defensive shot. It was, oh, I'm glad that didn't bowl me.
Yeah.
That went through his head after he got his bat onto it. Rob, would you rather be the team that are probably better on paper or the team that just won 5 matches?
Am I a player or...
Oh, this is another beautiful ball. This cuts him in half, and it's ended up just off his pads, I think, and going out to point.
This is why the unders for the first over feels like a good bet when it's Trent Bolt, because even Faf, who's been trying to gun everybody, has to behave, because he knows if he swings at either of those 2 balls, he's gone. Sorry, to answer your question, Jack, am I a player or am I a management?
Fan.
Oh, I'm a fan. Then I want to be a Bangalore fan, because it's loads of fun, isn't it? It's Kohli, we're winning loads of games in a row, and Kohli might actually win an IPL. There's loads to get excited about if you're a Bangalore fan.
Oh, this is an incredible Yorker from Trent Bolt, and he has knocked Faf off his feet. He's got a single down a fine leg, Faf, as he's finally got up.
Absolutely superb.
Just a beautiful delivery, and Faf is thinking to himself, they've given that as...
I think he might have kicked it down there.
Is it leg byes? Wow, so I thought he got a bit of bat on it. But Faf is thinking to himself, I'm very glad I'm not there. And that is incredible swing, by the way. That should change the market, that amount of swing.
That's called a Cruyff turn single for fans of 1970s Dutch football, as he's flicked that off his own back heel and then gone for a run.
So they've got 2 off the start of this and a defensive shot from Virat Kohli. He tried to push it in the end to the leg side, but it just goes to short mid-wicket. We're under 7.5, under 6.5?
Under 7.5 at evens, where for any team facing Trent Bolt, bookies still haven't worked out how good Trent Bolt is in the first over. I'm not going to read the stats out because the bookies might know, and Rajasthan might yet play another game and we can win loads of money on betting under 7.5. So what we're fading here is a Kohli 6 off the last ball. He did it 2 games ago. He got a 6 off the last ball of the first over.
I just can't imagine he's going to try and hit a 6 off this ball, but let's see what the intent is like. He does come down. He's almost got out. There's an appeal. Trent Bolt thinks there's an edge. I don't think there was. The umpires put the fingers up as if to say,
8 runs.
What's happening? Trent Bolt is having discussions. No, he doesn't. It was a big run down the wicket. He tried to ruin that bet for us all and decided not to. And they have come into 1.93. Now, my memory, and you might have the matchup calculator, both of you. I've got so many men with matchup calculators near me. Sure. My memory is that Sandeep Sharma has a freakishly good record against Virat Kohli, where I think he has him dismissed 7 times for about 80 runs. So I would assume we are going to see, I almost said Avish Khan after all that. I assume we're going to see Sandeep Sharma pretty early on here. So if you have put a bet on Rajasthan early on, like we did, you would now have yourself a tidy little profit. But if you do see Sandeep Sharma, you can save it.
All I have that is his strike rate against Sandeep Sharma Virat is 83.9. Can you ring the bell, please? Because we've had a winner.
Yes.
We started the day with a winner. Even money, everybody. Thank you. Yesterday, that bell. The reason why the bell isn't working is because yesterday we didn't use it. But we're up and running. We're up and running.
My entire day was this yesterday.
We are up and running, ladies and gents. Once again, like you might get 1 or 2. No, you might get 1 more go to have that bet. What I quite like now, again, the plan was quiet first over, then they go nuts. I'm not really scared of anyone else. They have gone Sandeep. The right thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah, I think definitely the right thing to do.
It's a good record. He's been out 7 times, averages 12.6. So it's not good.
It's not good. That first ball to Faf was quite good also. Faf has just looked a little bit like a second behind. Now, we're just having a look at Ultra Edge. They didn't review. Well, there is the tiniest mark. I don't think any umpire would have overturned that.
Not when the batsman is Virat Kohli, you wouldn't. I don't mind 1.67 Faf out next time.
Oh, this is a bad shot by Faf. He almost drags that on. Sorry, Rob.
Because Faf has had...
Sorry, what were you saying? What was the bet?
Faf has had 5 deliveries so far.
And he's looked horrendous
in
all 5.
Awful in all 5. Therefore, when he's back on strike, so not yet, back the 1.67 Faf next out, that would have been a good bet across the tournament. But specifically now, how bad does Faf look? He respected Bolt because he had to, but Bolt still managed to put him on the floor. He looks all at sea at the moment, but you never have an next man out bet when they're not on strike, do you, Jarrod? You know this now.
Not. Kohli is facing Sandeep Sharma. He comes down the wicket and he flicks this away. It's not a brilliant shot, but he's got a boundary for it, and it's gone to mid-wicket. I don't think Sandeep Sharma would be too upset with that, but it was good timing from Kohli as well.
I think you're doing a disservice to the shot there, Jarrod. I thought that was pretty good. A couple of steps down, the flamingo shot. There's a man out on the rope, and he beats him.
I think if you look at the blade and the way he's played that with a hard ball, more often than not, that goes straight up in the air. Let's see if I'm right with the blade. Yeah, that's not a good shot. It's great timing, and as you said, he got it past long on. I give him all those things. I don't. If I'm an RCB fan, I do not want to see him playing that particular shot.
I like this version of Kohli.
If you're an RCB fan, yes, you do.
Yeah, you want to see
bit
this.
of flamingo.
Keeper up at the stumps. He backs away.
Oh, I don't like that.
He's always bowled himself. An inside edge out to deep square, and they take one.
That is fraught with danger. That shot right there. That is Kohli. Somebody's probably said to Kohli, "Look at your numbers against Sandeep. They're not great." And he's gone, "I'll show you."
Yeah.
That's how he's batting right now. It's I've got a point to prove, Kohli. And I've got a
There
point
are
to
certain
prove,
players when you're an
Kohli,
analyst, sometimes you do that.
just to make them better.
Yeah, you say, you never make runs against this guy, do you?
It's good. It's the Johnny Bairstow psychology.
Oh, you do that against Bairstow all the time. Faf, half volley, punch back down the ground, and that is
Here we
6.
go. Here we go. This is what we've come to see.
Off to the races. And I would say this, Sandeep hasn't bowled poorly in this over, but I haven't seen the ball move all that much.
No, Trent. So the next over is going to be extremely interesting because Trent Bolt's graph of how good he is goes like this.
Yeah.
And but if he's swinging still, it's going to stay up here. His levels will stay high. His first over was excellent there. He had Faf on toast in that first over, plenty of swing.
Sandeep's bowled a couple of good bowls, but it looks like to me his action isn't right today. Like he's falling away a little bit at the crease.
Yeah, the back leg didn't look very comfortable there, did it?
Yeah, he looks injured.
Overthrow, I think.
I don't know if that's an overthrow because the cameras whipped it away so quickly. I think it was a dot ball. It went into the offside, and then a direct hit came back and hit the stumps, and the ball trickled out.
Yeah, the infield's in. Surely mid-wicket got to that before.
You would hope so.
We don't know. We're watching an advert about soap.
We're watching a woman talk to soap. If you're going to mention the ad, you have to be correct. She talks to the soap in this ad.
So the advert is about talking to soap? Is for talking to soap?
Yes.
Or is it about
It's
soap?
the best kind of soap that you can talk to.
Okay.
The RCB's back into favourites, 189. We are getting a third umpire, by the way, on all this.
What for a run out or the extra run or
I would
just
assume
for fun?
It was a run out. I'm just looking at Cricket Phone, Cricket Buzz. They both say dot ball. So let's just have a look. And the throw comes in. He wasn't in by that much, but he was comfortable enough. No one looked that excited about that. Probably not a good time to go to an ad if you're a producer, but hey, I'm not directing this broadcast.
Yeah, it's not.
You're not directing this broadcast?
No. Not even the Cricket 8 one.
Big chance of a wicket this over if it swings.
Bolt is going to be bowling again to Virat Kohli. First ball of the second over, and it's defended. I didn't see any swing there.
No, it was dragged back a little. The length was a little bit less full. So it'll be interesting to see whether he goes up there again. I mean, Faf's on.
He sometimes bowls that back of a length, and so he obviously goes full when it's swinging, but he bowls that back of a length, and he gets a lot of drag-ons, and sometimes, catches down at third and fine leg where people try and flick him away. So it looks like he might have settled in there, but we did see some swing, of course, to start this, and a big swipe by Kohli there.
It's quite hard hands that from Virat, wasn't it? There wasn't much finesse in that shot. He looks turbocharged to me, Virat. He looks like he really wants to get on with it here.
We've said how bad, what's the other guy's name? Faf, we'll call him Faf.
Yeah.
How bad Faf du Plessis has batted so far. But it is worth remembering that Faf did hit that straight 6 in the last over. So he's hit one shot where he's looked like him, and a lot of other shots where he's looked like a combination of Rob, Jack, and Jarrod. Which version are we going to see? The Faf, or he comes down the wicket, it hits him on the pad, and he's missed that by 1.5 foot. That did swing.
That did swing.
It wasn't a good ball, though.
No, it was way too leg side. When he's pushed it across, he hasn't got the ball to come back in, has he? And when he's bowled straighter, it's swung way too much.
If he's bowled to a left-hander today, he would have been quite handy, wouldn't he? But bowling to the right-handers, it's swinging in the wrong direction. He needs to get it to swing from middle stump and off stump, and he's swinging it from outside leg. But he's still not being punished. And also, very good news for Rajasthan that it's still swinging.
Yeah, it is. I think they'll really, really want. I mean, this is kind of banal commentary, isn't it? But this is one of those games where they really need wickets early because RCB do fall in a heap.
It is one of those rare games where you need wickets early.
And
would you say it's an important first session, Rob?
I think
I won't go that far.
I think there are some teams where if KKR lose a wicket or two early, it's not the end of the world for them. For RCB,
Oh, short, and he ducks this in the end, Faf. He was not expecting the short one. That came up at 138. That looked quicker to me, Jack.
it was a nippy ball. It was a very nippy ball. It can be terminal for RCB, is what I mean. They're not a good team at handling a crisis.
Also, I just had a look at their batting lineup, and we'll get to the playing 11 maybe after this over. They don't have a lot of batting today. Lomra at 7.
Yeah, and then it really is curtains, unless
They might bring an impact.
Khan Sharma does a Khan Sharma again.
I mean, Khan Sharma, obviously, as the world's greatest batter now. He backs away here, Faf. It's a terrible shot, and he's mangled it to mid-on for
let's
one.
have a look around for Faf unders, because he looks horrible here. And bookies will be giving him 24 or 25 because they can't help themselves. It's muscle memory for bookmakers of going Faf du Plessis is worth 25 runs no matter what. They're not watching him today if they think he is. He's got one away, one good shot, which was exactly in his zone, and he pummeled it down the ground. And when he does that, he can fool you into thinking he's the best bat ever. He's 8 off 10. He's hit one wonderful shot and 9 terrible ones.
This will be, I think, Virat will go this ball as well. This could be a 6 or a wicket. Or it could be a single. He backs away, goes for the 6, and he's mangled it out to deep mid-wicket for 1.
So let's bet under 33.5 for Faf.
Under 33.5,
Yeah.
you heard that? Everyone have a look at that. That sounds like a fairly good bet to me. Let me just go through the lineups. Rajasthan, Jaiswal, Kohli Cadmore, Sanju Samson, Rian Parag, Dhruv Jurel, Robin Powell, Ravi Chandran Ashwin, Trent Bolt, Avesh Khan, Sandeep Sharma, Yuzi Chahal. And they are bowling first, so we're looking at maybe... Oh, Hetmeyer will come in, and we've already heard that he will be coming in there. And then for RCB, we have Virat Kohli, Faf du Plessis, Glenn Maxwell, Rajat Patidar, Cameron Green, Dinesh Karthik, Mahapal Lomraw, Yash Dayal, Khan Sharma, Mohammad Siraj, Lockie Ferguson, and they are batting first. So we are expecting... Well, Swapnil Singh might come in, and they also, if they want some seam bowling, we'll look at Vaishak, but we haven't seen any spin at the moment. So we're unsure which direction that is going to go in. But there you go. Those are our lineups at the moment.
Yeah, still no Hetmeyer for Rajasthan, and I think obviously no Butler is a huge loss, but no Hetmeyer either.
Well, he's got to play in this game, though.
Is he?
Yeah,
He's
I
on
think
the
they
bench?
said at the toss
Okay.
that he
right.
was coming
He's
in.
gonna
Well,
be
yes.
the sub, hopefully.
Cool. Well, I'm glad that's been clarified. I think that's.
Oh,
good
and this
for
is a
Rajasthan.
6 from Virat Kohli.
And
It's
away we
Avesh
go.
Khan, and if I'd known Avesh Khan was coming on, I probably would have taken my money out there, but I got caught by that one. As Kohli comes down and whacks Avesh Khan away for a 6. This might be the bit where they go a little bit turbo here.
And Avesh has done this before when his first ball goes, and we've spoken a lot this IPL of how good Kohli is off ball 1 of an over when he wants to assert his authority. Avesh's head can go down. This ball is really important for Rajasthan, this very next ball, because if, I'm not sure that is a 6, but if Kohli goes again here against Avesh, the head can drop all of a sudden. I seem to say all of a sudden a lot.
All of a sudden you do.
All of a sudden.
Kohli is well on top if he hits this one away, and then Rajasthan are looking around going, what are we going to do this afternoon?
He just places this on the offside, and he's going to take a single.
So Faf unders and Faf next man out, because Faf looks bad, and he is definitely going to go after Avesh Khan right now. And one thing Avesh Khan does consistently do is take wickets when people are going after him. I think he's done very well to get ahead of Sandeep Sharma in the Indian pecking order throughout. For people watching this tournament, have decided that he's the one they want as their reserve.
Yeah, amazing as well as they're in the same team. It's like
You can literally compare them.
Yeah. All their numbers and all the stuff you can see with your eyes tell you that one of these cricketers is better than the other one.
Avesh Khan coming in to Faf du Plessis, who tries to scoop this away, and he does, to be fair.
Good
And
start.
maybe didn't get a lot on it, but it was there was no one anywhere near that, and he's picked up a 4. This could be an expensive over now.
It's one of those where you want to say that could have gone anywhere, but in actual fact, it could have only gone anywhere within a 30-yard radius, and there was no fielders in that 30-yard radius, so that's a risk-free, risky shot. Has that hit his thigh pad?
Well, it's
iPad,
just
yeah.
well, it went up. It shouldn't go up like that off
That's
the iPad.
That's a great thigh pad. Like mad
It
props
looks
to
like
the
it's hit his
pad
thigh pad to
manufacturer.
me.
I bet he's got quads of steel underneath those. So,
He's made of solid oak, isn't he?
Oh, this is another bad shot by Faf du Plessis. Backs away. A couple of messages on YouTube as well. Crandom says the swing here today is insane. Is this the same pitch as yesterday? No,
it's not.
That was from Shreyans. And Barron says 1.93 degrees of swing in the first over for Bolt.
Thank you.
But has not. We haven't really seen much swing since that point.
Yeah, the pitch report is that it's quite damp and green, and the speculation was that it will nip around as a result of that. I mean, it's obviously been boiling hot everywhere except the bit of wicket that they're playing on, where they've been flooding it with water to keep it usable.
This ball's back of a length outside our stump and just guided down to third, so there's no run there. So,
did you see, because I didn't notice it at the time yesterday, when Stark bowled Travis Head yesterday, that the bail went about 1 million miles in the air?
Did it?
Somebody put a video up, which we'll try and fail to find and then show it on camera, but the bail went... Do you remember when Archer bowled...
and the bail went for 6.
And the bail went for 6 against Pakistan, I think it was, in the World Cup. The bail was caught second slip about 6 seconds after Head got bowled yesterday. It's absolutely brilliant. So go and have a look at that.
There was a really good one in the World Cup, which I think was Mohammed Shami bowling someone. As this is full and just forced away by Faf du Plessis. He's not looking pretty here at all, but he has found another boundary.
What's that, 17 off the over? That's, RCB are up and running. So what I look at now at this point is the sixes line for this innings, because, as you said, Jack, RCB are a team that can get themselves into a right old mess if they lose wickets early. But when they don't, when they've got the wickets in hand and these two set, Kohli is hitting, is he second on the sixes list in the whole competition now?
Yeah, he'd be up there, I think, just through sheer
so
volume
Virat
of
is
runs.
more of a six monster than the bookie. Again, it's when you're a bookmaker or a trader, you have these things in your head about what type of player Virat Kohli is, and when you've watched him 200 times, it's difficult to get into your head that actually this version of Virat Kohli smashes spin for 6, and he goes after pace in the power play.
Man, the slog sweep that he's added to his game has been transformational, I think, in terms of like how useful he is as a T20 player. We knew he was a good cricketer before, but there were questions, and we were probably right to ask him about his utility in T20 cricket. But that addition of literally one shot, which he probably plays once a game, once every other game, is enough to make him, an absolute boss in T20s again.
Bolt has come back on. They've got a couple of runs here. Did they attack this Bolt over, guys?
If it doesn't swing, then yes. And if Faf's on strike, then yes. Whether it does or it doesn't. I am very surprised, given that Kohli is now, 180 runs ahead in the orange cap race, that he's not fully dressed in orange with a amber light on the top of his helmet, because he loves that, doesn't he, Virat?
Yeah. I think Kohli's number 1 on the 6 list. Did you say that, or did you say number 2?
I thought he was second, but if he's number 1 on the 6 list,
38 sixes.
I thought Abhishek had 40.
Ooh, let me just double check.
Oh, this one does swing. It's a full toss, though, and Kohli backs away, and he could have got bowled there off that full toss, and in the end he smashed it straight to point, but apparently if you bowl very, 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 very full, you will still get a little bit of swing.
You are right, 41 for Abhishek, so it's pretty close, but yeah. Second.
Abhishek let me down yesterday because I'm looking for 2 people to complete the streaks of getting a 6 in every game and getting a wicket in every game, and Abhishek lost his streak of getting a 6 in every single game. So it's all on Narayan to get a wicket in the final, and then he's got one in every single match of the season.
Clean sweep.
Bolt coming in here. He's going to get a leg by.
There's a bit of spice. There's a bit of something in this pitch.
Yes. It's just coming off the bat a little bit weirdly. We're
makes
just
me
seeing a
think-
replay now of just a couple of balls. Some of them obviously swung as well, but it's just it's coming on at a weird pace at times, and there's something around when you hit the length, it doesn't quite come onto the bat perfectly.
Yeah, there's definitely a little nibble here and there as well. All the batters are looking for it and playing a bit later than some of the roads we've seen at Hyderabad Stadium, for example.
Yeah, I think there's a big chance of a wicket right here on this particular ball, because I think Bolt's still doing a little bit, but I think that Faf is going to try and hit him for a boundary as well. And he's gone for the big shot, and it is a wicket.
Well taken.
And I will take that, everyone. I don't think anyone had a chance of putting that on, but if you did, I just managed to get the bet on about a millisecond beforehand.
But what you can ring bells for is Faf
Unders?
Faf next one out, Faf unders. Bang, bang, bang. We're 3 from
So
3.
that's 3 in a row there.
We're up and running.
So we've got 4 bets. If you manage to get on that bet as I was saying it, which to be fair, I'm not sure everyone would have been able to. But if you did manage to get it on, but I just felt that it was something coming there. And a good catch by Robin Powell out there, Jack.
That's a fantastic catch, yeah. He's sort of leapt forward horizontally. He's entirely in the air, but also entirely straight, like a plank, with his hands hanging below him, and he scoops it up off the turf. Good work.
Rob?
Yo.
He doesn't usually take wickets and he's third over Trent Bolt.
No, which suggests to me
They're doing a check.
possible
On the catch?
something.
I must be on the catch, yeah.
looked
I mean, it looked
fine.
absolutely
Yeah.
fine, yeah, but they are... Faf is waiting the pitch side of the Toblerone.
Faf wants to come off because he thinks he's out, but he's being told that he has to wait for a moment. And that's brought...
There's something in this pitch.
Yes.
Because Trent Bolt's third over is usually the time where the 2 set bats get cracking.
It's definitely a catch, and
I don't see how that can't be a catch.
nah, he's completely safe there. That ball's not run along the ground. We're not looking at a Mitchell Stark situation.
He's
at all.
also got ginormous hands, Robin Powell, which helps.
Yeah, he's a big man, Rothman, isn't he?
He's
So
not
it's-
that big compared to,
Nothing.
you know, but by the width, but, you know, he's
I'm
not Andre
thinking
Russell
volume.
or... Yeah, he's thick. He's
Yeah,
he's
he's thick
strong.
boy. Thick boy.
Yeah, he's a really good athlete, but he's a, you know, like a would he be like a running back athlete or like a winger in rugby union in the 90s sort of thing?
I don't know.
It's about time we started talking
A little
about
bit
90s
like
rugby union.
Do you know what I
A
mean?
little bit like a running back. I can
Someone
see.
who he looks like someone who can move very fast, but also could run through you.
I
That
would say-
combination of an athlete.
I would say linebacker.
I thought linebackers were bigger.
I
No,
thought
they're
I'm
like-
the big unit men.
No, that's
We
line
need
men.
Simon.
Simon,
Simon
come
in the
tell
other
us
room
how
is
big
so
a line
angry
men
in
are.
this conversation.
The line, anyway.
Cameron Green has come in early, and he's left his first ball. He was positive that was a wide.
And he's reviewed it.
Don't think it is a wide as I break
Um,
some equipment here.
Well, he's decided to burn a review on that.
Why
so-
would you review that? Am
I-
I wrong?
Well, firstly, I thought linebackers were the guys that were just as big as a house.
No, they're line men.
Oh, line men.
Yeah, linebackers are back of the line.
See, if we keep talking about NFL, I'm going to get woefully exposed.
No,
let's
the-
go.
No, Rob, you
cricket
sound like an expert.
that's not the thing. That's really good is that, you know, just to explain on Cricket 8, we obviously have some producers here, and one of them is Simon, who loves the NFL. And the more wrong things we can say about the NFL, the better. That's not a wide.
I
so
think the New York Jets are a good bet for the Super Bowl this year. That's my tip on the NFL.
Just to say, that was a terrible decision by Cameron Green.
It's a
to
really,
review-
really good start for Cameron Green. One ball face, left it, burnt a review.
Wow.
Thanks for coming, Mr. Overseas on £1 million a year or whatever he's on. I will give you a bet for this man, for this giant baby that is now at the crease. for RCB.
New bet. Wait, you ready?
Yeah.
Go.
5.5, Cameron Green, specifically Cameron Green, to be bowled. 5.5, that is the wrong number. I've spoken to all our millions of fans many times about this. Cameron Green gets bowled a lot, and while he continues to get bowled a lot, I'm going to keep backing 5.5 because it should be about 4, so that's a decent edge.
It's just a couple of messages from YouTube. Remember, email us live@cricket8.com. Crandom says, Faf is struggling. A couple of boundaries will help. They did not. Nani says, Avesh Khan was record in the power play. He's not that good. He's not a great power play bowler, Avesh Khan, is he? And Barron said that full toss swung 3.96 degrees. But I would say this, most full tosses swing,
Yeah.
especially if you are bowling with a new ball. Couple of questions for Rob from Jeremy.
Hi, Jeremy.
Who says, how many cents... Oh, no, someone's moving the page on me. How many cents is one run worth in player run line betting? For example, if a bookie had a player at 2.5 and 1.9, would that be 25.5? As Virat Kohli has gone over the top here against Sandeep
shot.
and it's got a 4.
I think I'm not quite understanding the question. So the run line is if it's 25.
He's saying it's
24.5
24.5,
for 24.5 for someone. And
But
then,
at 1.9,
right, so that's the juice.
then
The-
what would 25.5 be?
Oh, I see what you mean. So the first line you said was 26.5, was it?
24.5.
Oh, so an extra run, how much percent does
Yep.
that take off? Right, okay. It's about...
Sandeep coming in again, good ball, and turned away. Well, if Virat Kohli ever had a problem with Sandeep, he's not looking here. This is beautiful batting again, and he finds 2 as Rob quickly does maths.
It's about 3 or 4%. But the thing to remember there is when you're shopping around for your betting, the bookies take their margin, their juice, and when you're betting into 1.9, you're actually doing fine because when I was growing up, which is obviously a million years ago, everyone was 1.83, which is really hard to beat on essentially 50-50 lines. They've got to be quite a long way out to beat that sort of vig or juice. But 1.9 is the bookies are taking 5% effectively in their favour. So they're saying our margin for error is 5%. You've got to beat us by more than 5 if you're going to take money off us over the year, which theoretically in 50-50 lines should be very difficult. So I bet my player runs, I've called one out today, Faf unders, because the bookies gave him a generic number based on Faf historically and how good Faf is at cricket.
So you're not worried about the percentages really then, are you?
So I'm saying that their line is fine if you've got the good Faf who's been playing in the last 5 games. But actually, the one that we watched there, whilst he did hit a really good shot for 6, almost every other shot was horrible. Even his 4s were like sloggy, across the line, muscle shots rather than any kind of good cricket shots. So he just looked worse for me. Therefore, it's unders because they're giving him his average line. So I've probably got a, 10% edge on them there. But yeah, it's minimal. So if I think somebody's line should be 25 and I can back under 26.5, I never back it because they're taking their juice anyway. They're taking their 5%. I need to be, if that's the sort of thing in a test match or a 50 over game, it'd be wildly different. But in a T20, if I'm more than 4 runs away, then I bet. Bait is my rule of thumb.
Sandeep in again. Half volley, tipped up in the air, not far from mid-on. There's 2 guys out on the boundary, and that from Kohli was masterful. He picked the gap there, and we're almost back to a 50-50 game according to the markets here. Again, the run line is 194 at the moment as well, if you were looking for that. And you said there was a decent bet on unders for the first 6, did you? Or did I make that up?
No, my initial plan was unders first over and then overs first 6 because I thought they'd get on with it. However, the swing stayed longer than we thought. I think you would probably need a couple of runs off this delivery if you'd have deliberately backed overs immediately after the first over. I think the line went to 51. So you'd have done your dough. But very encouraging to be is that they've taken Sandeep down for 2 power play overs and Virat's done the heavy lifting there.
Yep.
Jack, how do you see this game going right now?
I just had a little small bet on RCB at 2.14. So they're, I'm in profit as things stand.
Are you worried about the fact that the spinners are about to come on?
I did try and cash it out straight away when Cameron Green was facing the third last ball of that over, but I didn't get my numbers right, and so I'm going to hold the bet.
Okay.
It's gone back out again. But yeah. So to answer your question, a little bit, but at that price, not so much.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do straight after this. I don't think we've had a strategic time.
Well, I'm also buying into the Kohli's going to play the slog sweep, and Kohli's set, and Kohli's probably a bit better than the market thinks he is in that phase.
Well, how do you feel about Cameron Green facing spin early?
Don't like that too much, but
because they've sent Cameron Green out here to smash the seam.
I'm looking for an opportunity to lay this bet off, and I'm hoping that Kohli's going to do something in the next couple of overs that shifts it enough for me to take my profit and run, and I think that will happen. So that's my strategy. Okay. Explained.
I would love to know who the bowler is going to be, but I'm assuming it's Ashwin.
I think this is bad batting order coaching here, sending Cameron Green number 3. With all the spin to come, I want Patidar facing it.
I think their thought was that Green would be able to attack the seamers, but unfortunately he left the ball.
Yeah,
and he did back away from one, and then even then he wasn't in the right spot. So I don't know if Cameron Green's... There are some players you could send in for the last 9 balls of a power play, and they would... Like Tripathi is always someone I like for the last 9 balls of the power play, because he's going to try and maximise every ball.
Yeah.
Cameron Green's too much of a batter.
Yeah, it's hard to dig a guy out for facing 3 balls in the power play, but I'm definitely going to dig him out because he left one and then reviewed it. So he's burnt a review. And if anyone leaves a ball in a power play that's in my team, they're getting called in. Sorry, mate, you're obviously not up to the task today if you're leaving balls in the power play. They're so important, power play balls. You only get 36 of them. You have to try and score as many runs as you can. And if you're leaving it, you're not playing the game for your team. They've got plenty of guys that can, us 3 could have left that ball and not reviewed it. And
I definitely could have left it.
And RCB would have been in better shape because they'd have had one more review.
Yes.
Do you think Virat respects Ashwin here, or does he pop him over the rope? Because if you think that he's going to be aggressive, then the 10.5 sixes line with Patidar, Maxwell, Set Kohli maybe even Green.
He's backed away to square leg to push this down the ground, so I would assume that means he's going to go.
It was good bowling from Ashwin to see that and follow him. I think aggressive, and I think Green at the other end is a problem for Kohli here, and means Kohli has to be the aggressor, right?
Yeah, I think he does.
Green has left the ball down the leg side that has hit his pad so it wasn't a wide. I've never seen a player get... I've seen tail enders do that. That was extraordinary. I'm going to... This. I'm in no way am I saying Cameron Green is fixing right now because he wasn't. But I've seen a player that I do believe was in on a fix do that once, the stopper wide. I think Cameron Green... That's what he was trying to do. He's left this one. He's got this one right. The last one, he just got his pads in the wrong spot and he suddenly looked down as if to say, God, why are my legs there?
I'm going to throw this out there. If Green is out soon, this is the worst innings of the IPL.
No.
He comes down the wicket and he yorks himself, but he's managed to hit the ball into the ground over the head there.
We had Shivam Dubé 4 days ago, man.
No, this is challenging. No, the worst innings of the IPL so far, and this should have been an award the other day, was Hardik sending himself in to hit bad pace ahead of Tim David and getting 5 off 7 whilst burning 2 reviews. That's the standout worst of the IPL.
I don't know. I think Shivam Dubé was it 8 off 15 balls or 7 off 15 balls, and running out Rachin Ravindra, who was set and going was.
Oh, he almost ran out.
Time.
He almost ran out.
Jadeja?
Yeah, Jadeja as well. I was trying to think of who the other player was.
But he was wearing Wellington boots that had been filled up with concrete.
Someone has asked, what are the bookies that you get the Green dismissal as bowled?
Asia, you can bet specifically
in the
on
Asian
players.
markets?
Yeah, in the Asian markets. I'm looking at a few of them now. So if you're in Asia, do that. And then some of the bookies over here in the UK, I think Ladbrokes and Coral do it. They're the same company. It's dismissal method specific to batsmen. Because sometimes you get, if Green and Maxwell are batting together, then you just bet bowled next. Doesn't matter who your bookie is, because they both have very high bowl percentages compared to the average.
That was Addy who asked that. Doc says, why doesn't Rodman Power bowl? Look, he can bowl, but it's very rare that you need his bowling, and he's not a plus bowler or anything. Is this a timeout that we have had? We have a strategic timeout. We'll be back on Cricket 8 in 2 minutes and 15 seconds for more of cricket. How do you feel as a commentator about the reviews for wides, Dan Norcross?
Well, do you know, I really enjoyed them when they first came in. And obviously, it was in the women's tournament that it first came in, because everything that's pioneered is in the women's tournament. But you end up with this kind of... The definition of a wide is that the batter in his natural stance can't play a normal shot to the ball.
Yeah.
But instead, it's become, is the ball inside the blue line, or is it above head height?
Yes.
Now, of course, if you are a midget, then, you know, the blue line is irrelevant. I mean, if you're really short, if you're Sunil Gavaskar, the wide line is going to be different from if you're Cameron Green, or at least according to the laws it should be. But in reality, it's become a very binary thing.
Yeah, they've changed it now, and they've now actually started having official measurements of every batsman, is how far we've got to now. So they officially have everyone's height. They put everyone's height into the computer. They've got his height. They will have a number. They're doing something that they call smart reviews, which is an oxymoron or a misnomer or whatever you want to call it. But it's supposed to be, literally, it's a number. And if it's over that height...
For the high,
it's a wide,
for the high wide as opposed to for the wide.
It's got away with this
and
one,
the wide
Cameron Green
still seems arbitrary, yet you can review it and check it, and then some bloke makes an arbitrary decision after some other bloke's made an arbitrary decision a minute before.
Welcome back to Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber. I'm with Jack Hope from the Cricket Podcast, and that empty chair over there will eventually be filled by Rob Barron in a moment. How do you see the game right now, Jack? The marginally in front Rajasthan at 1.86?
Yeah, I think it's probably, well, I mean, that's basically 50-50. I would say it was a straight 50-50 if I was going to eyeball test it. Obviously, a lot hangs on Virat Kohli, and a lot has hung on Virat Kohli most of the season for RCB, so there's nothing new there.
He's hit his first ball from Chahal straight back to him, but he looked like he wanted to attack there.
Yeah, and we've seen Chahal, I think he's dragged it back a little bit in the last couple of games, but when really he was well out in the doldrums with his bowling form for the early part of Rajasthan's mid-season slump.
Comes in again, the slog sweep comes out, this could be out. It should be out, and that is Virat Kohli gone. Wow. That is a big, big wicket. I was just about to say, the pitch isn't spinning much, but I don't think the spinners are coming on perfectly. And I was thinking myself, I wouldn't mind actually going in, but I was a bit late on that one. And unfortunately, Kohli is gone, and he's found, is that Ferreira?
It is.
Yeah, out at deep mid-wicket, who took that catch. That's changed things very much, Rob Barron.
Yeah, so Virat is the man you want to get out. That I think there's something in this pitch here because 9 times out of 10 that ball is 6. I think it must have held a little bit, or the only other thing that could have happened there is if he wildly mistimed it, which, given the form that he's been in this IPL, is unlikely. I don't think it was an error from Kohli. It's hard to say that when he's just sort of looked like he played a bad shot, but I think that ball must have done something. Maybe his error there is not having a look properly at what it's been doing for spin, because Ashwin didn't spin it at all. Ashwin just got out of there for his 6 singles and said thanks very much. This guy's the guy that's going to turn it, isn't it? I don't think it's so much. I maintain that there is something in this pitch. I don't think this is a 210 par job.
It's 180 run line at the moment, by the way.
Yeah.
Which seems quite low.
Let's see what type of Patidar we get. And we just have extreme volatility now because we've got Glenn Maxwell, who hasn't scored a run all season. You know, what did he get? 15 off 7 in one game and 20 for 3 in another one and nothing in all the others.
Patidar is in. He's facing Chahal, first ball, and he defends beautifully back up the wicket for no run there.
And this is a guy who is showing signs of mastering one of the hardest things in T20 cricket, and that is gunning the middle overs, of not doing the strike rotation and smashing sixes. But who knows how they're going to approach this? This is an absolute shootout.
He's gone for a big hit here, Patidar, and he's got nothing on it. And that has gone out to deep mid-wicket. So clearly they're going to keep going. What is Cameron Green going to do here, though, Jack?
I don't know. It's been a bit of a circus so far, hasn't it? Maybe he'll do some juggling. My theory is that the ball's coming on off the surface a little bit quicker than the batters think. So I think Kohli thought he had more time on that sweep shot than he did, and ended up hitting it a little bit flatter because he couldn't get his bat properly underneath it. And Patidar, the same thing, except the ball was a little bit worse, so he had a bigger margin for error and picks up a single instead of hitting it for 6. But we'll see. You know, as it softens up and all that, the conditions change, don't they? So it might just be a mini advantage to the bowlers right now.
I can see an interesting price here.
Chahal comes in and is defended. What is your interesting price, Rob Barron?
So this is the first time I've ever said these words in conjunction, but Lomraw, highest run scorer. And I can see 16 to 1 out there. And the reason why I think it's a bet, and let me just see if I can get bigger. 16 to 1 Lomraw. No, I can't. Bet 365 this is. He's now 18 to 1 because obviously that single makes him much less likely to win. 18 to 1 Lomraw. So this is why you know it's a robot trading that, right? Because a human being can't sit there and go, look, they just got a single off a ball that was due exactly 1 run. Let's change everything. So a robot has said that Lomraw is going to bat at best number 7. Might not. If Cameron Green goes now, they might go Lomraw's up to you. We're not sending DK in now, are we?
No.
No chance DK comes in if a wicket falls now.
Well, Maxwell will come in next anyway, won't he?
Probably. Yeah. I think Lomraw is more likely to be 6 than 7, given how this game is going right now. Now Kohli's out. But he's not got much to beat because Kohli scored, what, 33?
Yeah.
Exactly 33. Faf's gone. Green looks horrible. I don't see how he's 18 to 1 to beat 33 and the others. If you ran the maths, he'd probably be something like 10s. So 18 to 1, Lomraw top bat. And it's one to keep an eye on, that if he's drifting from 16 to 18s for a single, what's he going to be if they score 10 off the next 9 balls? It's going to be 25s.
This is interesting here. Ashwin versus Patidar. Was he going to go straight away? No, because he bowls for a single. And there's no run, in fact, in the end, as it's hit to Avesh Khan.
Yeah, Cameron Green sat on his bat at the other end a little bit there. He's not quite got in the game, has he?
He's 5 off 9. He pushed that last one down for a single. He's now got Patidar with him. And Patidar, I think, is going to attack. Though he's rotating the strike.
They're reassessing here. So this happens a lot when you've got a team where Virat Kohli's been scoring 50 every time. Is that when he goes, they're like, now what do we do? Who's the senior man here? Who's supposed to be dictating the tempo of this? Because Green is stinking the place out right now. He needs to play a big shot. And he knows that if he plays a big shot and gets out, everyone's going to say, well, 5 off 10 is about the worst thing you could have done. So he's stuck. Patidar's like, well, my job is to whack the sixes, but we've just lost Kohli, so what do I do? And everything is, I think that held a little bit, Jack, in the pitch. That Kohli dismissal. That
just having a look here. So in that over, Chahal spun the first one 3.3 degrees. This could be out. No. Thought he'd slipped that through him just for a second. He went for the big slot sweep. So the first one was 3.6 degrees. Then we have 1 degree, 3 degrees, 3 degrees, 1 degree, and 3 degrees. So which one was it the fourth ball that was the wicket, I think? So that was one of the ones that did just hold in the pitch. So I think me and Jack might be onto something here. I think some are sliding through and some are just holding up and spinning a little bit, which is kind of the worst situation. They looked for 2. Good batting by Patidar. Much better than the previous ball where he just tried to hit it for a 12.
Usually what you do in those situations where you just do some work and find out about the pitch and you're confident that something's really happening with it, you bet unders for the total. It sounds pretty straightforward. But sometimes the betting on total runs is all about how good you are at reading pitches, or a lot of it is about how good you are at reading pitches. And if you can actually get data, where are you getting that data from, Jarrod?
From places?
So if you've got places to find data about pitches for, use them to your monetary advantage. But you've got to know that those places are giving you the correct data. But that is an awful lot of spin if that's the case. Whereas yesterday, we had a guy who very kindly emailed or chatted or whatever.
It's from the same person. It's from Barron.
So Barron, thank you,
who works
was telling us basically there was no spin
I
whatsoever.
don't know where the
yesterday.
data's from.
So
It
so
comes to us from the ether
Barron's
somehow.
vibes told us that it wasn't spinning yesterday.
Yeah.
And therefore the chase was just a walk in the park. That might be the single easiest chase of this IPL, and I include the Gujarat chasing.
He's gone for a big hit here,
He's got
Cameron Green, and he's just got it over. Well, not just in the end. He's got it well over deep mid wicket, and that is a 6. That changes things quite a lot because he's unleashed himself. But I think if I'm Chahal, I'm thinking, I'm not sure he was 100% on top of that.
One thing about Chahal is he doesn't mind risking the 6 to get his wickets. He doesn't mind tossing it up just to see what he can get out of the flight or the pitch or whatever.
Next ball?
I think he does it again.
I think Cameron Green will not try and hit another 6 here.
I think Chahal bowls the same ball.
No, he went for the quick one, and that is hit for 4. Well, that's a big change in this game.
It's a huge upgrade for Cam Green as well, because he looked horrible 2 balls ago, and it's amazing what 10 off 2 can do for a batsman. So again, if people trading these run lines for players have got to say, well, this guy that was absolutely horrible when he was 6 off 10 is, I'm not going to say all of a sudden again, I'm glad I didn't, is now 16 off 12, is a completely different batsman, because he will look at the scoreboard now, Cam Green, and go, if he doesn't get the rush of blood here after the 10 off 2 that is, and go, oh look, now my score is absolutely acceptable. Start of this over, he's thinking, what do I do here? I'm 6 off 10, I can't keep doing this. Maxwell's got his pads on.
Yeah.
Another very interesting game, but there's so much on the line here, and there's a lot of people playing for future contracts. There's loads of games within the game stuff going on. A very, very interesting phase of the game, but RCB fans will be a lot happier when Patidar gets one away, because he has been one of the best players in the IPL in this phase so far, and he's not
got
going to
York
his
on his first ball and hit it straight back.
Yeah, he's on a real tear as well, isn't he, over his last 6 matches? I think he's got 4 50s and a 40 or something like that. It's a really good run that he's on, and it has, as you've been saying, Rob, all pretty much happened in this phase of the game.
He is 4 off 7 here. He showed some intent, but he's also pushed a couple around. He's done a big slog across the line here, and just got that nowhere, really.
Yeah.
And Robin Powell picks that up.
Looked like he was batting with a plastic bat.
An actual stick of rhubarb.
Yes, exactly. To quote the great man.
75 for 2 after 9.5 overs.
5 of his last 9 innings, Patidar have been 50s.
Okay.
And one thing Patidar, here's something to look out for. I don't think Patidar is going to get to 50 the way he's batting today. But he has a massive issue around the milestone of 50, Patidar. I'll read you his recent score. These are his 50s. Now, usually, when you're a player as good as Patidar is, you would think that the Patidar that is on 50 not out is worth another 22 runs because he's smoking 60s to get those 50s. Most of these 50s have been off 25, 26, 27 balls. Here's his scores when he scored 50 recently. 52, 55, 50, 52, 50. There's a pattern there. He gets 50 and then he gets out. So that is something to look out for.
So what are you looking for? Under 55 and a half?
No, so the second he's got to 50, smashes unders. It's 5 in a row that he's got 50 and then immediately got out. And some people, I can almost hear the people at work shouting, sample size. You know, it's not a big enough sample size, 5. But it's the last 5.
Yeah.
It's the 5 in this tournament. And when we were riding the Syed Hassan wave, which was, you know, we've put our Syed Hassan surfboards away now. We don't ride that wave anymore. But for about, 20 games in a row, we used to do it with Jitesh for 2 years, backing over 19 and a half. It's like, well, he's not worth 19 and a half because he always gets 20. He never gets 40, but he always gets 20. And if you can, part of the job of being a punter is picking up on these weird little statistical quirks or things or stuff, anomalies, whatever you want to call it, and then apply which ones can you make money out of? Because some of them, it's just like, it's funny to see things happen, and you go, well, that's just vagaries. It's just the universe and stuff like that happens.
Ashwin's gone for 12 off his first 13 balls. One thing I will say is I don't think we're going to see 5 singles.
There's going to be a 6 in this over, isn't there?
A 6 or a wicket. Patidar was going to hit that very, very hard and then went, I don't know if it's where I want it to be, and just knocks it back to the bowler for no run.
So we've been really good, and Simon is definitely going to put a 5-minute clip of us calling wickets as they happen. But this is one where it's not that hard to call it because he's 5 off 9 and he really needs to get one away, and he might just go, right, I'm swinging at this.
I like the fact he pulled out of that last one. Ashwin sees what's happening here and it tries to squeeze him away. He's bowled a couple of wides down the leg side. He would have bowled one extra wide down the leg side, Ashwin, had Cameron Green not patted it back to him.
Yeah. That was actually a really good wicket keeping from Sanju Samson because that ball got away from Ashwin and was going miles down the leg side.
He's kept his feet completely stuck here. There is a very big chance of a 6 or a wicket in the next 3 balls here.
He looks really unsure. Patidar, like there's no foot movement. Like one thing you can definitely say about him in the last few matches is that he has been.
Here it is. This could be the wicket.
There you go.
And he's gone for that, and we'll take. Oh! Oh no,
mate.
Well, we all saw it coming, except for one person, and that would be Dhruv Jarrod. Put the gloves on, son, because you can't catch without them.
That was appalling.
That was bad, wasn't it?
We tried to tell you that wicket was coming. But
We did tell you a wicket was coming. We just didn't tell Dhruv Jarrod a wicket was coming.
I mean, that's, again, add that to the other 40 in this IPL of catches that are impossible to drop.
Karen ball.
Good ball.
And he's
horrible shot.
He's trying to play the shot that he plays brilliantly, which is the pull shot, but the ball's not coming onto him right, Jack. And let's see what he does here. He defends
how is it
this.
possible that ball was dropped if you're a professional?
I don't know.
cricketer?
Well,
if your job is cricketer, how can you drop that ball? What happened there
He's
is
a very good wicket keeper.
he took his eyes off it at the very last second is what happened there. And
Let's have a
watch
look.
this. Eyes off it now.
Yeah, he did.
He took his eyes off it as it went into his hand. But honestly, once you've seen the parabola, again, we've used that word, once you've seen the arc of the ball, if you're
Arc of the Covenant.
a reasonable fielder,
Good film.
you should be able to catch up with your eyes shut. You genuinely should be able to catch up with your eyes closed.
Green. Just knocks this down to the long on for 1. QTW says, Patidar averages 16 versus pace this season. Should try an over of Avesh soon. Don't have a problem with him trying an over of pace here. One thing I would say is he's not playing the spin particularly well at the moment. So.
No, not at all.
And what will Cameron Green do? So this is the issue I have with someone like Cameron Green is I think he sees that and probably starts to knock the ball around a little bit. Whereas actually you now want him to go 4-6-4.
My question to you two is, what is form? Because Patidar was in unbelievable form
I don't believe
an
in
hour
form.
ago. You don't believe in form?
Not really. No.
Discuss. Elaborate.
So I think it's.
And listen.
So I think form is basically just randomness. I think basically what's happening is that there is X percentage chance of an outcome off every single ball, and over a long enough period of time, you'll string together a number of successful balls, and some of those strings can happen consecutively, and we see that as form, and then the opposite of that can happen as well, and we see that as a lack of form. But like, I don't think there's any real evidence that it exists in a particularly strong way. Now, I think what I would say is that I think you can have good days, and I think when you notice that someone's mistiming the ball like Faf earlier, or is timing the ball really well, and you upgrade or downgrade them, I think that is a thing that happens. Because
Avesh back on, so QTW is clearly talking to the captain.
So that is definitely a thing that happens.
So I think, yeah, and that like someone had a good night's sleep, so they're a bit fresher, or they ate the right food that morning, or they got some really good news, so they're feeling happy about themselves. I think that can happen, but I just don't see that on multiple random days over like a 2-month period, you can just feel like that every day.
Also, you see things with form, don't you, where it's like someone is averaging 60 over a period of time, but it's like, but they had whole months off.
Yes,
in the middle.
yeah, exactly.
And it's like, is 100 a good 100 if you've been dropped 3 times?
And
Here's when I make them.
so
Sliced out to deep a point, and I'll take a couple there.
the other thing with form is that like people can talk about being in good form, and they think that they can observe that, but nobody can say really when their good form is about to end. And unless that's something that
And
you
quite
can,
often why it started as well.
yeah, and unless you can start observing those two things, I just don't think that there's any real proof that it occurs.
Interesting.
I think you go out to bat, look, and let's go with batting rather than bowling for a moment, but you go out to bat some days and your feet move a little bit better, and you pick the ball up, and it works, or you get some bad balls early on, and you work your way through. Avesh Khan, again, full outside of stump. Good batting again by Patadar, might pick up a couple more. Might even be 4 here, is there? Oh, good
shot.
batting, really
That's
good
a really
batting.
good shot.
As Bolt was out there, so there's the upgrade for him if you had him in your books. But yeah, so I think all those things matter, right? And the confidence and everything else. And you talk to top batters and they will say things like, almost every time I walked out, I was nervous, right? But some days you walk out and you get a half volley outside of stump and you just push it through the covers for 4, and then you forget about the nerves. And the next day you get a good in-swinger that hits you on the thigh pad and you're like, I wasn't anywhere near that. I didn't pick that up at all. And it takes a little bit longer for you to get in. And then there are things like eyesight, reflexes, maybe your back's a bit stiff, maybe your arm's doing something, maybe your knee's hurting, right?
Yeah.
And all these things play a big part. I've got this theory with Virat Kohli that one reason he's such a good chaser is because he likes the ball skidding on a little bit more, and at night it skids onto the bat a little bit more than it does during the day. Rajat Patidar is just like, I'm just going to hit every ball to backward point. You guys are just going to have to put an extra fielder out in the boundary, and to be fair, Rajasthan have. Do you know what I mean? Like, so we look for, he's a great chaser, and it's like, he might be a great chaser. He might also be someone who likes the ball zipping onto the bat a little bit more.
One other thing I would say, and this isn't form, but I think it can be confused with form. I think players can probably make themselves better or worse quite quickly in the nets. So you see, we were talking about Ben Dunk off air.
Yes,
and how
always.
he had a way of playing, and he was the MVP in the BBL, and then people kind of worked out what to do with him, and he never got back to being MVP Ben Dunk.
Jeez,
Wow.
This is a strong straight drive. That has almost cleaned up the umpire. It was a full toss outside off stump and dragged back with incredible power there from Cameron Green.
But better players than him probably would have found a way
Correct.
to change their game and improve. And you see that, Kohli might be a good example of that. He had 2 or 3 years where he was sort of irrelevant as an IPL player, and then he's come back last year and even more so this year with new shots and a new method. And we're saying, he's in great form this year. No, he's just better at cricket again. That's what's happening here. It's a cyclical change. And for Kohli, it is quite a big. It's an addition of a whole shot, or a whole array of shots. For other players,
This could be a run-out chance here. Oh, they've got an overthrow off it, but it was probably worth a throw, as they hit the ball straight to cover and they took off. Jaiswal had the throw, and Cameron Green wasn't going, and Patidar was. The end of that over. We're going to email here from San. Remember, you can email live@cricket8.com. Another interesting quirk I've seen with Patidar is that he always gives a chance. Most catches initially in his innings, and when he's dropped, he hits 50 off 20. So let's see if that happens today. We can certainly take a look at that. Just got the spin percentage. Certainly not a wicket that is spinning for the finger spinner.
Okay.
Now, some of that is because I think Ashwin has bowled more carom balls and has tried to bowl a little bit quicker. But just having a look at the percentages, it's certainly spinning a lot more for Chahal than it is for Ashwin. And Chahal's now starting to skid them through a little bit more as well.
I think Ashwin's gone to a kind of Narayan length,
I
too,
agree.
if that makes sense. So he's bowling.
And line.
Yeah, bowling to the thigh pad.
Yeah,
more or less.
he's trying to go for singles.
Yeah, and so the ball's coming through over the stumps, whereas normally he'd be a little bit fuller. It's clever bowling.
Run line is 187, gentlemen.
Also, underrated Samuel L. Jackson film, 187. He was
What's your
he was a
favourite?
School teacher. Have you seen that one?
No.
Isn't 187 the code for murder or something?
Indeed. He was a school teacher, and
It's no assault on
I was
Precinct
your
13.
teacher, I was trying to help you, is the good line in that. Very good film. Go and watch it now instead of watching this.
What's your favourite Samuel L. Jackson movie?
It's a bit niche. He's in a film called Fresh, which is brilliant, about a kid who uses chess to play a load of drug dealers off against each other in the hood. And Samuel L. Jackson is his alcoholic father who only sees him to play chess with him, and he uses the things he learns from his father at chess to literally play. He's running money and drugs for two separate teams of drug dealers, whatever you call them, gangs.
Gangs, yeah.
Gang, that's it, teams in the
Franchises,
Cartels.
I believe they're called.
And this is why Mumbai and Chennai have still got that rivalry today.
Ashwin comes in again, patted up, backs away, tries to whip this onto the leg side for a 6, and he drills it out. And there's the
Very
run.
good film, Fresh.
Run line 187, 186-ish. How are you feeling about that, Rob?
I feel really good today, thanks. Particularly about that run line. I think the run line's fine. It's one of those where I think there is something in the pitch.
He backs away this could be out. In fact, he scooped this up in the air. It should be caught. I don't want to call. Of course, it's
Wow.
Robin Powell. He's going to catch it. And then he's given a lovely little hand up there by Tom Kohler Cadmore. It was gentle, wasn't it? It was like a lover helping their fellow lover out of the bed. It was one of the most touching moments you'll see in cricket this year. Anyway, Cameron Green is out. He's 27 of 21. He's got the carom ball, and he's tried to back away, but he just lost his shape there and scooped it straight up in there. It was good effort by Robin Powell, running back at cover and taking that catch.
That was a bad innings from Cameron Green.
It was, but Patadar's worse at the other end, so I do think that played a part in it. Not the start. I thought Cameron Green got going and then he went, oh, we're going to lose this guy now.
It wasn't bad, but it wasn't terminal.
What you want from your mega gun, big money overseas signing is when you're under it in the knockout game to come in and play amazing. And
Well,
if
Maxwell's
ever-
about to come in.
If ever a stage was set for Glenn Maxwell, it's this one right now.
Oh,
if Maxwell goes bananas here, it's done. If he doesn't, they're done.
Yeah.
It really does feel like that to me.
I'm going in on Maxwell. That's what I'm going to do.
What,
That's
physically?
pure heart speaking there. That's not. There's no head involved.
Lomero might come out.
Well, I don't. It's a little bit of a test case for my form theory. Like, if you're betting based on the form, then there's no way you'd be
That's fair.
backing a team with Glenn Maxwell in it at this moment. It's a walking
But
wicket,
you wouldn't have backed Rajasthan, and they're currently massive favourites.
That's also true.
So, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's-
So here was my big theory with Sunrisers. I actually liked the way they started bowling towards the end of the year, but my big issue was that they had 8 batters in form at the same time, and that's not how things go. There has to be ups and downs at a certain point. Maxwell's
Oh
coming
my
in, first
goodness.
ball, he could be out. Oh no! Oh dear! And he is. He tries to swipe this across the line. Jack Hope is in pieces. Form matters, people.
That was bad batting.
I don't think he gave himself a chance to even see if that was an off spinner or a carom ball.
He didn't give that a chance to see whether it was a cricket ball.
I don't think.
He thought, I am the big show. I took 2 weeks off in the middle of this tournament. I've done absolutely nothing for the whole comp. You boys watch. And he was like, oh dear, there's a long on or long off or whatever that was. To be fair, it was Jarrod, and he probably thought Jarrod is the equivalent of not a fielder, but that was appalling. That is, if ever there was a man for that situation, it's Glenn Maxwell, and now they're under it, because now it's Lomroor time, and they're going to have to think about, if there is another one, Rawat is going to have to come in as the impact sub, how quickly a game can change.
The other issue that we might have is that Ashwin has bowled well. Like he hasn't gone for runs at all, and now he's got the 2 wickets, and the impact sub is going to be their best spinner. So if this is a good wicket for finger spin, you can't bring Swapnil in if you make an impact sub here.
So Maxwell's going to have to bowl 4.
Yep.
It's really interesting. And the thing with Rajasthan, the thing against them is there's so many of them that aren't in form. But if you believe that form isn't a thing, then you need to be unloaded on this Rajasthan price, because 1.4, if form isn't a thing, they're going to batter him. I think form is a thing, because I've spent so much of my time looking out for cues on people. You might call it. So a thing I used to study a lot when I studied stuff was zoning.
It is Lomraw that's come out, not DK.
And if you're on the
Defended.
18-1 top bat, he's got to get 34 to win here.
Where can we put that on?
You can't put it on now, I don't think. So zoning is when you go into like a mental state where you're perfect, because you don't think. There's no thinking at all.
Mm-hmm.
You just instinctively look for cues. There's only one sport I played to a decent level, but when I did get into the zone, there's no thoughts at all. You're not thinking about what you're having for dinner. You're not thinking about the game that's unfolding in front of you. Because you've practiced so much at this game, you're picking up cues instinctively, and there's no thoughts. I played like that a couple of times, and people asked me, what was going through your head today, or nothing was going through my head. And cricketers that I've heard interviewed after brilliant innings and stuff, what were you thinking about? No idea. Don't I was in some sort of trance or zone or whatever. Yeah. And sports
You're talking about flow
psychologists
state.
and loads of people have tried to work out how to get yourself back there, and it could be literally whether you had a bad sleep or good sleep or something, or how you saw something on the way to the ground or something, like does something to your brain that goes, right, you're brilliant today.
Yeah.
And if you can, as a gambler, if you can pick up on those things, you can like look at Butler, he's doing that thing with the shoulders, or look at Gale, he's just played the perfect leave when Gale was the biggest monster in T20 cricket by a long way. If he played forward defences and leaves in the first over, you go, that's the Gale I want to be on.
Padada hits a big 6 here, slog sweep across the line, and that is gone. So Chahal has gone for a couple of 6s, but he has taken that wicket. Yeah, I think so. This is I think what Jack is saying is actually true, that form doesn't really matter from that point of view. But what you're talking about is something slightly different. And what you're talking about is there are times when you go out and you know, having interviewed some of the world's best batters over the last few months, right? There are some times when they go out and have to think their way through an innings, and there are some times when they go out and the innings just happens. That is probably rhythm, it's probably confidence, and their body is probably working correctly, and they are not sitting there going, what do I need to do? And so I talked to someone recently about how to pick mystery spin, and he said, at a certain point, you don't want to get too fascinated with the fingers of the bowler. Because once you start looking at the fingers of that particular bowler, that takes you out of your normal state. So what you really want to do with a mystery spinner is go, how do I play them so that they're not any different to me? This was Ross Taylor talking about Ajanta Mendes. And he said what he did was he went, forget the fingers. I know what they mean roughly. And if I notice it, I'll play it. But what I really want to work on is I'm going to play him as an off spinner. And he's not going to bowl me, and he's not going to get me LBW. And if he gets one in my zone, if I play him as an off spinner, I'll be able to hit him here. If he moves the ball the other way, he would probably miss the stumps anyway. Right?
It's really interesting.
And so what they're trying to do is, in some stages, they're trying to work the way against that, because they want to get into the flow state. Because as you said before, it is really hard for a top player to explain another slog sweep and another 6.
Is it?
Just was that dropped?
Dropped for 6.
Is that Jaiswal out there? I couldn't
Jaiswal,
quite see his face.
Yeah.
Looks like Jaiswal, yeah. Wow. Well, that should have been caught. Lomraw, that was his first scoring shot. He had 2 dot balls there and then slugged across the line.
So, have you ever heard Sehwag talk about his double 100 against Mendes? Because that's probably the best Test match innings I've ever watched. So it was when Mendes came on the scene, and for about 6 months he was like a cheat code. He was a no one can pick him. He's on my wall of fame in my office because I backed him at 40s to be top wicket taker in that T20 World Cup, and he got like 7 for 2 against Zimbabwe or something. Like if you hadn't played Mendes before, he got you out, no problem.
Once you'd played him, it was very different. But if you hadn't played him, it was impossible.
Why he disappeared without trace.
Yeah.
But he played against this batting lineup Gautam Gambhir, Virender Sehwag, Rahul Dravid, Sachin Tendulkar, Sourav Ganguly, VVS Laxman.
Just Laxman at 6.
Decent. Like there's some steady players who spin there. And Sehwag and Gambhir had a really good partnership against the seamers, and they were 150 for none or something. And then they went Mendes. And Mendes just tore through everybody. He got rid of Gambhir pretty quick, as we see another 4.
This is a half volley outside
is into his work now. So that fella that messaged in his theory about how he gives up a chance early and then he gets 50 off 20, like it's coming to pass already. He ripped through. He got Gambhir out, and then Dravid came in, and I'll never forget this. And if I had spoken to him, like I'd have said loads of stuff about how wonderful he is. But that innings, Dravid's face, I remember when Mendes. He got him caught at short leg, I think, and Dravid was literally like one of the best players spin of all time. Just bewildered, utterly shocked by it. And then he went through whoever else, Laxman he did. And Sehwag just stood there and smashed him as if he was a club bowler and got a double century, while everybody else was in ribbon, some of the best players of all time. And I want to know what Sehwag's mindset was. Was it just, I'm just going to whack the ball because that's what he says it is? Or has he picked up cues somehow? Has he worked out what's happening with his fingers? Like, what's gone on there? Like, it was so good, though.
So I think from the conversations I've had that he thought he played him like an off spinner, and everyone else was nervous of playing him like an off spinner. But the thing that Ross Taylor said that was really interesting is if you watch the bowlers who bowl like that now, people just whack them, whereas in that era, people were actually defending. So Sehwag going after Mendes was probably a better option than trying to poke at him, because if you poke at him and you don't know which way the ball's going, you know. So it's a really, really fascinating conversation. So the odds: Rajasthan are 1.59, RCB are 2.66. That seems fair at the moment. They're 116 for 4. There's 6 overs to go. The run line has them at 183. What can they defend on this wicket, gentlemen?
I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous about being bullish on Rajasthan's batting lineup with Tom Kohler-Kapmore in at the top of the order and Jaiswal, you know, reverting back to a couple of years ago, Jaiswal.
Well, there's some runs here, though. This is short down the leg side to Patidar, and he's hooked this away for 6. That's a bad ball from Avesh Khan, really. There's no reason to bowl that delivery with short, fine leg up, and he's got that wrong. And Kumar Sangakkara looks furious in the dugout, looking around to everyone going, why has he bowled that?
Yeah. I also don't think Rajasthan, even when they do have their good players, or their good player, the other good player, that they were a 230 side. Now, I'm not saying that...
230's a way away.
They're not going to get 230, but on this pitch, you know, 195 could be quite a lot of runs. I'd be a bit worried for them anything over 185, I think.
Who are they going to bowl to death here? Obviously, Sandeep's going to be one of them. Oh, this could be out. Well, it won't matter now. That is pathetic. It's well, he got the leg-cutting short ball, which is the one he just hit for 6 the ball before. This one was outside off stump. And he kind of half decided that he was going to slog it over the top. And unfortunately, it was just a waft at it in the end. And it's gone off the toe, so it's looked worse. But mid-off was up in the circle. But you've got to commit to that shot. You've got to have your feet planted. Just want to have a look at his feet. Yeah, his balance was... He was jumping up in the air. You're not going to be hitting that ball over mid-off with that. And that is poor.
It's an absolutely massive wicket. It's huge. It has moved the match winner a lot.
Yeah.
But so
not as much as I thought it would.
172 to 148. That's a lot for.
Is that what they were? 172.
Yeah. So I've been chatting to Jake because of neurodiversity allows you to do lots of things at once, and he's saying he's really banking on Dew second innings. He thinks Dew is going to be a big deal today, and therefore this pitch will play a lot better second innings. And when you add in the fact that Bangalore can't bowl, it looks pretty difficult for them.
They might lose their spinner now too, remember?
The thing they really need today is the good Lockie, because if the good Lockie doesn't turn up, then they've already lost. This looks like a pitch that was spinning. I still think it's stopping a bit from the dismissals that we've seen. Lots of people, everyone's been caught. A couple of them playing shots where you think, normally he times that and it goes for 6, and so there's something in it for me. But the 165 or whatever that they're due now. What are they due now, Jarrod? What's the run line?
It was 178, I think. This could be out first ball. He's giving him.
The big leave is not the shot there, DK.
Oh, Dinesh Karthik, he's going to have to review that. He might have just got outside the line. He's having a conversation. He doesn't look very confident to me. That is going to be out, I reckon. He has now reviewed it. But I'm pretty sure that is going to be out.
Yep, I would agree with you there, Jarrod. I think that there's big trouble for RCB brewing here. I think your bet on Lomraw is a good one, Rob, but I don't think RCB betting on Lomraw to bail them out of this situation is a good one.
Just want to see this replay. He's just outside the line. Has he hit? He definitely hasn't hit it because he should have known that. I think that's just going to be out, isn't it, guys?
Looks like it. He's on the crease. It's hit him in front of what? Off stump? Middle and off?
170 is a long way off here.
Yeah, and I think that's...
Because the 172 line that I can see here, which I'm trying to bat unders now, if this is out...
The market thinks it was not out, by the way. It just went up to 136.
Yeah, interesting.
Did I miss something then in that replay?
I'm not very good at those. I can't tell you whether that was out or not from the angle that we saw. If it is out, it's very big. But yeah, the market doesn't think it's out, does it? I don't think he hit it, though.
Didn't look like it. Let's have a look on Ultra Edge. It's really tricky. So I think the bottom of his bat hits his pad at the time the ball is going past.
He definitely hasn't hit it, has he? That is going to be
so
out.
That's a bad third umpire decision, I think. I think what's happened there is the third umpire hasn't read the Ultra Edge properly and has seen those pictures and said, oh, he's hit it.
Do you think?
Whereas, yeah, I'm pretty sure they've just given this not out. The market's just shot up 5, so they must have done.
Yeah.
That is terrible umpiring.
It's the wrong decision.
Now that's where, so I put my money in then, and I was absolutely right with my bet, and the umpire has made a mistake. There's nothing you can do. It's a bit like the catch that we talked about before.
Right to the umpire.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? There's nothing. There's nothing you can do that's wrong there. That is very, very poor umpiring, though.
Yeah, I'd like to see whether it was hitting the stumps, but
it's hitting the stumps.
I don't think he hit it. I think
Kumar Sangakkara is going to talk to the umpires to say
now. But what I would say is the 177 run line now, giving them 55 from here, with very little batting to come. Even if they go Rawat, he's not really the answer, is he? I prefer the unders here.
There's a single out to deep point.
It was a good belly flop dive as well by the point fielder. Always nice to see a total lack of athleticism in an elite sport.
Oh, that is just bad umpiring, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's really clear that his bat has hit his pad there, and the umpire's just made an error. The ball is nowhere near the bat when the first noise comes.
Because it produces that. I mean, everyone who's seen the cricket, and if you're not watching it, you bear with me here. But it produces the wrong wave on Ultra Edge. It's too long. It's not a sharp wave, which is what you get when it's an edge. It's flat.
My question
and soft
to you two esteemed gentlemen: why doesn't the third umpire know any of this stuff? Because we all know that, don't we? That's really clear that the bat has hit the pad.
Don't get me on this again, but we obviously need specialist third umpires, and that's what you need to be looking for.
Let's have a look at what the run-out price is, because there's been 2 close ones in the last 2 minutes. 18 to 1 run-out, Bet365, ring a bell or bet it. There's 5 overs left, and they're running badly. 18 to 1 is the wrong answer. And if you're on Lomraw top bat, you're in pretty good shape here if you're on at whatever it was, 18s.
So we just gave you that one. 124 for 5. There's 5 overs to go, and 18 to 1 run out if you are interested in Rob's.
So we think they're just going the 5 bowlers again today. So do you think they go... I think they must go Chahal next, because you've got new DK, and that's when you bowl Chahal. You don't wait for him to get a bit more set. Then it's probably Avish again, and then it just goes Sandeep, Bolt, Sandeep for the last 3. I like unders for that reason. If that is the way they're going to line up these bowlers, I like the under 177.5. Jarrod, press a button.
Is that what you wanted?
I think you should bet under 177.5, yeah. Because I just prefer those bowlers in that order as regards matchups. You know what I'm getting at, Jack? Like, Bolt's bowled really well.
Yeah.
He's 1 for 6 off 3 overs, Trent Bolt. So usually I'm terrified of his last over.
I'm still quite terrified of it.
But they could have got 2 of these out by then. Sandeep I really rate at the death. Avesh just got a wicket. Avesh is the over I'm scared of, but Chahal to DK now, I'd rather be on the bowlers than the bat.
I wonder if they'll go Bolt early and go Chahal really late. I like the idea because DK's in now. I think that kind of makes more sense. But I think they'll be scared of a late Trent Bolt over with a set DK as well, and so they might hedge their bets.
125 for 5 with 5 overs to go. So the run line is 178 as we start. Just having a look at this. Over. It is Chahal, who has almost been pushed back to the bowler on the full there. Probably about a metre short, but Dinesh Karthik was not really on top of that, if we're being honest.
No, it was like a leg and a bat surging down the wicket next to each other, and some hope.
Yes. Lomro's hit a 6 off Chahal, remember? So we expect him to keep attacking. But
DK needs to get off strike here.
yeah.
He might have a swing at him because of the match situation and the fact it's a knockout and it's his last.
Swing at him though, isn't it?
So you think he just gets off strike?
No, he's all over the place, and then he's defended on the offside and almost run out his partner.
Okay, this 18's run out is good. It's very easy to make a prediction that something's going to happen now, but dot in the 16th for a man that's not very good against spin. He's either got to get off strike this ball or he's going to have to do something crazy.
We keep seeing that LBW, so I think everyone has realised that the umpire has made an error there.
Even Michael Vaughan has sent a tweet about that.
Oh, wow.
So,
well, it must be right then.
yes.
This ball's down the leg side, and finally Dinesh Karthik just gets himself off strike, which is important, because he wasn't looking like doing that a moment ago, that's for sure.
So why can't a team review a review in that instance and say, can you just have a look? And because we're
It's a fair
pretty
question.
sure.
It's probably just a time thing though, isn't it?
Yeah, because they never take too much time out.
No, but I'm just saying, if we keep... then what if the other team review the review of the review?
I wouldn't mind being here for a week in that situation.
To get the decision.
We do have a lot of Coca-Cola to get through, so yeah, other soft drinks are available.
Lomraw, what does he do here? I think he was going to go for it, but it was a bit wider than what he wanted. And
Jarrod, do you know... I love the underarm throw-in, by the way. Do you know how much the fielding coaches do with these teams? Because I've just seen the camera go on Trevor Penny there, who was obviously a complete gun of a fielder. What's he saying to Jarrell after that impossible drop? Is he saying, never mind, we'll practice that? Or is he saying, you're a clown?
I've never worked with a team that had a fielding coach. So
I mean, how ridiculous is that?
Yeah.
This is why they're all bad at fielding, because they don't have a bloody fielding coach.
So I would assume that you show them the footage and you say, look where your eyes are, watch the ball until it hits your hands, and also maybe get under it rather than sort of lunge at it. But yeah, I don't know. This is a good over here. He slog sweeps this Dinesh Karthik, but he's not looking pretty with it. And he's got a single. What does Lomraw do here? Because Lomraw's got the matchup.
He goes. He tries to hit it for 6.
This is probably 6 or wicket, this next ball, isn't it?
But if you've got the path of a ball, right, this ball here,
Yep.
if you've got a path of the ball that's coming to you and you can see it's coming very easily to you, you don't actually need your eyes open to catch it. So how is it possible for these pro athletes to do that and somehow get the ball on the floor? I don't understand it. It's not sweat, because everybody sweats and people still take catches. So
this is a 6 slog sweep from outside off stump. That's good batting there. Last ball of Chahal. He's gone for some runs today. 1 for 43 off his 4, and that just swings it back a little bit towards RCB. But that was, I still think that's a plus over for Chahal. Was it 8 runs off the over?
It was 8
No,
or 9.
no.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll be disappointed with that at all. So they've got, have they got an over of Ashwin left?
No more Ashwin.
No more Ashwin.
It's just pace.
Just pace, yeah.
Oh, so they've got Bolt as well, don't they? Yeah. So Bolt's got 1 for 6 from his 3. Sandeep went for 2 overs for 25. And they then have Avesh Khan with 1 over, but he got a wicket before, so we know he's going to bowl those weird leg cutters, one of which he got right. Well, I'm not sure he got it right, but he got a wicket with it. One of which he got horribly wrong. And this should be a strategic timeout. That's going to be a strategic timeout here on Cricket 8. We'll be back in 2 minutes and 30 seconds with more of Cricket Intelligence and Rob Barron. live@cricket8.com if you'd like to ask any questions. We've got one from Barron who says, conventional wisdom suggests that the best bowler bowls the 19th over, but we know that the 20th over on average is the highest scoring. Doesn't it make more sense to bowl your best bowler in the 20th over in the first innings to minimise run scoring in the second innings?
In the first innings. In chase, no. But in the first innings, that would always be the obvious thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it depends on what your best bowler is. Because I think if your best bowler is a wicket taker, it probably makes more sense for them to bowl on the 19th, because then the person bowling the 20th over might be bowling to two players who are not set. But if your best bowler is a defensive bowler, then it makes more sense for them to bowl the 20th.
Are we talking first innings?
Yes, this is first
You
innings.
bowl your best over in the 19th, and you do it every time.
In the first inning?
Yeah, and then you think about it, and then you do it anyway.
Why?
Because the 20th over is due less runs if you get people out in the 19th.
Ah, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. If you have a defensive bowler, they should bowl the 20th. If you have an attacking death bowler... So Dwayne Bravo should never bowl the 20th over when he was playing. He should always bowl the 19th, because he's more likely to get wickets. You need his wickets to slow the runs down at the other end.
Totally. And when Dwayne Bravo was on, he got lots of poles because he wanted Dwayne Bravo throughout his whole career to get as many wickets as possible, and nothing else mattered to him. Possibly the greatest bet of all time. Over to you, Jarrod.
I was really annoyed, Dan, because I remember sending him a message at one stage going, they're 14s, we should be putting money on Delhi at this stage, because there's no way they're going to stay 14. In the end, they came into about 5s, and by that stage, it was too late for me to put my money on. And so I missed my big advantage. And because of that, you know what I'm like. I get very angry.
Yes.
So I waited for a really good bet. And the really good bet was the run line in the second innings was about 205, is what Delhi was expected to make. And I was like, there's no way Delhi is making 205. But realistically, they're going to try and whack it everywhere. They're going to combust, and they're not going to make 200.
Yeah.
As you remember, Fraser McGurk did exactly what I thought he would do. He just managed to make about 7. So I was like, well, those bets are gone. I'm not going to get those bets. Then later, they moved the run rate to 230. And I thought, well, they're not getting 230. So I went back in again.
Yep.
Stubbs went out, and then Rishabh Pant couldn't hit the ball away. 199 was my first line. All my bets kicked in at that point. They got to 199 with 10 balls to go. Back to Cricket 8, Sandeep Sharma has greeted Dinesh Karthik with a full toss down the leg side, which Dinesh Karthik did well to reach, and has swept that away for a boundary. So that's brought it back to 153. So they're still massively in front. But if they bowl 23 more deliveries like that...
Well, anything's possible if they do that. Yeah, like there's enough of a fight back to at least... make it interesting now. It did look like it was sliding away badly for Rajasthan, for RCB, but maybe this season will be a metaphor. This game will be a metaphor for their season.
Well, I've just seen on the screen they've got 176 as a good slow ball, short ball here, and Sandeep Sharma gets out. You almost got your run out again there, Rob. They were looking for a 2 that was absolutely not there. Lomror back on strike.
So I've been trading the runs while we're doing this, and I've got one of those books where there's certain numbers that are absolutely vile and certain numbers that are fine. So, and it's going to go around those bits where I've got red, green, red, green, red, green. It's interesting when that happens. And
what are your magic numbers and what are your horrific numbers?
Yeah, if it lands 179 or 180 is awful.
Yep.
Under's great, and then it goes 181 and 182, great. If it goes up to 190, disaster. But 191 to 194 is the bit where it's like
golden.
I'm gonna have to. No, that's the bit where it's death zone.
Oh, okay.
But there's going to be a run out in a minute, so everything's fine.
That's what happens when you don't quite get the run line right, and you just keep betting and keep betting and keep trading in and out of it.
I think this is an unders, this is an overs, and you take each bet as it comes, and then some days you end up with this is your number, you want over, or you want under, and other days it's like, well, when the bats were on top, I was on them here, and when the bowlers were on top, I was on them here.
Another run-out chance here.
They are not running well, are they? Let's see if they've moved that run-out price.
Which betting market was that?
That was Bet365, so they've now gone 12.
Okay.
It's slightly too big, 12. Decimal there at 8.5, as you can see on your
Cricket 8 screen, cricket8.com.
Trading tab. Plenty of stuff to bet on there, player runs everywhere. But anyone on the 18 to 1 Lomror top bat is now probably 6-4, something like that, to win, in pretty good shape. I'm surprised they've gone Sandeep now and not had him for 17, 19, fair enough.
Yeah, he'll go 17, 19, and then I'm assuming Trent Bolt will have 18, and then Avesh will come on for 20. Does that sound about right?
20's due a lot either way if both of these are still in.
Well, this is a good Yorker from Sandeep Sharma, who I said, I don't think he's bowled brilliantly today. He's not looked in complete control.
No, he's sort of bowled slow, I would say, as well. Whether that's a tactic and he's just bowling slower balls, or whether that's an injury or
It just
tiredness.
looks to
not
me
sure.
like his action is not 100%, like he's falling away a little bit with his left side of his body, sort of dragging the ball around a little bit more. He's always got a bit of that in him. 7 runs off this over. Will wickets change the betting odds much from here?
Yeah, because they probably now don't go the extra bat.
That's what we were saying
So it
before.
opens up the tail, yeah.
That's what me and Jack thought. So, Sandeep, choir boy haircut.
Explain yourself.
Have a look. He's got a bit of a middle part, and it's quite neat. This is flicked across the line by Lomraw. They should think of 2 here, and they will.
I was out with an extremely good gambler last night whose career started as an actual choir boy. He was like one for one of those colleges or something, and he's done stuff with Bocelli and all sorts as a choir boy, and now he sits down and bets on cricket all day. So
Alistair Cook was a choir boy, wasn't he?
yeah, I think he was. Yeah.
Just got some messages on YouTube. Why is Virat still wearing his pads? To be honest, you see this a lot. A lot of players just don't take them off.
It's a very good question.
And sometimes it just depends on how they feel on your legs. I know that sounds weird, but sometimes they kind of stick on your legs. And so you think to yourself, they will dry out eventually because I'm not running around now, and I'll be able to take them off later. You've never had that?
Well, I was a goalkeeper at hockey, so
Yeah.
I couldn't get my kit off fast enough.
Yeah.
I don't want to be sat there wearing a load of stuff. I didn't wear very much, which is why I've got every bone I've got is basically in the wrong shape because I didn't wear much padding. But I don't understand why people would want to sit around with pads on all day.
Someone sent a message saying Jarrod is the wicketkeeper. Or maybe they were talking about the catch from before that he dropped in the outfield, I'm not sure.
Because he isn't.
How much would Cameron Green bowl on this pitch? I haven't seen anything that suggests it's a good pitch for Cameron Green's bowling so far.
What sort of pitch is a good pitch for
That
Cameron
one
Green's bowling?
where he had the good figures,
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
that?
yeah.
That's about it, though.
If his natural length causes you trouble,
Yes.
from that height, yeah.
I haven't seen anything. I think he actually would have bowled quite well on the wicket yesterday at times. But yeah, I haven't seen anything in this wicket that suggests it's a Cameron Green pitch. So, but they might. I would say he would definitely bowl. How much he bowls might depend now. I don't think they can go an impact sub here.
I think it could be a Siraj pitch.
I was thinking that a little bit, yeah. The dew, of course, that we're expecting in might change things very, very dramatically.
Yeah. Could go both ways. And that's sort of the law of Siraj, isn't it? Like, you never 100% know. But
A couple of times this year, I've thought to myself, Siraj will have a really good game on a very helpful pitch, and he hasn't. I don't know if this is quite as helpful as some of the ones I thought he would have bowled better on. Trent Bolt is in, so pretty much what we said before.
This over's due to go for quite a lot of runs, even though Trent Bolt's figures are 1 for 6 off 18 balls, and he bowled in the power play. If he can get away with only...
Oh, he's got away with a full toss
horrible
first ball.
full toss first ball. If he can get away with only going for 11 or 12 here, I actually think that's a win for Rajasthan. If he can burgle a wicket, it's a huge win. But anyone on Lomraw, you only need another, 14 for the win.
What do you get that at?
them this over.
24s? 18?
18 to 1, yeah.
can you lay it off in any way?
You could probably back his unders. That would be the way, backing the under 34.5 or whatever. If anybody's still up with player runs, but usually, and it's completely fair, the firms go down with their player runs. So you could lay.
Bolt comes
RCB.
in, there's his hit up in the air, and it's going to be a 4. Good batting. Lomraw backed away a little bit there, smashed that over the top.
A little bit closer?
Yeah, he's not a death bowler, Trent Bolt, is he?
Well, he bowled really well in the death at times in the One-Day World Cup. And since we've come back into the IPL, he seems to have lost that knuckleball that he was bowling really well, or it's just not working as well for him.
Yeah, I think just age catching up and loads of cricket.
I don't know if he was ever a great death bowler, though.
No, I've never had him as the great death bowler. He's always been pretty good at the start.
This is a good ball, straight back to him, and almost got Rob's cheeky run out there off Bolt's hand.
Yeah, we're on 2 18-1 shots here, and both of them have got pretty good chances.
181 is the run line.
Do you think maybe in the ODI World Cup, the softer ball and the older ball is something that could help him a bit more?
It's perhaps. I mean, he bowls.
Because this is only a 10 over old ball, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
It's
No, I can see that. And it's a different art form as well, right? Stopping people from hitting you for 6 every single ball is very, very different than bowling at the death in one day is. So yeah, there could be an element of that as well. Lomrod, another 2 there. Struggled to get boundaries away, and they're going to have to get a few away here. Certainly to change the odds, but also to put themselves back in front. Run line still around that 181, 182 mark. Is 181 one of your good numbers or bad numbers, Rob?
181 and 182 are fine.
Well, that's exactly what the score is going to be.
But 180 is bad and 183 is bad. It's really funny the way that's worked out.
This is sliced up to deep cover, and I'll just take 1 there. I think... Is it 1 ball to come in this over?
Yeah, 1 left.
yeah, one to come.
This is another intriguingly poised game. I think Dew is the big thing. I think if Dew comes down, they're sunk. That's how it feels. But Jaiswal hasn't scored a run for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Kohler Cadmore didn't look like the answer last time.
It might. The thing is that Kohler Cadmore, if he's smart, makes 60 off 40 here and they win.
Is Hetmeyer around? Like, is he actually fine? What's been up with him? Like, there's loads of question marks about Rajasthan's batting. But there are even more question marks about RCB's bowling. So,
Which has been slightly better of recent times.
yeah, but slightly better than 0 out of
But
100
usually they've
is
been
still
defending
low
better
score.
totals, right? Or
Yeah.
putting pressure on because you know they're going to bat second.
Yeah, it is a little bit stoppable force versus movable object, though. I agree, Rob.
Dinesh Karthik, just got a bit of a delay here. I have absolutely no idea. Oh no, Trent Bolt's coming around the wicket, and obviously that just caused a little bit more of a problem. Good straight ball. I don't think it's particularly easy to hit boundaries at the moment, and
That's a big win. for
I
Rajasthan.
wonder if the ball's gone a little bit soft here, Jack. And if that is the case,
You must bet unders if that's the case.
and so the line is 1-8. So if you think that the ball has gone soft like me, that is a good way of doing it.
You must bet unders if you're confident. So let's say you've got some sort of machine that can help you with that, and you're like, I know this ball has gone soft now, or you've seen a player mouthing it, this ball's gone soft or something, like you're convinced. 25 is the standard line to give these last 2 overs, and we know who's going to bowl them.
Mm-hmm.
We know Sandeep is 99% now, and then it's Avesh. Like there's not going to be anyone else unless there's an injury. I would want to be on unders this over because the bookies think that these 2 overs are due about the same at the moment, which in my head isn't right. Sandeep has to bowl against the set guys definitely, whereas Avesh probably doesn't. So I get it, but I quite like the unders here because I really rate Sandeep, and I think the wicket is quite likely in this over. Whereas if Avesh was bowling the 19th, I'd sit on my hands until the last over and then bet unders when Sandeep's bowling it.
154 Rajasthan at the moment. As we said, run line's about 180, 181. Down sitting around, 180, I think, at the moment. And we're going to see Sandeep finishing up here. Karthik says, why do batters nowadays struggle to play slow balls? In domestic cricket, they just wait for slow balls. I don't think players struggle to play slow balls all that much.
This is domestic cricket.
This-
I don't know. Do they struggle?
I don't think so. I think there are just certain wickets where they work and certain wickets where they don't work.
Yeah, I think that's basically it. There are a few bowlers with like particularly good slower balls.
Well, we had Harshal Patel talking about him struggling with his slow ball earlier this year and then suddenly getting good. Avesh has come on for the 19th and he's got a dot ball first up. That is good bowling, actually. He saw Dinesh go down, and I think Dinesh Karthik trying to scoop probably also tells you that he thinks the ball's gone a little bit soft here.
What do you think the thinking is, Jarrod, behind Avesh bowling this 19th?
I think in the first innings, teams are starting to think that you don't need your best bowler to bowl the 19th anymore. And Avesh is more likely to get a wicket than Sandeep at this stage.
Yeah, we had this conversation earlier in the tournament, and I couldn't have it, but I kind of coming towards that thinking a bit more, that you don't necessarily need your best guy to bowl 90.
Comes in again. This is short. It's up in the air. This should be a wicket.
Surely.
Yes, caught by Jaiswal. And he tries to. What time is it? Yeah. He tries the nipple flap. He sort of ran at that Dinesh Karthik, and again, it sort of tells me that the pitch is a little bit slow. And as he tries to whack that away, he just gets himself in his own, way, really, and ends up hitting it straight up in the air. And this is why I don't think it's a bad idea for Avesh to bowl this over. He tried to hit that over mid-off. He's a hard man to hit over mid-off, Avesh, because he bowls the leg cutters and they're slow and they get short. And he's got 2 wickets from those today, Jack.
Yeah, I think, again, that does point to the pitch being quite difficult. And the 2 shots that Dinesh Karthik have played there have been almost diametrically opposite in terms of, like, the kind of pitch you'd want to play them on. One is, I'm not sure I can strike this back down the ground. The other is, I'm going to hit this for 6 over extra cover off the back foot. And neither have worked. It's been a bit of a confused...
We had a message before, and it just disappeared. I should have read it out at the time, but someone on YouTube said that this is a good wicket to bowl short, slow balls. That's right. The issue with that is short, slow balls are not particularly bothersome for anyone if you're chasing 175. Short, slower balls are really, really good if the other team is trying to score 220. But if you're facing 225, you can just whack them away without trying to go over mid-off or over extra cover.
Yeah.
And we've seen 2 wickets where RCB didn't have that choice. So I don't disagree with the person who said that. It's just that they don't have the runs for those deliveries.
I'm actually surprised that the market hasn't swung harder towards Rajasthan Royals as well. Like, there's
It's late, though, in the game. The innings, that's why, isn't it?
It is late, but there's, 8 balls to go. Now there's only, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Lomro will probably
when
face
that
the whole last over.
LBW should have been given out, the run line was about 134, 136. So we've come back to a similar run. Sorry, not a run line. The line for Rajasthan, the match line.
I just don't know. I mean, like what I was driving at is I think the market really doesn't like Rajasthan's batting.
Swapnil, by the way.
They've brought Swapnil in. Khan Sharma. He's got another short leg cutter here, and he's turned this away. They're looking for 2. You didn't get your run out.
I did not, but the other 18s in one shot is 6 runs away from glory. And
everyone got on that. I didn't.
I also didn't.
Oh, Rob.
But I'm not here for me. I'm here for Cricket 8's legions
You're here for cricket.
fans. I'm here for cricket. I'm here for vibes. And I sleep here now.
You do. Jaiswal.
Comfy sofa.
Jaiswal dropped a catch earlier on the boundary that went for 6. Was that Lomro?
It was Lomro, I think.
Was it?
Yeah, it was early. It was his 3rd ball. He went ... drop 6.
Jack, where do you bowl to Lomro now? I think they might go off cutters, short and wide. Might be something that they would look at.
I was going to say out of the arc, and what you've described there is textball out of the arc. Like, getting him out doesn't matter that much.
They've got 2 fielders in at a short third and then a short backward point. Well, not backward point, normal backward point, I should say, which again suggests to me they're going to go wide. They've got the men out on the leg side. That's where Lomro is going to want to go here. He's got the ball outside off stump, and to be fair to him, he's got away with one here. It was an edge over the top of the field, so that went to plan for Avesh Khan. Just unfortunately for him, the ball flew over the top. It wasn't where Lomro was aiming, but they will take that.
Yeah, that's the risk with that field if you go wide and full. Like any bat on the ball is going to be a 4. Whereas I think your plan, short and wide, it's just
you could go up and over there as well with that, but yeah, I think I would probably
short, wide, and slow.
That was what I was thinking. It's a hard shot to pull
What
over.
you don't want to bowl here is a bowl that, if it's slogged, it can easily be a 4 anyway. Like, he's risking his wicket here.
This could be out and caught at deep point. Well, that does change things quite dramatically again because they've got no batting left here. Hasn't changed the odds as much as I thought it would.
If you're on the
unders when we called you before,
you've had
you could almost catch that one in already if you want. What did we say? It was 180. We told you to go under on this line.
Yeah, you're in very good shape.
If they score 20 runs off this last 7 balls now with Swapnil at the crease and probably Khan Sharma.
So Khan took Mitchell Stark down.
Yes.
But at the time, that was like taking down one of us 3. That's probably very unfair on you two because I'm a lot worse than you two.
What I would say is that was a pitch that had a bit of pace in it, and he hit the ball over cover. If you can hit the ball over cover for 4 and 6 here, good on you.
Yeah.
I don't see Khan Sharma doing that.
I also do not. In very good shape with the runs. Unlucky if you're on the 18-1 there because he needed 2 more.
Oh, but we did say to cash out, so I did see someone on YouTube that might have cashed out on that one. Oh, Joe Phillips, long roll, what have you done? I think we know what Joe Phillips might have put the bet on.
I mean, again, you can't argue with yourself, and you shouldn't argue with yourself because it takes ages in my experience. But you've definitely had a good bet there. Like, that was never 18s.
Kartik's just sent a message through saying the eliminator and final at Chennai might be a short game or washout, as that's a dot ball to finish that over. Khan Sharma was facing up. So they've got two new batters out here. If they get to 170 at the moment, they're doing quite well, actually. There's a lot of rain scheduled for Chennai over the next couple of games. It's
interesting.
Someone said an orange warning. So there is a cyclone warning.
They're my least favourite colour of warnings, orange warnings.
I didn't know what it meant till just now. But
me neither.
How many runs due next over, Rob?
Market says, hold the line please, caller.
The market says 11.
Doesn't it? It says, it now says 10.
Okay.
And if you put a gun to my head, which you frequently do, I would be on unders again. I've bet unders a lot of times in this inning, so I'm quite happy that they're not.
Oh, what are your magic numbers, by the way?
So my most magical of all the numbers would be 175, but I'll just accept anything lower than 178 would be lovely.
You will make money off this then. It would be very unlikely that they go above 178.
If they beat me by 11, I've done my dough, but I'm in a good spot. Yeah, sometimes when you get to the last over, you're in a complete mess, and at the moment I'm in a decent spot. One thing, every wicket has been caught, which is it's not really uncommon, but on a pitch like this where you'd think there's a bit about it.
Good hit here by Swapnil, but unfortunately for him, he's just hit it straight to long on, and he's going to get one.
The underarm, that's
that,
Parag, isn't it? It's Parag because he
Parag
doesn't have a shoulder for the proper throw. But that's something that I need to work on because I don't have a shoulder. And I was fielding close in the other day in our game that lasted 3.5 overs, and I had to waddle away and get one that went miles over my head. And I can't throw overarm, but one of our players was teaching me how to throw the ball well underarm. And it's actually quite a good skill, yeah.
West Indians love it, don't they? It's a technique that you see a lot of West Indian fielders use. And you do see some pitchers use it as well, so it is a proper way of throwing the ball, but it's very different to the standard way that we see. Khan Sharma back on strike. He hasn't scored yet. Sandeep, probably not his ideal matchup. They've changed the field a little bit here. Oh, and he's hit this.
Oh, dear.
Oh, you are kidding me.
Dropped for 4.
I had under for the last over as well, so that's annoying for me.
Jaiswal has dropped 2 catches and taken 1. I would be furious if I was the bowler right there.
He's cost them 20 odd runs in this innings total, Jaiswal, because that drop for 6 was huge because they've basically got no bats left if he catches that one on the rope for 6. And that
he didn't drop this one. He missed it.
That's just
it's not
for 4.
any better than the drop, if we're being honest.
It should have been a dot. And
should have been a run out.
I mean, it could have been.
That was really bad. And
Sanju Samson pointing to his head. He's going, wake up, mate. Wake up.
That's not good stuff from Jaiswal, that.
This is up in the air. This should be caught at deep cover. No, just land short as Rodman comes in. That was Khan Sharma trying to play that up and over shot again. I almost think the Khan Sharma, you want to bowl straight. He likes the offside.
So let me just. I've just seen a bet for the next inning. This is Sky Bet, who are jolly good people at Sky Bet. I'll give them some credit. I know a few of the lads that work there. They're good guys. And one thing they do.
I couldn't tell if you were being sarcastic.
No, I wasn't.
So long. You're so often just a mean person.
My natural default is sarcasm and dryness, but genuinely, there's some nice lads that work there. But one thing they do, which I really respect, is they
One
price
second,
up.
as he goes across. This is 6.
Mate.
That's bad bowling from Sandeep. He's bowled a full toss on the pads there, and that's been launched up and over.
Hang on. Why don't you just land on 175 or 176? Why don't you do that?
And just to say that I think that's your unders.
That's where unders gone. I did have one on 180 from much earlier when we were talking about.
Oh, so you're overall, but you went on.
I went on the last over. I thought these two, I don't back them.
Nope.
And up and
To be fair, with decent fielding, you probably wouldn't even be in this situation. And then a bad ball as well. Sorry, your Sky Bet is...
So what they do that other bookies don't do is they price up stuff out of their own heads. So they create markets that are like, let's...
There's going to be a single here. They look for two. No, just
things like in Test matches, will these two still be batting at tee? Or who's going to score the winning runs? Or who's going to be in at the end? Or whatever. It's really good. They've got Rajasthan to hit a boundary in each of their first 6 overs here, 15-8. Don't like it, it's not value. But to hit a 6 in each of their first 3 overs, 20-1 with Jaiswal at the crease. So the chances of there being a 6 in the first over is somewhere around 3 or 4-1. It's in there somewhere. But if Jaiswal gets a 6 in the first over, it then becomes no bigger than 50-50 for there to be one in the next. So 20-1.
No, he's more of a boundary hitter than a 6-hitter, isn't he? So you're getting that. You're going from one end.
It's a Jaiswal bet. Is what it is. Jaiswal will face the first ball. I'm pretty confident. They'll probably go up with a price on him to hit the.
Have we got any other
ball.
bets, by the way, that we need to get into?
Well, we're on Lockie 4-1 top bowler. If you can get
first ball 4
like
7-1.
If you can get that, it's quite good. I can only see 11-2 at the moment. Simon will probably tell us if there's an account. We'll let you know just before we come back on air. But this last ball's interesting.
Last ball of the innings, and this has gone straight up in the air, and it should be caught at deep cover for Sandeep. And he's had a bad day, Sandeep. He's gone for 48 off his 4 overs. I said there was something wrong with him early with his bowling. He's bowled a full toss outside off stump and picked up a cheeky little wicket, and that's 172, which means you got your unders, some of your unders.
Yeah.
You got your unders, not for that inning, not for that over, but from beforehand. I'm in a fairly decent place with my bet on who did I bet on? Rajasthan, and they're pretty. I should remember that. Remember, if you can get anything decent on a 4 first ball, or the 20-1 Sky Bet on 6 in the first 3 overs, have a go for that. We're going to have a break, but Jack wants to say.
I was going to say Tom Kohler-Cadmore hits quite a lot of 6s as well.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore hit 6s. Get in on those most 6s on Sky Bet. That was Jack Hope. This is the Rooster, Rob Barron. I am the only Jarrod Kimber you'll find on Cricket 8, and we'll be back in about 12 to 13 minutes.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to India on Cricket 8, your number one destination for all things Indian cricket related. As always, I'm your host, Nikesh Rugani, alongside Mega Sinha. Another week of IPL action has passed us by. Lots to talk about, including not just the performances of the teams and how the table's looking at the moment, but India's T20 World Cup squad has also been announced. So we'll be discussing that in some more detail as well. But Mega, just turning our attention to the IPL to start with, looking at that table, a very familiar look at the top of the table, although Rajasthan have temporarily at least been dethroned as we speak now by KKR, who are turning into some machine, aren't they?
Indeed. Rajasthan Royals love close matches, and courtesy that, they found themselves at the top of the table for 5 consecutive weeks. But finally, they've been dethroned rather, and now it's KKR perched at the top. And how amazing a form KKR is in itself. Their spinners, how lethal they've been. And am I allowed to call Sunil Narine a spinner? Because he's an all-rounder, a proper all-rounder. In top 5 in the batting charts as well, highest run getter for his team. And the wonders, the magic that Gambhir has worked on him is there for everybody to see. Because remember, the last few seasons, he was given that opening slot for a game or two, or otherwise as well was tried as a floater. Runs were just not coming, and that short ball strategy was working very well against him. But this time around, teams are trying that ploy, but to no avail. Sunil Narine continues to notch up those knocks, and in the spin department as well, contributing alongside Varun Chakravarti. Phil Salt has been in phenomenal form as well. So it's all working for them, and looks like it's going to be an interesting battle between the war for the top position as well.
Indeed. Look, 461 runs Sunil Narine has got. He's got 14 wickets as well. It's not inconceivable that he could finish as the orange cap holder for most runs and purple cap holder for most wickets as well. He's 4 behind Jasprit Bumrah at the moment.
Yeah.
And Bumrah doesn't look like he's going to make it to the playoffs as well. So that might give Narayan a couple of more games potentially to overtake him at some stage. And in terms of the runs, he's got his 3 highest ever scores in T20 cricket in this season's IPL. I mean, he was the guy who played such a crucial role in KKR winning the IPL in 2012 and in 2014. And now nearly a decade later, he's turning it back on. He's back at the top of the order. And that's obviously a lot to do with Gautam Gambhir, who was his captain when KKR last won the IPL trophy. And he said, look, I want him back at the top of the order. He's given him that confidence. He says, you're the man. I know you can get this job done at the top of the order. Bat alongside Phil Salt. Win us games, and that's exactly what he's doing. He just needed that arm around the shoulder, just that little bit of confidence, because he's always had the capability and the skill to be able to do that kind of job at the top of the order. It's not always going to come off. He's not always going to get 80s and 100s and things like that. Even if it doesn't, he doesn't tend to waste too many deliveries in that power play. That's the thing. He always goes for it. He's always playing his shots. And even sometimes when you do see him going at a run of ball for like 7 off 7, it's not for want of trying. He's swinging and missing a lot of the time, and then he's connecting with the odd one. So his intent is brilliant at the top of the order. And we talk about modern day players, don't we? Modern day T20 cricket and all these high scores that we've seen this season, the 260 plus scores from SRH and the 200 plus scores from pretty much everyone through this season. But when you look at Sunil Narine, he's an old school cricketer who's always played cricket in this modern kind of way. And it's beautiful to see. It's just a shame, I think, for the West Indies that he's firmly retired from international cricket and we're not going to see him in the World Cup next month, isn't it?
Indeed. In fact, there was some conversation that happened between the board and him, but he was pretty clear on not returning. And he's not featured in the last few editions of the T20 World Cup. So not really surprising on that front, but really a shame with the sort of form he is in and the World Cup being played at his home. He'd not feature in it.
Absolutely. So Rajasthan then slipping into second position. They got a game in hand over the KKR. I mean, those two sides locked in at 16 points. I think you'd be a fool to bet against them getting into those playoffs and potentially even finishing in those top 2 positions. There's a group of sides just perched behind them at the moment. Chennai Super Kings, Sunrisers Hyderabad, Lucknow Super Giants all on 12 points. Then you got the Delhi Capitals lurking dangerously in 6th position, just a couple of points behind with still 3 games left to play in the group stages. You'd think it would be a battle between those sides for the remaining playoff positions. However, out of nowhere, the Bangalore find themselves in 7th position. They're vastly improving their net run rate as they pick up these victories as well. They've won 4 now out of 11 matches. They're on 8 points, so they're 4 points behind that group on 12. And that's at the moment, kind of what would get you into the playoffs. And given their net run rate, it would, another win and that, would be improved furthermore. They would be in that sort of top 4 shout with a couple of more wins and depending on other results. But it's a long way to go. Mathematically still possible. There's a bunch of sides on 8 points, by the way, but Punjab Kings by Indians, Gujarat Titans, all with worse run rates. Gujarat Titans pretty much done and dusted, given their net run rate, minus 1.320 at the moment. Bangalore, let's talk about Bangalore. Have they left it too late?
Indeed. Obviously, they do have the momentum on their side, but a mountain to climb. And the mid-table huddle that we're talking about has presented a lot of contenders. So it's certainly not going to be easy, but good for them, good for their fans, because the sort of form that they were in, it was absolutely disappointing with the resources that they had, at least in the batting department, for the team to constantly fail to cross the line. And there were matches where they got it close, but still couldn't close the games. So from that point of view, obviously important. And with the next year, mega auctions and all of that, the team needed to find what is working for it and what's not working for it. So I'm looking at it more from next season's point of view and from the point of view of its fans. I think for them to break into the playoffs, miracles need to happen. They happened for the RCB back in 2016 when, courtesy Virat Kohli's phenomenal form, they rode on the back of it to make it to eventually the finals. But too challenging. Do you see them realistically making it to the playoffs, finishing in the top 4?
Realistically, I mean, you got to say no, given their position in the table. Just 3 games remaining. They need to win all 3 and hope other results go in their favour, and just keep an eye on that net run rate as well, and just keep improving it game by game. So they're going to need some pretty comfortable wins going forward in their final 3 matches. You wouldn't bet against them winning those 3 matches, but it could just be a step too far. But again, they're riding on the back of Virat Kohli's form, and he's the man. He's the top run scorer in this season's IPL. I told you, didn't I, by the way, at the start of the season, that Kohli is going to have a bumper season. He's going to prove to everybody that he is a T20 player and he should be in that India team, and he obviously is, and will be representing India in that World Cup. I just think, Glenn Maxwell's been a big disappointment this season. The bowlers are kind of getting it together now, but that's been the issue, hasn't it, over so many years. It doesn't matter if you put Dale Steyn in there, if you put Jacques Kallis in there, if you put Mitchell Starc in there, if you put Siraj in there, Anil Kumble, Zahir Khan, all these guys. It doesn't matter. They just don't do it when they put on that red shirt, that red and black shirt, or red and blue as it is this season. But there will be a lot of regrets for RCB, I think, come the end of the season. They've still got a mathematical chance. And look, we all know about their fan base, as well, spending a lot of time in Bangalore, we should call it, not Bangalore. They're proper fanatics, and they will not give up until that 14th match is complete and it's impossible for them to make the playoffs. Let's see. It would be a great story, wouldn't it? And, there's so many people around the world, not just in India, but around the world, willing RCB to do well because they want Virat Kohli to have that elusive trophy, which he's never won, the IPL. And he's performed so well in it over so many years that they feel that he just deserves it really in some way. I mean, look, nobody has a God-given right to win anything. You've got to do it through performances, but he individually has been one of the stars of all these years of the IPL. And it would be quite fitting if they were to make the playoffs and have a run at that trophy. But it looks a long way off at the moment. I mean, just above them, Delhi Capitals, more realistic chance. They're 2 points better off at the moment. I've got a sneaky feeling that the Delhi Capitals are going to somehow make their way into that top 4. I don't know who it will be at the expense of, because you look at the Chennai Super Kings, their form's been a little bit on and off recently. Matisa Patirana is now going to miss the rest of the season as well through injury, so that might be a big blow for them. Lucknow kind of blow hot and cold. They're an unfashionable side. They seem to get the job done when it's required of them. They've had a good couple of seasons so far in the IPL. Early days for them as a franchise, but they're always in those playoffs over the last couple of years. And then the Sunrisers. I mean, how can you count out the Sunrisers when they're scoring all those runs? I suppose the one way to do it, Mega, is to bat first and put them under pressure. Yeah, get them to chase and see if that works. But that is toss dependent, of course. And all it would take, I think, would be for them to win maybe one or two of their. If they win 2 of their final 3 games, they're pretty much done and dusted into the playoffs. But even if they, win 1 and keep their net run rate pretty healthy, you never know. So a strong battle. I think Delhi will make it into the top 4. I've just got a sneaky feeling that Rishabh Pant isn't quite done yet in these group stages. He wants to give us some playoff magic to work with. Any thoughts from you on that?
Delhi have strung together momentum of their own. And in fact, talking about whether 14 points would be sufficient to make it to the playoffs. Now, there was a season where Sunrisers Hyderabad made it to the playoffs with just 12 points because they had superior net run rate to the other teams stuck at 12. But that was when IPL had 8 teams. Now with 10 teams, it's highly likely that the teams with at least 16 points would make it to the playoffs. And anything less than that might not be sufficient. But there still could be room for that one team with 14 points. And RCB still has to win 3 more games. And that's why I kind of dismiss that thought as very fanciful. But talking about the Delhi Capitals, now they've been, of course, doing really well at home. They have a game scheduled today as well, later in the day, against the table, not really the table toppers anymore, but against the number 2 position team, that's the Rajasthan Royals. This game is going to be extremely important, and every other game that follows from here. But also as a test of character against a team that has been on a phenomenal run in this IPL. Rishabh Pant, one of his best seasons in the IPL. He's almost nearing 400 runs, has been phenomenal against pace, and all the concerns around whether he'd be fit enough for the IPL, are we rushing him, all of that has been put to rest. He's been doing the wicket-keeping job as well, is the captain, and alongside, of course, being the batter, he's been back to his aggressive self, something that we didn't get to see for a while in between. And at the top, Fraser McGurk didn't make it to the Australian squad, but for the Delhi Capitals, he's been absolutely on money since the time he made it. Although there are concerns around the other batters, whether it's Prithvi Shaw or other batters who've gotten a look in his place. Akshay Patel being back amongst runs, that's a huge positive.
Cricket 8, I'm Jarrod Kimber. Jack Hope from the Cricket Podcast is here. The Rooster, Rob Barron, is here as well, who says if there's no dew, he's going to be on the defence. But that's more to do with the odds, I would say, than anything else there, Rob.
Indeed.
You don't really think they're going to defend, but you think at 320, if the ball's moving around a little bit and it doesn't get slippery, there's a big chance.
So they're expecting dew here because they're opening with Swapnil. That's the only way they would open with Swapnil, isn't it? If they're expecting dew later, so it's going to be difficult for the spinners to grip the ball. But if I had Siraj, I would allow him to bowl the first over because that's where he's most dangerous.
Yeah, that's a win for Rajasthan already. If that is dew related, we didn't see a lot of seam, which is kind of Siraj's main thing. But me and Jack kind of have a little, I don't know what's the best way of putting it, but
soft spot.
We think that there might be the sort of pitch that could help when it comes to Siraj and nipping around a little bit, but he's not being used straight away. They've got a long on out and a deep mid wicket. It's Jaiswal facing the ball spinning into him.
I hate this.
This is where the 6th first ball can happen. Spin to Jaiswal.
I hate this.
Let's see how it goes. First ball, and he defends this to, well, not defends, but pushes to mid off for no run. Why do you hate this?
I mean, like we've seen Jaiswal against spin coming into him a lot, and he's quite good at it. And he's not that good against seam, and that's been exposed quite badly this year.
I do find it weird if they were going to go spin, they haven't gone Maxwell.
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it? Like, Maxwell's bowled a fair amount right at the top of the innings. So
Jaiswal's tried to force this one away and hasn't got it away.
I also think the way you win this if you're RCB is wickets, and even though this might be a cheap over, it doesn't really help you get towards your actual target, which is to get Rajasthan
7 wickets
down.
Yeah. 6 wickets even with Rajasthan could be interesting. Oh, he went to come in then, Swapnil. Jaiswal went into the reverse pose, or maybe even the switch hit pose, and Swapnil decided, no, not going to bowl that one then. Kohler Cadmore is opening at the other end. He hasn't faced the ball, of course, yet. Swapnil comes in again, and outside edge from Jaiswal, which is fielded short third, and they get a single.
So they're up and running.
Surprisingly slow start there.
It's a weird start, isn't it?
He looks a bit upset about 1 off 3 off the spinner there, Jaiswal.
Yeah.
He's not the Jaiswal that faced the first ball every time last year and hit half of them for 4 and 1 or 2 for 6. He was a bankable first ball monster, Jaiswal, and he no longer is.
Kohler Cadmore against the new ball spin. Have we got any?
I've got his general stuff against spin. Left arm orthodox, he's pretty good. Averages 38, strikes at 145.
He's got a deep mid wicket and a long off, and he defends this one. He's actually trying to get it to long off, but there's some good fielding by Faf, I think, at short cover there, and doesn't allow him to get any runs. So they've burgled this over so far without any runs, but Rajasthan haven't looked like they are putting themselves under any pressure either. Even that last shot from Jaiswal, he's looking for the gap. Kohler Cadmore comes down, flicks this on the leg side, but it's just one. Just for a minute, I thought there might have been a short mid wicket in place, but there wasn't. Takes an easy single. Just having a look at against spin. His strike rate against left arm finger spin is 166 in the power play.
Yeah.
But he hasn't faced a lot of left arm finger spin in the power play. Actually, that's just the last year. Let me go back a little bit further. But yeah, it's not something he's faced an awful lot against, but he usually whacks it, and we saw the aggressive nature there. So 3 dots, 2 singles. A single here, and I think Rajasthan are like, great, you've used up a bit of the new ball, and we didn't have to worry about Siraj running through us. Even a dot ball, I don't think they'll be massively unhappy with that, as that is pushed down to mid-off, and there is no run. That's the weirdest start, and this is not at all what I thought we would see from either side.
Yeah, I'm slightly lost for words at that start. I just don't really understand any of it. Why did he open? Why did Jaiswal block him? Why aren't they bothered that they got 2 off the first over? Both teams got 2 off the first over today, I think. Crazy start. What do we see now? What I would say is that you have to downgrade Jaiswal a bit.
He didn't. Your sixes in the first 3 overs is gone, isn't it?
I really liked it when I saw the spin.
I was going to say, I can see why you're excited, but it didn't quite work for you there.
I'm trying to find a Jaiswal run line now, which I can't in Asia. So Asia, wake up if Asia is watching, which I'm sure it is.
All of Asia.
29.5 for Jaiswal is really high for somebody that's scored 30 in his last 3. That's a lot. 29.5, 365. I would be on under there.
Colin Cadmore is facing up, and this is Siraj. Ball moves a little bit in the air. Felt like it was swing to me. I need to see the replay again. 137 kilometres an hour. Colin Cadmore played that pretty well into the covers for no run. Rajasthan looked like they just, as long as they don't lose a wicket in the power play here, they don't have a problem. What has Colin Cadmore got around his neck?
Is it an ice thing or something like that? I don't know. Is it sometimes they take them out, don't they?
It looked like the sort of thing you see in a science fiction movie from 1983.
Yeah.
He's about to appear in Tron or something. Siraj, again, half volley outside off stump, slashed in the air, but it's just gone down to third for 1.
I think the other thing with Jaiswal and that unders bet, that's about true to how he's played this year. So Jaiswal hasn't been unlucky. He's getting out as much as you would expect for a player who has played with the level of control that he has. And he's been averaging, pretty much 30, maybe a little bit less. And we think this pitch might be a little bit iffy too, particularly with the newer ball.
Put, in my head, they've put a mean number up when they should have put a median number up. And that's the big difference. So player runs is median. It's nothing to do like average. I tell traders time and time again, stop looking at the average when you're coming up with player runs lines, because it doesn't help. He's got, when it comes to 29, he's got over that 3 times and under that the rest. So what's that, 8 this season?
Half volley outside off start. He's punched this beautifully. It was actually probably more of a Yorker in the end, and he's hit it to mid-off, Jaiswal, and he's got a 1. He looks in control though, and he hasn't always looked in control early on. Hopefully, for his sake and for Rajasthan's sake, although for the game's sake, it's probably better if he goes out, but for the entertainment's sake, we watch him out or hitting sixes. But right at the moment, he looks in control in a way that he hasn't of recent times.
As we get a montage of him being out to seam bowling.
He's been trying to hit it down the ground quite a bit, and I think he just needs to punch it through the offside. He'll get so many boundaries that way. Cadmore in, gets a straight ball, thinks of a single. Bit of a mix-up there for a moment. Good fielding.
So
Faf's everywhere in the field here.
So that's potentially an example of, earlier on we were having a discussion about form and where it isn't a thing. Now that could be an example of someone who's, in quotes, in bad form, who's actually just got a technique problem at the moment. And
yes.
I know with...
I would agree there.
Yeah, with Jaiswal, he spent a lot of time working with the Rajasthan Royals coaching staff to keep his elbows in, which helps him access the leg side.
Oh, this is a bad ball down the leg side, but unfortunately for Colin Cadmore, who's been looking pretty good so far, doesn't get that away, and he'll be disappointed with that, and it hits him on the pad and they take a leg by. And
based on that montage of him getting out, not punching through the offside because he's looking to hit through the leg side, it's possible he's gone just a little bit too far, and he's corrected one mistake and overcorrected too far and needs to find a balance.
And these things happen quite a bit. We're just having a look at his record versus pace and spin. He hasn't been dismissed versus spin in this tournament with a strike rate of 164. He's got a strike rate of 146 against pace, this Jaiswal, but he has been dismissed an awful lot against it. Siraj. This is a very, very important over. He slices this up on the offside.
Pure slog.
And
Well
the
fielded.
most casual fielding you will see from Swapnil there. So 2 edges in that over, but both of them were completely safe in the end. Jaiswal has according to Barron, has let me just get this, has a dismissal every 3.33 times for false shots this season, whereas last season it was 8, which is what we're talking about there.
I've got a different stat for that, but that's interesting.
All these databases
Yeah.
are slightly different depending
Mine's more like 5.5, but
Either way, it's low.
Yeah, it's lower. Last year it was, I think, 10.
Yep.
Is what was why I've had.
So luck is such a thing, isn't it? It really is.
Oh, yes.
Such a massive thing. Like some people are lucky. Like Faf, in my head, is one of the luckiest cricketers I've ever seen. Cameron Green definitely is. Labuschagne,
Bairstow?
definitely is. Yeah, maybe the Bear. Some you get who are lucky to be around, like those poor England openers who couldn't get a game when England had Alistair Cook, Trescothick before that, Strauss. Cook and Strauss, best of luck if you're an opener. And then for 3 years, England didn't have anyone, and everyone got to go. Sam Robson played.
Yes, Dial comes in, and this is a beautiful shot from Jaiswal, but it's the backward point. So they're 6 without loss. The no wickets is massive here, though.
6 off 13 when Jaiswal is at the crease means something has to happen. He's still very young, Jaiswal. We've seen a lot of him, but he's still very young. One thing about Jaiswal, I know he got bowled last time, but other than that, he's such a caught man. He is always caught. He is really ticking now. He's thinking...
They've just changed the field, actually. They realise he wants to punch through that offside. The bad thing for RCB is he's faced 7 balls.
If this is wide, it's going over point for 6.
So, Yash Dial, left arm, and he's gone an edge, and it's dropped by Cameron Green. Wow, where has that gone? Is it going to go for 4? It is going to go for 4, I think. Yeah, that's a 4.
I'm not 100% convinced it's a 4.
Should have been a catch.
It absolutely should have been a catch from a guy who has got a really good pair of hands, if
I
you
think
believe all commentators.
Just on that, it flew, and it flew to his right. And I think if we look at the replay, I still think he should have caught it, and that's what he's there for. Let's just have a look here. Yeah, it flew to his right. He was at full stretch. If he'd got 2 hands to it, he might have been able to get it, but he's ended up punching that away.
I actually think if you've got good hand-eye, which Cameron Green unequivocally has, it's easier to catch with 1 hand than it is with 2 on those sort of things. So what happened there is he went with 2 and then was like, I can't reach it, so I have to go with 1. So he's doing too much thinking.
That's definitely 4, isn't it?
How is he the man that's gone to stop it as well?
Yeah, where was the rest of the field?
When he's lying on the floor having
Dinesh
just dropped the
Karthik is
cap.
407 standing next to him.
Yash Dial, and again, and this is exactly what Rob said, over point, but it's over backward point. They put the fielder in for this kind of delivery, and Jaiswal was just too good. He knew there was no one there. He didn't even worry about keeping it. Wasn't bothered if it was at catchable height or anything there, and just opened the face and gets a free boundary. So now RCB are in trouble because they haven't got any early wickets, and Jaiswal has now got a couple of boundaries, and he almost hit that for 6.
Yeah, it was flat and hard. 1 bounce.
RCB are like, it's not that far from the fielder, but he knew exactly where he was hitting that. There was no way he was going to miss hit that to deep backward point. If anything, he was going to edge it over the top. This is short and wide and should have been put away, and he's missed this. There's something going on out here for the new ball.
Yeah, you'd think. I mean, like we were talking about Siraj as a bowler who we thought would bowl well on this pitch, and he did. Yash Dihal, probably another one with the new ball that you'd think would be quite dangerous. What were the amount of swing you were talking about earlier? It was like significant. It was over 1 or 2 degrees.
There was one that was 4 degrees, wasn't there?
And Yash Dayal swings the ball pretty much as much as anyone, maybe even more than anyone else.
Yash Dial to Jaiswal again. He's 11 off 10 now. He's got a half volley outside off stump, and that's the shot I think he should be playing more in this IPL. That has gone to the boundary at a ridiculous rate. Ravi Shastri's not here, but if he was, trace a bullet. I've got some good control stats for you, Rob. Varron's now, he's sending them directly for you.
Thanks, mate.
He said the 900 had a control percentage of 48. So 52% of the time in that innings, he was out of control.
I think he was out of control for 104% of that innings.
That's the lowest for anyone with a score of over 50 plus in a match.
Wow.
Now, I don't know if that's just the IPL or,
It's just
or
in
which
any
database.
match of cricket that's ever been played in the history of the universe.
I don't know.
I could believe that.
I saw a Rory Burns 100 at Edgbaston once, which...
The worst 100 I've ever seen, sorry, Jack, was Ed Joyce. Against...
Oh, this is short, and this is beautiful batting. He guides this like he's Arjuna Ranatunga, but fitter. And he guides it between slip and backward point. And was that 4 fours in that over in the end? And that has changed everything quite dramatically because he's not taken a lot of risks to get there either. Sorry, Arjuna Ranatunga facts.
No, the Ed Joyce against Australia when he just moved from Ireland to playing for England.
The one
And
in
everyone
SCG
said
or something?
It was definitely in Oz. He was dropped like 5 times before he got to 40 or something, and then ground out a horrible match-losing 100 because he really wanted to score 100, and everyone was going on about what a great 100 it was. It was appalling. It's funny what sticks in your head, isn't it, when you watch millions of cricket matches?
I remember the first time that Cricinfo asked me to do stats-based pieces and start the sort of analysis that I do now. I went to watch the Sydney Thunder play Sydney Sixers at the Sydney Derby out in the West. It takes about 17 hours to get to. I'm not sure it's even in Sydney, if we're being honest. Not that I'm bitter, but the other ground is in the centre of town. Colin Cadmore against Siraj. Jeez, he's timed that incredibly well. And again, I thought that was stopped. It isn't. I thought, was that Faf at mid-on? The timing on that shot. The back foot, it was just beautiful shot. We've all got our issues with Colin Cadmore, but that particular shot is one of the hardest shots in cricket to play. That is a back foot on drive. And he timed it so well that Faf du Plessis couldn't stop it. So anyway, I went out to this stupid Olympics ground in the middle of nowhere in Sydney, and I think Moses Enriquez made, let's say, 55 off 40 to win the game with 4 drops. And my first analysis article was, how do you analyse this innings? Because he's been given man of the match. But it was absolutely horrendous. And they've got a short catching mid-wicket in there now. But it's half volley outside off stump, and this is flashed through the offside. This game could move very, very quickly here. This is exactly the start that Rajasthan wanted. No wickets in the first couple of overs, and now they're cashing in on bad balls. And Siraj just over-pitched there. Nothing wrong with his last ball. Maybe a little bit down leg side, but nothing wrong with it. This one, though, over-pitched, outside off stump, and just a throwdown. And Colin Cadmore, I think he's got one edge and maybe missed out on a ball that he should have hit for 4. But he looks sensational. But I love strengthening the leg side field, Jack, and then bowling a half volley outside off stump. That's my jam.
That's Siraj, baby. That is Siraj. It's already looking like a long way back, isn't it, for RCB?
Although Colin Cadmore slogs at this one. He gets an inside
bowled.
edge past his stumps, and he'll get 1.
This is all Cam Green's fault, the fact that they're in such big trouble now. It's all Cam Green's fault. If he would have been a bit cleverer with the bat, or took a bit more responsibility, and if he'd have been able to field like a normal
How did he
man,
go out again? I've forgotten.
Slogged. Just slogged out, caught in the deep.
So what would you have liked him to have done in that innings? Make a lot more runs.
So he looked really bad early, but then he got a couple away and got to the 27 off 20 or whatever it was. And he was facing Ashwin, and it was like, I'm in now, so I'm going to slog this ball. Just a premeditated step, smash, and caught very easily. Where was he caught? Powell caught everybody, didn't he? Long on.
Yeah.
Did cover? Jaiswal defending here. This just shows that they really realise they're a long way ahead of this game at the moment. And then the drop catch as well from Cameron Green that we were talking about before. A wicket here brings RCB back into the game, but it doesn't put them anywhere near level.
I throw Lockie the ball now.
Okay.
Because they haven't got the good Siraj. They need the good Lockie, and Lockie's been showing signs. We're on him top bowler at Falls today, but he's been showing signs, Lockie, that he's getting back to something like his best. He's not there because that version of Lockie is unplayable. But they absolutely need him now.
Siraj to Jaiswal. Short. He goes for the big pull shot. He's hit this well, and this is 4. Oh, that's bad fielding. Is that Patitar down there?
No, I think that's Swapnil, but
that should have been stopped.
They've fielded
And
so
was that
badly
wet?
So the dew has come. So we saw Faf with the towel a minute ago.
Yeah.
So the dew is down. They've got the bad
Dew is
Siraj.
here.
They're 35 for 9 or 3.5. They're staring firmly down the barrel here, RCB. But once again, the team that is fielding horrendously badly is losing. Just teach your players how to field properly. That was quite easy. That was a routine stop. that's gone for 4. They've misfielded 2 for 4 and dropped a catch in these first 4 overs.
They're almost at 5s now, RCB. So I can't see a wicket bringing them in under 3s.
No. If they got Jaiswal now, it would jump. But everybody's seen this due here.
And Jaiswal plays a beautiful shot back down the ground here. Another misfield from Siraj, but he did well to stop that from going for probably for 4, I think. What's the second innings run line? No, okay, we won't go there. 126 is the line at the moment. Are you in or out on any of your bets?
I'm out of everything at the moment.
Were you negative or positive today?
I was
Emotionally,
negative for a little
morally?
bit, but then I was positive when my unders came in at the end.
Have you put any bets on the Labour Party?
I haven't. I think they're too short.
I agree. 112 you said for a majority. This is more for the English viewers.
1 to 9 was the best price I found.
Yeah, that's a bit short for me. I do think they will win and get a majority, but I think that is a bit silly. Anything on politics, Rob?
No.
Have you ever bet on an election?
No.
Because you bet on a lot of stupid things.
I have, and repeats of bullseye is what I like to bet on.
That is your favourite one. But I actually think you rigged that a little bit.
I lost, so
yeah,
I didn't rig it very well.
You say that, but you know, it's white men can't jump territory, right?
Do you
lose on purpose.
You think it's the long game, do you?
I'm just saying. I don't trust it. I don't trust the fact that you haven't seen every single episode of Bullseye.
Oh no, I have, but I can't remember them. That's the problem. I've definitely seen every single episode of it.
What's Bullseye?
So the time I regret.
Sorry, what did you say?
So
what's Bullseye?
So
you didn't even live in this country, and I don't know. Yashno comes in, it's on the pads, it's flicked away. Is this caught?
surely.
Oh, no, that was an absolute sitter. And that would have, and was that Maxwell?
Yeah.
Oh, it was on the hip. And to be fair to Colin Cadmore, I just think he thought to himself, well, I'll just flip this around the corner for an easy boundary. And unfortunately for him, he found that deep backward square, one of the best fielders in the world, well, when he had legs, one of the best fielders in the world. And
he
he's
only
run
needs
around.
hands to catch
Is that
that
two
one.
drops? No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Close,
two drops.
Two
Two
drops.
misfields? One miss.
2.5 misfields. 2 misfields for 4. And 2 drops, and that one for Glenn Maxwell. He should be catching that 100 out of 100.
That's a bad shot from Colin Cadmore. I said before he was wrong, but I said before he was fine with that shot, but he really had to get inside that.
So there's your argument.
Nice one, full toss. Oh, I thought that should have been a 4 as well.
Against the reverse cut. It's the only argument against the reverse cut. Those easy ones, the only way you can drop them is having hands here, because if you've got hands here, it pops back up again. Do you know what I mean? So if the ball's travelling here, it does that. If it does that and you clang it,
Let
it's
me have a
gone.
look at that. I don't think you can do this catch here.
You can.
Oh,
He's
it's
got-
too high. It's way too high. It's above his head.
You don't have to catch things above your head like this. It's only just above his head. You can catch it there.
No.
Either way, you can't drop it.
He's dropped it anyway. It doesn't matter. Rob's wrong, obviously, but 37 without loss after 4.2.
Sorry,
Back to Colin Cadmore's
Oh dear, that's
slower
horrible
ball
cricket.
on the leg stump that should have been hit for 4 and was pushed out for no run. Sorry.
Why
Do birds
haven't
suddenly appear?
you seen Bullseye before, young
But I
man?
don't even, because it's like a show for old men from the 40s.
I mean, he's probably right.
I'm going.
For
home.
those who don't know, Bullseye is maybe the most English show ever made, which is part darts and part trivia, and the trivia is hilarious. This is whacked away by Colin Cadmore for 4/6, I'll say. I think
5.
it just bounced.
5.
We'll give it 5.
5 runs.
I think it just bounced in front of the Toblerone, but it might have hit the Toblerone on the full.
That's a KP Crazy Ideas Machine move. Why not, if it hits the Toblerone, it's just 5?
Why don't the players all get Toblerones? Why did Toblerone not sponsor the Toblerone?
That's a genius
Great question.
move. That is a genius move.
And
It is the stupidest thing ever.
whoever's working for Toblerone now, send loads into Cricket 8 because we've just said Toblerone.
Oh, I
loads
missed
of
that.
times.
I missed it again. Was that 4 or 6?
I think it's still 4.
I think they've given it 4.
5.3 RCB are at the moment. We do expect a swing back, of course, if there is a wicket, but it's not looking great with the 2 drops.
If Lockie doesn't bowl,
It's got a half. Oh, I was going to say that's actually good bowling. It was a slower ball from Yash Dayal, but it's a bad sign that he's bowled 2 slower balls in this over because he needs to take a wicket with seam here, not with spin.
Yeah, completely agree.
Do you know what I mean
Yeah,
by
he's
that?
bowling for his own economy rate, not for the team.
Yeah, he's got to risk going for a wicket. I see Ashwin has his pads on, Rian Parag, Sanju Samson, so everyone's ready to come in next.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the physio was padded up.
This is quite a big ball, this.
Last ball of the 5th over. He's bowled 2 very slow balls. This one's outside off stump. It's another slower one, and it's just too easy. It just sat in the wicket. And this is what I was talking about. Someone came up with a very smart comment on YouTube before where they said you need slower ball short of a length. You do, but when all Kolakogma has to do now is wait for that ball and time it a couple of times, and he'll get boundaries off it. He'll get singles all the time. It's a very different ball at this stage. Anyway, remember you can email us live at cricket8.com. Kartik has sent in saying any news from Leeds. We were told from all of our various contacts earlier today that game was not going to be going ahead.
I'll tell you. It's the best weather forecast that you can get is the completed match market on Betfair, so I'll just tell you what price it is. England-Pakistan completed match is 1.02 for no, so they're saying you can have 50 to 1 they get a game.
50 to 1 you get a game. Kartik said, also, another message he sent in was that is a Q collar. And I thought it might have been the Q collar originally, but then it didn't look like it was sitting right. So a Q collar is something that players have started using now for head injuries, isn't it?
Oh, it's one of
okay.
those. That's interesting. Yeah, that's in the NFL, isn't it? Quite a lot.
This is flicked beautifully by John.
It
If
is,
I'm an
okay.
RCB fan and I see that shot, I'm going to the pub. And they've got a lot of pubs in Bengaluru.
Yeah.
Find your favourite beer garden because he has timed the absolute trousers off that.
But don't have the ice.
It just depends on which one you go to.
Okay.
You don't want ice in your beer anyway.
I quite like a bit of ice in my beer.
Oh, goodness. This is why we should
You're
have people on the
making, you're
show.
making fun now. No, Jesus.
This is why we
Don't
should.
say things like that.
First thing he says is he doesn't watch Bullseye, doesn't know what it is, and then he says he has ice in his beer. Like, this is the problem with generation, whatever the hell you are. Like, whatever these children are.
We should say Lockie Ferguson is in now, which Rob called and is a good move.
He definitely should be in now, but they need the poll right here, right now, don't they? It's got to be now.
They probably need 2 by the 8th over.
Yeah.
This isn't a single poll thing. They're at 570 at the moment, right? So we are talking about what are they? That gives them what, about a 5.5% chance of winning this game, according to the market?
Sorry, what price are they?
570?
No, it's much more than that. It's 17.5.
Oh, of course. Sorry. Yeah. 17.5% chance. This is a wicket!
Lockie!
There we go. Well, that does change things quite a bit with a good Yorker outside of stump. Kohler Cadmore is upset, and that is the Ferguson that RCB want to see showing up. But this has been a great start.
That's a magnificent delivery, by the way. It's the slower ball, absolutely perfect Yorker on the bottom of off stump. That's the old Lockie that had that in his armoury. We've not seen that for a while. I'm pretty sure it's a slower ball. Somebody's going to tell me it's 98 miles an hour now.
126 kph.
Right, look at that.
Oh, leg
Back of
cutter.
the hand, that's a beauty. That's one of the best balls of the IPL, that.
Kohler Cadmore upset there, but that was a very, very good delivery. A good sign as well that they could still bowl the slower balls. But they certainly needed that. And brought themselves, maybe not back into the game, but still given themselves a chance, haven't they?
Yeah, still think they need one more, as you were saying. But, like, there's a little bit of hope.
Just having a look now. So what are they going, what do they need from here? They're going at 8.36, so they need 8.75 throughout the rest of the chase. So they're massively ahead of the game. Absolutely no doubt there. So if you've got your bets on, some more messages have come through on the YouTube channel. This has to be the worst season by a major international player. He's averaging 5 this year. I'm assuming that's Maxwell, isn't it?
He's lucky to be averaging 5 as well. He was dropped 3 times, the only time he got 20 this season. It's again, what is that? Is that form? Because you could have argued that he was one of the most informed bats on planet Earth when this competition started. He wasn't far off doing the unbelievable double 100 in the World Cup. Does that count as a great innings? Because Machado dropped him, my nan would have called it.
I think if you score a double 100, you are probably going to be dropped. Forward defence by Andrew Sampson here. He's just like, okay, we're ahead of this. You want to bowl good, Lockie? We'll wait. They can afford at this stage to block out 2 Lockie overs.
Literally, yeah.
Interesting that the run line for the first 6 is saying 1.5.
Sorry, explain that.
To me. It's giving them 1.5 runs off these 2 balls. You can back over 47.5 at evens. So they need 2 off 2. at the end of the power play. The amount of times the last ball of the power play goes for a boundary.
Good batting by Samson. If you want to know how Samson looks, he was completely in the right position there. Got that ball on the pads. It was the leg cutter again. Waited for it to hit the middle of the bat. Turned it for 1.
So for those of us that were on highest first 6 overs score to beat RCB today at 1.8, we just don't want to boundary this ball because they got 50. And so they're on, what are they on now? 47 with a ball to go. So cheering no boundary off Lockie here, please.
Could be another win.
And Lockie top bowler fans have had a good start.
Surely Jaiswal blocks this out or looks for a single. He's not going to play a big shot
won't.
here. He can't play a big shot here.
Lockie!
He thought about a big shot there. It was more of a push down the ground, to be fair. And Lockie has got us home on that one bet. So another winner from earlier in the day for everyone else. So Rajasthan still at 133. RCB at 3.9. They need 3 wickets by the 11th over, Jack.
Yeah, ballpark.
That keeps them in this with a sniff. If they get more than that, massively ahead. If they get less than that, it's probably going to be a procession at one stage.
Yeah, unless there's like a maiden or something freaky like that thrown in.
Because they've
that really ups the run rate, then yeah.
We'll have Hetmeyer come in as the impact sub, we assume. And they've also got Ferreira if they want that to come in. And so that means that Chahal probably goes out. And so they'll have batting down to Ashwin at number 8. And they can always use it. If Jaiswal or Sanju Samson starts to score quite well, they can always send Ashwin in for a cheeky 20 off 20 here if they wanted to as well, Rob.
Well, I love the way they use Ashwin, the batsman. It's really funny. Yeah, they've got that if they want to, but I don't think today's the right answer, do you? I don't think that's the time.
No. It depends on what they think wickets are. Oh, this is a bad ball, short, and dragged in. That looked a little bit like due to me, and it was pulled away for 6. Now, it wasn't that far over the top of the fielder's head, though.
No, but it is 6.
It is 6, and it was a terrible ball.
Yeah, I don't think there's a phrase.
First ball after the power play, Jack. You don't see that too often.
There's a phrase Rob uses sometimes, which is that's a 6 that isn't a 6. That's a 6 that was just a 6, I think. Because it was a bad ball and so on. So I don't think
that went a long way over the fielder. Now I'm looking back at it.
I don't think it has to massively change our calculations about what would happen next, though.
Who was on the boundary there? Because that was a great jump for the cameras.
Yeah, if
Swapnil in again, single. Just
if Brett Dorey was on the boundary line there, it would have.
Mohammed Irfan.
I love Brett Dorey. I just want to watch him bat all day. If Dorey and Irfan ever bat together, that's all I ever need in my life.
Dorian Smith.
Okay. Myrtle
is that too much of a literary reference for? Anyway, doesn't matter. Jaiswal has got 5 fours in this game so far. That's a lot of 4s.
5 4 so far.
Is that what I said?
East 5 5, 4 5 4.
4 5s?
He's a 6 hitter usually in the power play, so I think he's really thinking about this game quite cleverly. And now he's facing the left arm finger spinner. It looks to me like that ball's a little bit wet. That just didn't come out of his fingers, Swapnil, perfectly, but he skidded it onto the pads. I think we might see some paddles and reverse sweeps and stuff if he's going to bowl that fast from here on in.
Yeah, I think just batting now is...
The England game has been abandoned, someone has just said.
There you go.
Don't know if that's Joel Edwards saying that.
Thanks, Joel.
Cheers, Joel. See anything anywhere that says... Oh, yeah, match abandoned. He is correct. Thank you, Joel, for that update. So that's abandoned an hour before play.
Yeah, that's...
is that right? Was it 6:30? It was
6:30.
And they tantalised everyone by saying Jofra Archer was definitely going to play, so everyone's gone up to Leeds to watch that, and then... But reminder, if you go to Leeds at any time, it's probably going to rain.
That is strongly my experience of Leeds, actually. I've been to Leeds a lot. That or it's freezing cold.
Yeah, I live near Manchester, and this week has been something that we've never seen before. There's this big yellow thing in the sky.
Oh, no.
So I put shorts and flip-flops on to come down here, and I got off the train in London, and it was absolutely hooning.
2 balls to go in this over. 56 for 1. Is Jaiswal going to have a go here? It's wide. It's bad from Swapnil, and that's a beautiful shot. This just shows he's doing proper batting here, and this is why I think Jaiswal could be the future of sort of anchors, because he can play both games, and he's smashed this cover drive away for 4. It was a bad ball from Swapnil, and this is a bad over because they just pulled themselves back into the game, And now this over is, I think this is the shortest they've been. They're at 119. Can anyone remember them being shorter than that?
No, this is it. Is that the effect of Dew, do you think, Rob, and well, whatever this is from Swap Mill?
Well, we always have to remember that...
Oh, short, wide, bad, 4. I feel like I'm talking to a dog.
Yeah, the RCB bowlers aren't any good. And it's basically been a season of the RCB bowlers being bad. I can see 4 here on decimal at 9, which I think is definitely too big because Samson's already hit a 6. I know he's not hit 4, and Jaiswal is just a guy that he's going to hit a 4 every over that he faces. Like if he faces 6 balls, what do you reckon Jaiswal's balls per 4 is going to be for the rest of his innings?
It's going to be low, is it? Maybe 5.5 at most?
Yeah, so not, they've moved it now, so hopefully they're listening. But stuff like that, it's things to look out for because everybody thinks this is middle overs and the chase is quite easy. They only need, 8.5 and over. It's going to be a stroll, so they're just going to knock it around a bit. But Jaiswal doesn't think like that. If Jaiswal gets a bad ball, he puts it away for 4.
I was going to say,
doing that.
His ability to hit 4s from, I know those 2 were particularly bad balls, but his ability to hit 4s from averagely bad balls without taking a risk is why this is such a terrible situation for RCB to be in. They're at 660 at the moment. I thought they might have a timeout there, but we're not. We have Lockie Ferguson back, and they have to do this. And Sanju Samson has just knocked this straight into the ground with down to third man. Beautiful batting.
Peak Kane Williamson.
That's a very good way of describing it, except for the fact he's got a plus strike rate. It's going to be...
Signs that Jaiswal is actually really, this sounds crazy, really trying to win this game for his team and reining his natural instincts in a bit, because we've all seen Jaiswal in test matches, how unbelievably good he is at building innings and picking off bad balls and playing, every ball on its merit. And I think part of why he struggled this season.
He's got a half volley outside of stump. He's edged his sister go for 4 though. There's no one there anymore. That's a safe shot. I mean, it's not a safe shot. It's an unsafe shot into a safe zone of the field. That is a really big boundary because now Jaiswal can knock the rest of the over around if he wants, unless he gets a ball that is in his area. Because that wasn't a bad ball, Jack.
No, it was just slightly full outside off stump, and it's a genuine edge.
I mean, to be honest, I've looked back on it. It wasn't a bad ball, but it was in a zone where he could have hit it. But again, Lockie Ferguson is making batters make mistakes. 114, so these odds keep coming in more and more. Short, wide, and played down to deep third for 1. Jeez, he timed that brilliantly as well. That was in Swapnill's hands in an instant there. 70 for 1 wicket after 7.3, and I would assume now the current run rate is 9.4 and the run rate required is 8.21, and if they get through this over, that is only 2 overs of Lockie left, so it's going to be Cameron Green short balls at one stage will be another option.
And Khan Sharma.
And do you want Khan Sharma bowling to either of these guys?
Khan Sharma is what you call a last throw of the dice in this sort of situation.
If the ball's wet, he's in
the wet ball Khan is due 6 every 3 balls against these 2. It's as mad as that.
Now, they won't have this conversation because I don't think that's the way that they handle Jaiswal. But if I was batting with Jaiswal, I would just go back and just 2 balls to go in this over.
Yeah,
and I would make it so clear. If you get a bad ball, try and hit it for 4. If you get a good ball...
He's the huge danger here. That I said at half-time, they need the good Lockie and the good Siraj to turn up, and they've had one of those things so far.
Yep.
I mean, that ball from Lockie, I want to see that again and again. That was so good.
Just to explain it, can you chuck the ball over to me? So, we had a situation where I'll let him bowl this next ball, Lockie Ferguson, to Jaiswal. Short, wide. That was a bad ball, actually. Jaiswal will probably be disappointed he's only got a single off that, or they come back for 2. That's good fielding. He's got in, but that is very, very good fielding.
Kohli's really good in the field, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's been so good
They're going to go to the third umpire, but I'm not wrong, am I? That was safe.
Oh,
Market
yeah.
doesn't think it's out.
The guy backing up didn't react whatsoever, and that's usually a good sign.
Let me just show you the leg cutter. So essentially what he's doing is he's holding his fingers roughly like this, or maybe a little bit closer together. And then as he's coming in to bowl it, it's coming out the side of his hand. It's a really hard ball to handle because as you can see, instead of being behind it, it's coming out on its own. And it's not like a leg spinner either. We're talking about doing this at 90 miles an hour. And so we'll just see this run out, come in, and he's safe as houses. And so it's coming out the side of his hand, and it's coming out with revolutions. Then, on top of that, he's managed to york the base of off stump. Right? It's almost impossible to bowl a slower ball yorker. Lockie is at his absolute best, and this is a really good sign for New Zealand as well. Lockie at his absolute best can bowl slower ball yorkers. That was given not out. They need 100 of 73 here with 9 wickets in hand. They're into 114 at the moment. 1 ball to come of Ferguson's over. Again, if I was Sampson, I'd go, just 1 ball to go in the over. He's tried that ball again, and just to show you how difficult it is, this one was a full toss on the knee roll. And Jaiswal just flicked this away for a single, and I would assume we will have I'll be on strategic timeout watch if you guys want to talk amongst yourselves. But Jaiswal is 41 of 25, and because of that 6, Sanju Samson's bought himself to time. He's 11 of 7, and we've got some questions coming in. Kartik says, do you think they will retain Faf as a player? That is a strategic timeout?
It's good that we got to talk amongst ourselves, though.
Thank you,
Cheers,
you
Jarrod.
two, for chatting so much. That's why you come to Cricket 8, for the great analysis that Rob Barron and Jack Hope give you. We'll be back in 2 minutes and 20 seconds here on Cricket 8, the home of cricket intelligence. There's 10 teams in the IPL. The top 4 teams make the playoff, but the playoffs are very clever. It's confusing, especially if you're not from Australia, because we have this style in Australia. It was taken from Australian rules football and rugby league. And essentially what happens is the first team plays the second team and they get a second chance. What happens is by coming first in the league, you get a second chance, and you also get a chance to go straight into the final and have a week off and rest your fast bowlers and all those sorts of good things. So 1 versus 2, and they go straight into the final. 3 versus 4 play an eliminator. So whoever loses out of them, they can go home and go to the Maldives and have a holiday with Danny Morrison.
Probably for the last time before it gets completely sunk underwater.
And so let's say 3 beats 4 and 1 beats 2, because that makes the most sense. 1 goes into the final, and then 2 plays 3 in a secondary eliminator, and whoever wins out of that goes into the final. So if 2 beats 3, 1 versus 2 play in the final. So in finishing in the top 2, you give yourself every chance of making the playoffs, even if you don't do it on the first game. And finishing 3 versus 4, you basically have to be perfect in order to win the championship.
You've got to win 3 playoff games, haven't you? That's
Exactly.
That's the issue.
Bishnoi played 58 times in the IPL and he's never got one.
Really?
and you'd think for his kind of bowling, one day he's going to rip through a tail and get 5. But it's just never. We were talking about how many times has he got a 3 for. He just doesn't do it. He just doesn't get loads of poles, Bishnoi. I don't know what it is.
Is it because he bowls, this might sound mad, but too many googlies? He bowls from beyond the perpendicular, so he doesn't have much of a leg spinner, so he's not bowling to take the ball away from right-handers that much? I don't know.
Essentially, yes. I think the bigger problem for him is he slides the ball on, so he's bowling like a defensive leg spinner rather than an attacking leg spinner. So, welcome back to Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber, as Khan Sharma has come on and bowled a half volley outside of stump, punched down the ground. They'll think of 2. They should get 2. No, good fielding by Virat Kohli, actually. Wasn't quite in the gap. I have with me Jack Hope from the Cricket Podcast. I have Rob Barron from Decimal and from your local sleazy betting shops.
Thank you. Some of them, the ones that let me in.
75. Have you ever been asked to leave a betting shop for?
Many times. So there's a new.
Is that for your smell or for the bet?
I smell good.
Beating
Thank
up
you.
other customers.
I smell good.
You actually do smell good.
Thanks, mate. So that's bewildered me. So yeah, betting shops can, and it's their prerogative, say we don't want your business, go away. I had one of my favourite ones is when I went into a betting shop. It was after I'd finished working for Stan James, RIP. I went to a betting shop in Southampton near my nan's house. I have no other ties to Southampton, so I thought I'd be able to sneak in a Stan James shop and I think I wanted 600 quid on under the total sixes because the boundary ropes had gone all the way out or something. And I went into this shop with £600 cash and put it over the counter. And the lady behind the counter, who had never seen me before, I'd never seen her, said, Jules said you can have 180 quid and be happy with it, Rob. And I was like, what's happened here? The camera had gone to head office. Jules was my next door neighbour when I was growing up. Miss run out there for.
I will explain that in a minute. Finish your story and I'll explain what's happened.
Yeah, so my next door neighbour, who was the trading manager at Stan James at the time, had seen the camera, seen my face, instantly messaged the cashier and said, don't let this guy have more than 180 quid.
And you weren't working for them at the time, so you could bet, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's creepy.
Let him have the bet. And I was like, oh, it's gone this far, has it? That was, I don't know, 15 years ago or something.
Jaiswal is hatless. I repeat, hatless. As this ball is turned out into the leg side, they take one. So what happened was twice they looked for twos, and there were a couple of twos on offer, but they didn't want to push it, which is fine because they're well ahead of the game. And the first one, I think Sanju Samson was annoyed that Jaiswal didn't want the two, and so he turned around to tell him this without getting back in his crease. And because of that. And it was a bad throw from Kohli. It was good fielding, but bad throw. It was a bit wide. Khan Sharma took the ball, and when he took the ball, he was away from the stumps. The only way for him to get the ball back to the stumps would have been an underarm throw. And he thought to himself, that's a bit risky. But what he hadn't realised is that Sanju Samson was so far out of his crease that perhaps if he had thrown it, and it wasn't that far a throw.
No, it was about 2 yards.
But
maybe 5 yards.
Yeah, probably 5 yards, I think is probably fair.
Just one thing to talk about from betting angles here that I've not spoken about much yet is the difference between this chase when it's a knockout game and this chase if they'd won 6 out of 7 is massive in terms of the betting markets. Because if they were pootling along now at 80 for 1 with Seth Jaiswal in the 9th, chasing this score when they'd won 6 out of 7, the next over would be due 13 runs. They'd be going, Jaiswal to go, right, I've had enough of this. I'm just going to smash it to smithereens and we'll try and get our net run rate up and we're trying to win as quickly as we can. And it's Bangalore, they're rubbish, the Jews coming down. Do you know what I mean? They'd be hammering this. But that does not apply here because they have one objective. It's to score as many runs, one more run than they did, 173 or whatever it is. And so they are deferring risk right now. They are taking as way more singles than you would normally expect when you've got set bats that smash it against bad bowlers because they're going, okay, we'll take 1 off that one, we'll take 2 off that one, and if it's a terrible ball, we'll shelve it. And that is how they're playing. So the run lines and stuff are not... The same thought processes that we've been using for a 70-match tournament don't apply in the knockouts because net run rate isn't a thing. You've just got to win, and that's the only thing they're thinking about.
So they're 80 for 1 after 9. They need... 93 and 66 balls, so about 8.45, which are going ahead of at the moment. We know Lockie won't come back on for, well, he'll have to come back on around the 12th, maybe, and maybe Siraj as well. I don't think they have a choice.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to throw the dice, aren't they?
I'd tell you who I would throw the ball to.
Cameron Green and ball bouncers.
okay, yeah. Finish my sentence, yeah.
Kohli.
I mean...
And ball bouncers.
Bowley was an actual 5th bowler in the World Cup once. You remember that?
Yes. AB de Villiers.
AB did it, yeah. So, I mean, we've seen Dhoni bowl before. Not enough, but we've seen him bowl
Cameron
before.
Green has come on. He's bowled a short ball just like we said he would. That's why you come to Cricket 8.
And then you go Maxwell next over if this one doesn't go for 10.
Maxwell's just not a wicket taker though, is he? Maybe you think that off spin to Jaiswal.
So he's a wicket taker when they're 1 down and poodling because they go, okay, it's Maxwell, let's smack him. And he got a wicket first ball 2 games ago, didn't he? And Gaikwad literally went, it's Maxwell, so I must hit this.
But it was in the power play.
Square leg, it's first ball of the innings.
Cameron Green in again. Is it going to be another short one to Jaiswal? It is, and he goes to scoop this over the top, and they have a go for this, and he's out.
Correct.
No, he is not out.
I think that's out.
The umpire is confused.
Correct. I think Jaiswal looks guilty there. I think that's out.
Wow.
Correct captaincy, though, for once.
I didn't think he hit it.
Yeah,
Jaiswal looks weird.
Clip that one.
His face is a little bit in the middle of it, but the umpire's not giving it out. Can I just say, there is an outside chance that there was a noise, but it was the bails.
I think it's a little high.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought edge, but we have no sound on our comms here,
Yes.
so,
Yeah, so we
we're
can't
not good
tell you
judges of
that.
these. But we're not good judges. We've got no sound, and I'm telling you now, it's out.
Yeah, I'm giving it as well. Good call, Rob.
It is off the arm guard.
It could be off the glove first.
No, I think that's glove.
I think that's hit the arm guard, everyone. But I'm not willing to. Well, I can't bet anymore.
I'm saying glove. You can't bet anymore.
I mean, I can, but I would be going in on the same thing. Like,
Have you bet as if that's out, Jarrod?
The market thinks it's out. We're looking.
He's out.
Ooh, little
No.
tickle. That's a.
Oh yeah, that is the glove.
yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
that is the
yeah,
glove.
yeah.
Yep. Sorry, I thought that was the arm guard.
I think Jaiswal knew that as well.
Well, I
think
mean,
he-
that
I
was
think he knew
we
that.
did say the weird face. He did have the face on, didn't
Yeah.
he? That
A
brings
face of
things
shame.
back in a little bit there. So they're now 125 and RCB is 4.8. So they got the wicket with the short one. We did talk about that before, that it was an option on this wicket for Green. To be fair, it wasn't actually that short. It was just that Jaiswal tried to flip it around the corner.
But that's the one where Jaiswal's gone, well, it's Cameron Green. So it was a very good bowling change, that, which is extremely unusual for a team like Bangalore to do something clever with bowling. But yeah, it was a good answer, got the reward.
Barron says that Jaiswal has tried to scoot the ball 5 times this season and been dismissed 3.
Interesting. So do you think somebody at RCB, at Rajasthan, has told Jaiswal this? That you keep getting out to the scoop shot? Do you think that conversation has happened? Or do you think Jaiswal is thinking, I need to get better at it? Or is it just one of those things?
If it's only happened twice. then
Yeah, I
it's
don't know if
probably
I
not
would
an
have a
issue. Now it's-
conversation with someone about that.
Now it's
You
happened
would or you
3
wouldn't?
times.
I don't think so. Now I would. If it's the 3rd time, I would say, do you want to work on this more, or is there something that you're getting wrong, or can we get another player who plays it better than you?
You'd say that to the individual,
Yeah.
to Jaiswal now, you'd say,
No, I'd say, do you think you have an issue?
yeah,
Here's the information that I have. Let's have a look at the video.
yeah.
This is down the leg side. Rian Parag has come in. So no Ashwin today, sadly, for everyone. Yeah, so you have that conversation. You go, look, this is what I've got in front of me. Do you think you have an issue? Some players will automatically say no every time.
Yeah.
And then they'll come back later and go, do you know what? Can I have another look at this? And some players will be like, oh, I hadn't thought about that. Can we have a look at the video together? And then they might go to the coaches or to another player on the team who plays that shot well and just go, what do you think?
I think those conversations should happen.
Yeah, that's a
fair
normal,
bit.
in a normal workplace you have those conversations, right?
I've never worked in a normal
Yeah,
workplace.
but that's true.
so
I don't know why I'm talking to you there. But I'm saying, it's a normal thing to have happen to go to someone in your employ and just go like, do you think this is an issue? Because sometimes things are flukes as well, right?
Yeah, of course.
And sometimes you will go to a player and you'll say, you've been out 3 times doing this. And they'll say, I think one of them I was 120 not out. And you go back and you go, fair enough. Right? Or there's another one where you might be like, oh, we needed 28 runs and over. Again, fair enough, right?
Yeah, completely fair. Yeah,
But
so-
that's why you talk to them.
But this is why stats is such a. You need the right person at the wheel of the stats car because it's so easy to look at stats and draw conclusions because you're trying to back up the point you want to make. But if somebody comes back to you and goes, well, we needed 28 and over, so obviously I was playing it. You then look like an idiot if you brought it up. So you have to. The same thing with betting. It's like I've had traders come to me and they want to make their point, which is great. But then they'll choose the stats that absolutely suit that point and say, yeah, but you're ignoring all those other times where that doesn't apply. Like you have to look at the relevant stuff.
And for me, all of these things just start a conversation, all right? And that's what you want to be able to do.
Always healthy, isn't it?
There was one particular player I went to with a weakness, and I was positive that this player had a weakness. And in fact, I didn't go to him because the coach had come to me first on this guy.
See, the ego thing is the thing.
Yeah.
Is a huge
and so
difficulty, isn't it?
So he went to the coach, and so the coach went to him and said, look, this is what we have. He goes, no, that's nonsense. Jarrod's got this wrong, blah, 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 blah. And then he came back, a couple of hours later and said, the reason I reacted like that is because I fixed this problem, and now I realize it's come back again. And yeah, he's probably right.
It's good from that individual.
Yeah, exactly. And not everyone does that. Some people go the other way.
What did his name rhyme with? Ben Praxwell.
Ben Praxwell.
What does that rhyme with?
Well, it rhymes a bit with Glenn Maxwell. doesn't
Oh, okay. No, it wasn't Glenn Maxwell. I was trying to work out what the hell you meant there. I was like, has he made up a name? It was not Glenn Maxwell. Glenn Maxwell had a pretty good
It wasn't
season.
Den Faxbell, was it?
I think Glenn Maxwell had a pretty good season the year I worked with him. I know Stoinis certainly did.
Is Maxwell the sort of guy that to get the best out of him, you just keep him happy, like socially, and keep everything around him
Like a house plant.
because he's so.
Oh, this could be a wicket. This Khan Sharma has got a wicket.
Sharma. Yes,
And that has changed absolutely
It's a wide.
everything in this game. It's a wide. And that was the third wicket that we talked about before the 12th over. And they put themselves under a massive amount of pressure there. It was a wide ball. I think Khan Sharma saw Sanju Samson come down. And yes, they bat to number 8 with Ashwin. But this game just got a lot more interesting.
Firstly, this game's going to be a tie, as I told you before the game. So it's good that they're playing cricket for 4 hours before they have a super over. But it gets really interesting now because who do you trust to see this home? You can't ever trust Parag. He's a raving lunatic.
He's also been quite lucky this year.
Yeah, he could be anything, Parag, but he could also be anything, if you know what I mean. Then you've got Jarrell. I prefer Jarrell as the 17 off 8 at the end guy. Rovman, probably not the time for him to come in, facing somebody that's just got a stumping. Ashwin's great and funny, but then you're down to, the cupboard gets pretty bare after that. It's Trent.
It's Hetmeyer or Juve Durrell. That's the guy who's going to come in next.
Who would you bat next, you two?
I would bring in Hetmeyer and just tell him to bat to the end of the innings and win this game.
Jack?
I'd probably be going Hetmeyer too. I might think about detonating the A-bomb, going Ashwin.
Yeah, I could see the argument for Ashwin while the run rate's
Because
less than 9.
The other thing, Ashwin hits bad spin and Khan Sharma is walking, talking bad spin.
You don't rate Khan Sharma all that
Not
highly,
at
do you?
all.
He was Chennai, wasn't he, back in the day?
I don't know. But I think it was really dumb cricket from Samson charging a guy who literally has no idea where the ball's going to go. Like that wide there, Jarrod, you said it was good bowling. I think it was just luck. Basically.
No, I don't think it was. Only because he dragged it down as well. So
He drags every third ball down.
I just think he saw him coming in that particular case.
I'm
I
surprised
could be wrong. I could be
didn't
wrong.
lob it up higher.
This is a short ball to Jarrell, who's hit it for 4. Well, he certainly dragged that one down. That has settled down the market a little bit, or changed the market a little bit, I should say.
One thing there is we've just had another winner. Patidar plus 2.5 against Sanju. That was called before the game. We also
That was points, wasn't it?
Runs.
Oh, runs.
And we also had the highest first 6 for RCB, that one as well. And earlier we gave you the under 7.5 for the first over, and a couple of other winners pretty quick. The Faf unders and the Faf next man out. Like, it's been a good day if you've been following us in. Jarrod's definitely double green because he's...
I'm not double green. I was massively double green, but those
okay.
wickets have changed it back a little bit for me.
Okay. Are you cheering the chase here?
What is chewing the chase?
Cheering the chase. You're cheering
Yes,
on
yes,
the
I'm
chasing team.
on Rajasthan.
Yeah, I think... So I closed at the last wicket at 1.5, and I think the when this ball gets
This
tickled
is
away
good
for...
batting
how
by...
many
Is that Rian Parag just tickling that around the corner for 4? That's why you don't probably need to run down the wicket to him. Although, to be fair, there was a little bit of risk in that from Parag as well. But both of these batters have a boundary already. And that's changed the market quite dramatically.
Yeah, that's the thing with Khan. I think that's a slight overreaction because Khan's doing what Khan does.
That went from 136 to 124, right?
Yeah, I've laid the 124 there. I think Khan's doing exactly as expected. When he does get wickets, he always gets hit. He's just done it the other way around in this over. It's just gone wicket 4-4. And the best thing about Khan Sharma's wicket, other than it being a stumping, which is always great, is he still managed to go for a run off his wicket. It was a wide, he can even go for runs off the ball.
Ball by ball, this is really leaping around quite a bit.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure. The market doesn't know which side it wants to be on.
It's funny.
And now Khan Sharma has bowled an unintentional wide.
This is a great over. This is Khan Sharma's career in one over that we're watching here. 4 minutes of mayhem.
One thing I will say, he does give it a good old rip.
Yeah.
Does Khan.
Yeah.
Like, he
I think
really
that's
does
your
give
job
it
if
a
you're a
good
leggy,
rip.
isn't it? Increase volatility, see what you can do.
Good batting here.
Should be a man stopping that one though, if you're bowling there.
I think they've got the short cover in, but they're a little bit worried that was Parag, wasn't it? They're a little bit worried Parag's just going to belt it past cover as well. Kartik says, do you think they will retain Faf as a player and captain for next year? So my guess is no. But if they win this game,
It's a good question.
then he has to. It's a hard one to get rid of your captain.
It's a good question, but
I would say no.
let's say they won the IPL, which is
Not likely at the moment.
I don't see how it happens.
Khan comes in again.
It doesn't happen
They have to
while
win 2 more
Kohli
games.
is playing for them. But let's say they won the IPL this year. That's the time where Faf should step aside as Champione. It's like no one expected. They were 800 to 1 to win this IPL 2 weeks ago.
We all put our
That's
house
the
on
time
it.
to ride off into the sunset if you're Faf, because he must know he's definitely on the downslope now. We're going to do some podcasts and stuff about which
Players
players
get retained and
teams
everything, yeah.
should retain. But if they retain Faf, that would be madness.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they should have moved on from him in the season.
Me too.
So I was wrong because they've come back quite well.
They should have gone Jacks instead of Faf at the top of the order at the start of the season, and they'd have had a much better time of it.
Now, I think either Swapnil or Lockie is this over.
I go Lockie here, break it.
If Lockie gets a wicket here, everything could change, and I don't think they'll be very short for the rest of this game. Even it's not a lot of runs, obviously. It's 75 or 54. It is green, so that's okay as well. Juve Durrell gets the short ball there. He's left that. Umpire's told him that's one of the bounces for the over.
Yeah, it's not awful, is it, Green? I mean, I don't think they're going to bowl Swapnil Singh again. And so
Just
doesn't
with the two
necessarily-
right-handers at the crease.
it doesn't necessarily mean they have to bowl Green now. but
Well,
they
Green
probably
fell
would have
over there
to
badly, by the way.
Bowl
after
Green.
that ball.
I just don't think they'll trust him after the last over being a horror show.
On the pads, worked away for 1. Just having a look at Khan Sharma's spin. We talked about him giving it a rip. First ball of that over spun at 4.59 degrees.
Wowzers.
Can I just say,
Wow,
if you were going to come down to the crease, and that is not the ball to come down to, whether it was on purpose like I thought or whether it wasn't like Jack thought, and he bowled 2 other balls in that over that spun over 3, another one at 2.99, so let's say 3, at 3 degrees, and he bowled 2 sliders on the way through as well. So he's certainly, we're worried about the dew. The dew hasn't really been a factor.
I think it definitely was a thing, kind of over 5-6, because we saw Faf having the towel out and we saw whoever it was misfielding on the rope slide about 100 yards when they were
Swapnil Singh, I
doing
think,
it.
yeah.
Swapnil, yeah. So it was a thing, but I don't think it's set in and got terrible because they're not making a thing of it. That's a good ball from Green. And
Good ball, good fielding from Green as well.
Yeah.
It was a good Yorker and well played by Rian Parag as well, straight back to the bowler.
if they'd have fielded well this innings, they'd have won this game. Because they dropped Jaiswal early, they dropped Kola Cadmore early, and they misfielded 2 that went for 4 that should have gone for none or 1. They would be like 1.2 to defend this if they'd have fielded just like normally, average fielding.
It's Green, 74 off 51, 3 balls to go in this over. He's having quite a few conversations. Siraj, I think maybe Faf was talking to him as well. Good bouncer here, but they're appealing.
That's
I
a
don't
top
think
ball.
he hit it.
It's a top ball, maybe off the helmet.
Yeah, they want to review this, but Dinesh Karthik doesn't think he hit it. There's
Yeah.
lots of conversations here.
Siraj and Green are pretty sure.
Oh, they have reviewed it. Wow. And the market thinks this might be out.
I've genuinely got no idea.
Yeah, it's
I-
Faf off the field.
My instinct was helmet.
They just don't
Just
look...
camera angle.
Sorry, what was that?
No, just madness. Don't worry.
They don't look particularly confident here. Cameron Green thinks he saw something. This could be interesting. Can they give a wide here?
Retrospectively, they can. Yeah,
Because I wonder if they might have accidentally not got a wicket here and reviewed a wide.
yeah. Change your decision to wide.
That would be quite funny if.
The market is unsure.
I think that's off the helmet.
It is off the helmet if it's hit anything.
Looks
Top
like
of the
it's
helmet
gonna-
for me. Clonk.
I don't think it hit the helmet. I think it's just gone over his head. I think that's a wide.
He's braced his
Yeah.
back leg, maybe. Let's see. He's not hit it, has he?
Certainly not hit it. Just flick the helmet on the way through, like Rob Barron has suggested. Let's have a look. The slowest? No, nothing at all. Just a little gap between. It's hard to tell. We don't have the greatest screen. Are they?
Nothing at all.
Nope. It is
Nothing
not a
at all.
wicket. It is not a wide. It is a dot ball. As you were, gentlemen, and the market is wrong.
Yeah, again, if you know he hasn't hit it, you could have unloaded on the 1.33 there and given it back at 127.
Yeah, it just didn't feel right. Dinesh Karthik didn't want it at all.
Let's have a look at the next over run 9. 8.5 feels about right to me. Can't argue with that.
We're just having a bit of a delay here. Are they looking at the wide now? No, they're not. So he's bowled 2 bounces in this over. What is he going to go here? It's a leg ball outside off stump and guided down to third for 1.
Who would you bowl next, you guys? If were you captaining now? You can bowl anyone. They've all bowled 2 after this over. Everyone's bowled 2, 6 of them.
Ferguson.
Yeah, I think.
Don't know why I called him that. Everyone calls him Lockie.
If you're called Lockie, you're going to get called Lockie, aren't you? It's a great first name.
Who would you go, Jack?
I would go Lockie because I think that you can win 2 ways if you're the captain there. He can bowl an over that goes for less than 6 and cranks the pressure up, or he can take a wicket, whereas Khan Sharma can only really take a wicket.
Khan Sharma is certainly upping the volatility. Cameron Green in again, and this is defended back down the wicket. This is a good over, 2 runs off it.
What an over. Markets should respect that over a bit more because the run rate does become a thing. It's one of those where 9 and over never sounds like much these days, but let's say these 2 both get set and then get out. It becomes quite difficult for Hetmeyer and Rodman to just go straight away. Like, Hetmeyer hasn't played for ages, has he? And Rodman's had a couple of... And we saw what happened to Rodman when he had to finish a game. That's the one that started the LBW off the last ball. Yeah. That's the one that started the rot for Rajasthan.
Yes, but the other thing I would say with Rodman is that if he faces 10 balls, he's probably going to get you a 4 and 2 sixes. And that's probably this game.
I think there's plenty of cricket left in this game.
I don't think you're wrong, but you understand what I'm saying as well.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, Rodman could, well, either Rodman or Hetmeyer really could end this game very, very easily.
I think 1.29 is slightly skinny on Rajasthan. I wouldn't be backing that myself.
1.4, 1.35?
It feels more like 1.35.
I think that's fair.
There's quite a lot of caveat that I don't have a model, so I'm just talking out of my brain rather than with any great stats in front of me. Why don't I ask someone that's trading with a model what they think?
Yeah, but
great idea, Rob.
Yeah,
I love it when you do that. So Swapnil, 2 overs for 19. Khan Sharma, 2 overs, 1 for 19. So that is probably their spin done, unless they go with a sneaky Khan Sharma one at one stage for fun. Mohammad Siraj, 2 overs for 16. Yash Dayal, 2 overs for 26. And Cameron Green has 2 overs, 1 for 7. He might bowl out now.
I think they might fancy another over of Green over Yash Dayal.
Yes,
don't you?
That
math has to work out one way.
You're going to have at least one more over from Cameron Green, aren't you? Lockie Ferguson comes in. It's a half volley on off stump. It's hit beautifully. They brought the field in to try and stop the runs. And unfortunately, it might be 3.
It's a 3.
It must be a 3.
It is a 3. 80-1 shot that one. Not that we hadn't suggested it today. There is no Daniel Norcross here. It was saved 1 run out on the boundary, but it was a good shot there, and he was unlucky not to get a 4 for it. It was the leg cutter again, just outside off stump, and they had, I think, is that Siraj in at cover? He did well there. He hit that inside out from the stumps.
That was a good shot. It was a good shot. And I'm stunned that Siraj was unable to cut that off because he's normally such a good fielder.
That's changed the odds. Sorry. That's changed the odds again quite dramatically for what was just a 3. Down the leg side, and they have got cover and short mid-wicket in. So they've got Siraj at a shortish cover, and they got, I think that was Faf at short mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And they are trying to get as many dot balls as possible, just to build up that pressure. 70 off 46, so realistically, this should not be a hard chase, but they've lost probably 1 extra wicket than they would have wanted.
Do you know what's not factored into this market?
I would love to hear.
Pressure. You can't put that into a model. You can't. Pressure does silly things to people.
On both sides, of course. Outside off stump, slashed away. Almost misfielded by Swapnil bound on the boundary there.
He almost lost his testicles and his dignity.
And you don't want to lose either.
One or the other is bad enough for me.
But he pulled it off.
The testicles?
No, well, not just then.
Parag is 11 off 9. Jarrod is 8 off 8. They both look like they're hitting the ball pretty well. Required rate is 9.2. But I don't think that's a massive issue. Cameron Green's getting a massage down on the boundary with a wet towel. So they've got 4 off 3 in this over. That's a win for me against Lockie Ferguson at this stage.
For sure.
Parag, there's lots of field changes here.
Can I just say that Parag has been batting for 12 minutes and he hasn't done anything stupid yet. And it's a matter of time before a switch hit or a roly-poly instead of a run. Like, something's going to happen with him.
Is this it?
Yeah.
It's short. He's whacked it away for 6.
Yeah.
Just over the top. I mean, I say just. He cleared deep mid-wicket, but they had the fielder back there. And that has changed things in the betting markets and emotionally and morally quite a lot, because they had built some pressure up for some time, and it was a bit easy. Sometimes, Rob, a 6 is worth more than a 6. Is that a 6 worth more than a 6?
Yes, because it was the slower ball again, and Parag picked it really early, and that's just being good at cricket. Like, really, you've got to put that away. Like, lots of people can pick that ball, but then from basically a stance of just standing still like a normal man, like not a cricketer, he's just used his muscles and his hand-eye to smash that over. Where did it go?
Deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, it went over there.
Cow.
Cow. It went over there for 6, and that was dead easy for him. It shows how much talent that guy's got.
Kartik, and remember, you can email us at live@cricket8.com, although, to be honest, this is the end of the game. I don't know how many emails we can get in, but Kartik's just said RCB might sign KL Rahul because he's a hometown boy. I like that, but this is not the time or the place for that. But where we've got overs left in a knockout game. It's 63 off 43. 1 wicket here could change a lot of different things in life. Leg cutter, outside off stump, punched into the offside, timed beautifully again, and they're going to get 1. That is a very, very important over for mine, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's a hugely good over for the batting team, that. And that's the accepted phrase for one of those. Hugely good.
Hugely good. So just to repeat this over, because it is actually now looking at it, it tells you the kind of pressure this game is in. A 3 with a misfield that saved a 4, a dot ball, a 1, a 6, a dot ball, a 1.
Why haven't we spoken on air about the 48th over of the Hampshire innings earlier?
Quickly do it.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bingo! All in the same over. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've never seen that before in my whole life.
What an over. What a mathematically pleasing over that was.
Thank you for letting me talk about it. I'll shut up for a bit
That's
now.
the end of Rob today.
How many runs is that worth?
Loads. 21?
It is, yeah.
1.17 Rajasthan is. I think this is about as short as it's been, and this is a short ball. We've got a phantom thing over here. I can't stop this going. It's been whacked away. Good fielding, and they come back for 3. There should be a run out. I think he's just got in, has he?
Siraj is celebrating. That is one of the best
Virat
run-outs
Kohli?
you'll ever see.
How good is Virat Kohli at running people out? That's about the 4th one he's got this IPL, if that's
Yeah, and they've all been different.
Were
as
they
well.
going for the 3rd there?
Yeah, I think
He's
so.
had a direct hit and I think 2 throws from the deep.
Kohli?
Are you guys sure that was out?
No.
From
Okay.
the reaction
I
of
think-
Siraj.
I think Kohli
out.
is the best fielder in this IPL. I genuinely believe that. And
Certainly
that's a testament
ground
to how
field, I
much
think.
effort he puts into it, because he's been superb. And that's what you need in games like this. I think he's out.
He's not in the picture there. Does he get it clean? Oh, Cameron Green. Oh.
I think he's in. I think he's in. By the time those bails come off, I think he is
That is
in.
unbelievably bad from Cameron Green if he hasn't run him out there.
Actually, he might have got him out because the ball's touching his hands.
The bat's got stuck
Is
in
the
the
ball
deck.
touching the right hand?
That's out from that angle. If that's synced up,
Where's
it's
the ball?
out.
Where's the ball, though?
I don't think they'll worry about that because it's Kohli and it would be not out.
The
if we looked
market
at that,
hasn't-
Rob.
The market has given this half out, I reckon.
But that's so bad from Cameron Green. All he has to do is touch the
His
ball.
left hand has hit that, hasn't it?
Yeah. Who can
Is the
tell where
ball
is
on
from
his...
there?
his right hand has hit it. His ball is on his left hand. So that ball has to be touching his right hand at that time. And we can't see from that angle whether it is or not.
I cannot make that decision, I'm afraid. From what we can see, I've got no idea. It's a routine run out if Green can catch the ball and move his arms, but he's done neither of those things very well.
Now, we need another angle here.
It's very
because
tough.
I'm pretty sure the ball is touching his left hand when he's right. Here we go.
The markets is out.
I don't think there's an angle here that says this is out.
I don't either, but this is Virat Kohli's big moment, and I think that is going to be priced into this decision by the umpire.
We said it was only a matter of time before Parag did something stupid, and he then hit the next ball for 6. And now he's done his absolute best.
Here we go. Here's a good angle here. We cannot tell which hand that ball is on. We just cannot tell if it's on the right hand or the left hand, I should say. I was going to say the wrong hand. If it's on the right hand, he's out. This umpire is going to have to make a decision with limited information, and he's given it out!
No way. Huge.
He has given it out. Well, I mean, okay.
I think that's one of those where 1.34 is very, very short, Rajasthan here. That has to be a lay. It's a big wicket, that. That's very, very short. That's one of those where you can't conclusively say from here, from what we've seen, that that's the right or wrong decision.
No.
Like, I couldn't tell you whether that was out or not, but what I can tell you is that 1.32 is too short on the batting team here. They've just lost the guy who was most likely... Oh, Jarrell's the one that's actually out, isn't it?
So will they go for a 2 or a 3 there?
2.
That should have been 2. So I want to see the running between the wickets there.
But the only person that did anything good in that ball was Virat Kohli. Everyone else was rubbish. The running was bad. The dive was terrible. Cameron Green. If Cameron Green has managed, and we'll never know if that ball was touching his right hand. I think it kind of might have just been nicking it, but I think I would have given it not out just because I couldn't be sure that it was touching the hand at the right time.
I think I love drama, and if I was the umpire, I'd have gone with my gut and been like, give the people what they want. The drama.
I'm also more than happy with that. That's what everyone always says about Jack Hope. The man loves drama. Remember, the cricket podcast, you can find all the drama you've ever wanted with Jack Hope.
This is where nerves can kick in here. It's over to the 2 West Indian guys and a bit of Ravi Ashwin. And here comes Hetmeyer, who hasn't been seen for, a month?
No.
Can you trust Parag? 1.31 is a lay for me.
You don't feel confident at all. So I've got out. I've got a slight win, and I'm taking my slight win now. I could have had a massive win, but I don't feel as confident as I have at all the. I've been on Rajasthan since the Dinesh Karthik LBW, and I've been very, very confident with my green on one side and red on the other side. I didn't take it the big win from before. I now no longer feel that confidence. Short ball, Cameron Green.
A couple of things to look out for here is
that should have been 1. That was bad running there by Parag.
Is the 2. Which you can get at double figures already, 10. The 2 is always in the game with Hetmeyer.
He's one of the best 2 runners in the world.
I'd say he is the best. He's that good at it. And the other thing that is always in the game, because Hetmeyer is so good at running and doesn't look like he would be, and you've got Parag who's a maniac, is the run out again. We've just had a run out. Parag isn't very good at running. That's a definite. He's also not very good at paying attention. And Hetmeyer's much quicker than he looks. So I'm sniffing around for a double figure price on run out here. This is where you...
The more you look at it, the more it could be in either hand at that stage. There's definitely a frame where it looks like it's only in the left hand, but when it hits the stumps, we don't see that frame.
16 to 1 run out, I'm going to try and back that. I think 16 to 1's good, given all the stuff I just said. Who bowls the next over?
Glenn Maxwell. I don't know.
It has to be Siraj now, doesn't it? They have to get another wicket.
Tempted to go Yash. But
Yash.
It's a real gamble if you go Yash, because he's gone for 26 off his 2. You can't go Khan, I don't think.
Hetmeyer, first ball. This could change things very, very dramatically here. He hits this into the pitch. It goes out to point. There's no run. Didn't look like a particularly good ball. Didn't look like a particularly bad shot, but he wasn't massively out of it there. 138 he can get on.
Do you know what the law is for the run out there? Do you have to be in control of the ball to run
it needs to be
out?
touching. The ball needs to be touching anywhere from your elbow to your fingers.
Yeah.
And your elbow to your fingers can touch the stumps. But what you can't do is hit it with one hand and have the ball in the other hand.
Okay.
And they just decided to hit really nervous singles back down the wicket over and over again here.
Yeah, I mean, run rate's up to nearly 10 as well, which is a...
I don't have any big issue with that at the moment but if they lose another wicket in the next 4 overs, that 10 becomes big then, don't you think, Jack?
Yeah, well, obviously it's a combination of the two, but I think starting and needing 10 and over for 5 overs in this scenario, on this pitch, would not be fun.
Yep.
I think that would be pretty challenging if you were.
With these guys out there, there are lots of twos.
Love and Powell.
Remember, I talked about there was a run-out chance earlier, and there was also a couple of twos that they were turning down. They decided to take on Virat Kohli twice, and probably could have had 2 run-outs Virat Kohli in this game.
How good is that bloke at fielding? He gets better and better at fielding, Virat. You've got to give him some credit there. Like,
No credit for the
Kohli
run-out.
gets,
If he'd thrown it better, Cameron Green would never have dropped it.
Disagree. Kohli gets criticised a lot, and people that do stuff that's a very poor imitation of this moan about Kohli for various things. Like, he gets no credit for how good he is at fielding, and that is superb, and that's the sort of thing in knockout games you need.
Oh yeah,
moments like that.
Also, at his age, to be out on the boundary and it allows them to use Faf in the circle.
Yeah,
Because usually you wouldn't be able to have Faf in the circle, which is better for captaincy, but also Faf is even quicker than Kohli. He could stop the singles even better, and Kohli's probably a better boundary rider than Faf these days.
He is, yeah. That's a really good point.
And I think Faf is close to the best all-round fielder I've ever seen.
When Faf, so we used to have this conversation a lot, who's the best fielder in the world, and
it was Faf.
10 years ago, it wasn't a conversation, it was just Faf.
Yeah.
And then he got older,
yeah,
and we all slowed down a bit.
Not you, you never drop them.
I've still got the hands, but I can't run.
There was a strategic timeout here, but we don't need a strategic timeout.
We've never needed one.
Talking more about fielding.
Yes.
I think what was most impressive about that was actually the throw.
Yes.
Like, I think to throw the ball across your body that hard, that accurately, is elite. Like, most people, that's dribbling into the stumps. That was one bounce right where it needed to be.
Yeah.
Like, you can go and try this in your back garden or your park, or next time you play evening cricket, just try picking the ball up and throwing it back across your body 70 yards. Well, maybe not 70 yards, 60 yards, aiming at one stump. Hard. You've probably got a second to get that ball that far.
It's really good, that bit of fielding.
No, it was brilliant fielding, no doubt about that. From YouTube, we have Joel Edwards. He says, I'm 15 minutes behind. Any whale action? So we have £114 million in the kitty, in the Betfair exchange, which isn't a lot. We've seen a lot more in this tournament. I mean, it's a lot.
It's a lot, but it's
it's
also
definitely a lot, my God.
When you get to the knockouts, you know that all the recreational punters are really firing in now, because there's only a few games left. And we were talking about this the other day. It's really important when you're betting that you don't stake more just because it's a bigger game. I mean, that's nonsense, right? That's nonsense. And it's like the point I was trying to make yesterday. I think we're on about the 70th game of the IPL here. If you suddenly say to yourself, I've been doing really well for 69 games, but it's a knockout, so I've got to really get stuck in today. You can blow 3 weeks or a tournament's profits because you've decided that for some reason, the fact that it's higher profile. We've already spoken about how the game can change when it's higher profile, because net run rate isn't a thing. Pressure definitely is a thing now when it wasn't 2 weeks ago. So then what models can't do, there may be models out there that consider this, is go through each player and going, well, this guy will be affected this much by pressure, and this guy will be affected that much by pressure. You can't quantify that. It's not possible. You could say that Kohli is usually better when there's higher pressure, and some players, I can't think of too many off the top of my head that you would say are definitely rubbish whenever the pressure's really on. That used to be a very English thing, that England would always produce their best when they were 3-0 down in a 5-match series. But there's lots of unquantifiables and stuff. But when it comes to betting, it's just another game. And the final is on Sunday, and we will pick out loads of bets, and we'll go on air slightly earlier so we can go through them all. And hopefully the bookies will price up more stuff because it is the final. So like the NFL, you probably do stake more on the Super Bowl because there's 10 times as many markets, and the bookies price up how long will the bloody national anthem be and all this stuff.
Really?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Now, Siraj has just wiped the ball all over his head. He is hoping for reverse swing here. So I've given you that tip early. I'm not saying it's going to reverse. Parag is on 21 of 16. Hetmeyer is off 1 of 2. I can't think of many players in the world I'd rather have at the crease at the moment than Shimron Hetmeyer, but he hasn't been in the side for a while. Length ball, pushed down to long off for a single. I didn't see any reverse there of that first one.
It's a really good thing to look out for. So, when you see reverse, Jarrod, what do you reckon you need to bet on?
Unders.
Yeah, well,
Bold.
fall of next wicket unders, bold and LBW.
Yeah.
LBW if the intent is low, bold if the intent is high. Reverse, so
We've just seen the running on that. There was a hesitation from Dhruv Durrell. I mean, it was still, that doesn't take away the fielding from Virat Kohli. Dhruv Durrell wanted the 2 and then just paused, and that is what has run him out and potentially sent Rajasthan home in this tournament. Although they're still favourites, but they're 1-4-1 at the moment, which seems about right.
yeah, I closed at literally 1.412 balls ago. I got rid of all my red. I didn't fully close. I'm now kind of what we call a big free bet on Bangalore. So if Bangalore win, great, and if Rajasthan cruise, then I'll be flat.
Oh, a hook shot
I'm
here
fine with.
from Hetmeyer, who kind of, it was like a sweep shot hook shot.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it seemed to happen in stages.
And then Siraj has just made fun of him and imitated the shot as if to go, what the hell was that, mate? 56 from 34. This is it. This is for all the marbles. Well, not all the marbles. This is for more marbles.
It's for lots of marbles.
It's for more marbles.
And what do you have a man who you can trust to not to lose his marbles in Rian Parag? Because I would say no to that.
Yeah,
This is where Parag needs to prove that he's worth all their investment, all the
those
time,
years, yeah.
money, and stuff they put into the development of this guy. And there's
Half
no
volley,
question.
Flicked away for 2.
Great shot.
I was going to say, it might be 4.
Good
That
fielding.
might be faff out on the boundary.
Uh-oh.
They've almost run themselves out again.
Is that 3 or 2? What the hell were they
That was
looking
only
for?
a 2. That was absolutely dreadful cricket from Rian Parag, because there was always 2 on there, and there was confusion. And I've already seen Hetmeyer have one go at him. I think he's got spooked from before, but the thing that is going to get him run out is the not believing. So he ran the first one hard. Let's have a look at what he does here. Hetmeyer calls 2. It was always 2. Rian Parag says no. It's not his call, mate. Run.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
That's why they gave you legs.
Yeah, and
Oh, he was always going to get back in because the throw was wayward.
offline. Yeah,
But it was into the gap and a fumble. It was a double 2.
yeah. Faf is angry.
So there's another 2 for you. We told you this when... So 2 things that we
Hey,
prophesised again is 2s and run-out chances because of Hetmeyer's speed and Parag's inherent doziness. So Parag is somebody who, loads and loads of hype. Rajasthan says we're going to keep backing this guy. He is the real deal. We know that he's got questionable mindsets about certain things.
He likes Andrew Tate.
We've heard that name again. And this year, the start of this season, he had an unbelievable smat, and then he came into this tournament looking $1 million. And this is where you need guys like him to repay all that faith. You've got 5 overs left here. That they should cruise this chase if this is a normal game. The only way they muck it up is if they do something silly here.
they should get 5 to 6 more 2s if they run correctly, and a minimum of 3 6s from here on in.
The market has stopped believing here, so
Yeah, the market is out on them. I will say this.
I'm
This
going
is
to
top
back-
edge, and it's a bad shot, and it's gone for 4. It's got a boundary there. So it was a short ball. He's playing these weird sweep hook shots. And it was a top edge that went over the top. The market, even after that boundary has come in, I'm not sure if I'm as confident with that last one, Jack, because that looked a little bit ropey to me. Sometimes a boundary is worth less than a boundary.
It was a big top edge. I don't know what they're moaning about, the 2 Rajasthan
I think they think it
batters.
was a 6.
Oh, I see.
Which, to be fair, I wasn't sure about. He took his eyes completely off that Hetmeyer. He had no idea where he hit it.
it was a 4 though, right? Yeah,
It was definitely
Yeah.
a 4.
yeah.
I don't know what they're moaning about.
Well, maybe, I can't believe they thought it was a 6. But that was my first theory, was that they went to the umpires about that. Anyway, 49 of 31. Hetmeyer, 6 of 4. He's going for another bouncer, and that's a bad ball. It's a wide.
And this is where you need your senior, extremely highly paid bowler who's played loads of T20 for India to not bowl terribly. Like, if he bowls fine here, the over goes for 8 and they're right back in it. And if he bowls badly, he can almost lose them the game in this over, Siraj. Like, so far, he's bowled quite bad. Like, every ball's been quite easy to hit this over. And you need a bit of magic from your senior attack leader, which is what Siraj is.
So Parag has the 6th most 6s this year, and this is on the pads, and whipped away for 1. Hetmeyer wants 2. Lockie Ferguson comes around, and That is the end of that over. So off that over, they have ended up with, there was a wide there, wasn't
11?
there? So yeah, so it was 4 singles and a 2, a 4 and a wide. So that's a good over off Siraj, but they're still at 1.29. So it's not as if the market's completely back in on them yet.
No, it's not quite. What is it? 9.4 and over, with another overseas gun in the shed and your Ashwin insurance. They should cruise it. Only one Lockie, and Lockie's third over wasn't great. There's no bowler here that puts the fear of God into them. Siraj's last over is due 10 or 11. There's no one here that's going to restrict the run, so they need a bit of magic from someone here, RCB.
Do you go Cameron Green again?
You go Virat Kohli. You're the one with the most magic in you. Have a bowl, son.
So Cameron Green's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 11. But is Yash Dayal more likely to get a wicket?
Very slightly, I would say.
I don't know. I think you go Cameron Green and you test the ego of the two of them. Because you do need that wicket.
He has gone Cameron Green. His ego has been tested. Shimron Hetmeyer has mishit this for 6.
Wowie.
Pass the test.
And that should be...
Is that the game?
It should be probably a bit shorter than what it is, than 1.16.
It's coming to 1.15 now.
That's a huge... You see all the cash that lines up now to lay Rajasthan. So this is where the market can get a bit skewed at the end, because basically people that have backed Rajasthan at 1.5 4 minutes ago are going, well, I'm happy to get out now at 1.15. They could easily lose a wicket. It looks like right now, 40 off 28 with 2 set guys, 2 more bats to come, they should absolutely cruise this chase from here. But the thing that Bangalore didn't get today, and they can't blame the bowlers for this because their batsmen scored 20 runs less than they should have done.
Yeah.
The thing that nobody stepped up, nobody took responsibility with the bat. Loads of them got set today. Kohli got really set. Faf got a bit set. Green got set. Patidar got set. Lomror did fine. None of them got more than 34 was the highest score. And in a knockout game, you need someone to put their hand up and go, right, I'll get us to a good score here, lads. And nobody did.
40 off 28. It's a bit of a delay. Rian Parag's 25 off 19. Hetmeyer's called for new gloves. What are we going to see here? Is it the short ball? The field isn't set for that. This is a huge shot over the offside for 6.
And we're done.
And that might be the game.
So
wow.
the Cameron Green gamble
Didn't pay off.
has backfired. And this is easy to say now, but they're not going to go to their gun overseas bowler to bowl his 4th until they're 16 to 1 to win the match.
Yeah.
And yeah, Green was a big gamble here, and it really hasn't paid off.
Have our odds stopped working, by the way?
They have if it says 1.16. So
I can't imagine it's still 1.16.
It's 107.
Yeah, we've just... Everything else is working, so we'll go with that for a second. But what a shot over cover. And that's, what did I say? They had 3 more 6s in them and 5 more 2s. They might not need as many of the 2s now, but they can cruise from here if they want to. Will they keep going in this over? Which gives RCB a chance of getting a wicket, let's be honest. He's come in again, and he's hit this over the top of 3rd, and that might be the game. Is that 4 or 6?
That was 4, yeah, it went low.
Sorry, our feed is just completely doing my head in at the moment, everyone.
There you go, Rob. Everything you just said has happened. He's paid them off. Big time.
Well done, Parag. Quite, and Bangalore's tactics of having a terrible bowling attack in every game has ultimately cost them their spot in the IPL, because when they were riding that wave of winning 6 on the bounce, every bat did stuff, and people got 50s and explosive 50s, and they were all in good form, and Kohli got loads every time. Eventually your bowlers are going to have to do something in matches, and today their bowlers had to do something. The fielders didn't help at all. The fielders were truly desperate. Cameron Green has done a lot to cost them this game, and he gets really well paid, Cameron Green.
He's just been defended back down the wicket.
As we see a perfect defensive shot from Parag with 4.2 overs to go. But he's been allowed that luxury now because Green's bowled such dross that he can get away with it. So we've still got a couple of live bets here. One of them is RCB most 6s. RCB got 8, and these guys have got 4 now. So we're allowed 3 more 6s. And the other one is Lockie top bowler, and we're probably going to need him to get one in his last over.
Green in again, short. Played away on the leg side. They're just, messing with them now.
Yeah, the game's pretty much wrapped up, isn't it? It was a good, look, it was a great run. If you're an RCB fan, you've always got the 6 matches in a row and the mayhem when you knock out CSK in the must-win game. So it's not a loss of the season.
They gave you memories.
That's what's more valuable than memories.
Winning a trophy.
Well, yeah, better memories.
Luke, our producer, he might need to help us here because we're having all sorts of trouble with this feed.
I will be able to get you another feed just so that we can watch this cricket match, which would be, when you're doing a watch along,
yes,
it does help a little bit.
Reasonably important thing. So let's put this here.
If you can put that there as a backup. And
Yash
Dayal.
30 off 24 required.
Just to tell Luke, I have tried all the feeds.
As I think we're back.
We've got something back up on our screen.
It's an advert for a cleaning product, which is very important at this stage. And the other feed, here we go. Here's a bowl of bowling.
Oh, and this is whacked away, and they want 2 there. That's a big throw from Virat Kohli coming in. There was almost overthrows there. That's Hetmeyer at his best. He knew that it was Kohli.
Yeah.
And he thought to himself, if I muck around with him a little bit here, he's a very big chance of throwing it a little bit too hard. He's still laughing to himself a little bit. If you're Rian Parag, do you try and finish at this over?
No, I don't think you do.
Okay.
I think you say to Hetmeyer, you can do that if you want, and I'll stick around.
Okay. I would do the opposite.
Would you really?
Yeah, because I think Hetmeyer is the closer, right? I think he's the best younger finisher in the game. Obviously, we still have some of the older guys around, but they're not at that level anymore. I think if I'm Hetmeyer, I say, mate, if you hit another 6 here, this is over. Ooh. And instead, he's played a one-handed shot out to the leg side off a slower ball, which he did not pick.
So it's Lockie next over, surely.
Yeah,
it can't not be Lockie next
surprised
over.
It wasn't this over, but what are you going to do?
We're not going to do much.
No. Maybe Khan Sharma. What do you think about that, Rob? Introduce the total wild card.
So I like that when you're pretty much dead. If this over doesn't get spanked, I go Lockie. If this over gets spanked, I go Khan or honestly Kohli or
Travis Head.
Or genuinely anyone. Yeah, Travis Head's unlikely to bowl, but they did that.
There was a
yesterday,
joke about the other game.
Yes, I know, mate. Yeah, they did.
I know you knew, but the audience don't know. They might think I'm, having a moment. Maybe I was.
Your life is one big moment.
Yash Dayal comes in. It's a good Yorker. It's smashed back down the ground by Shimron Hetmeyer for 4.
What a magnificent shot
what
that
a
is.
shot.
What, if you've got access to a TV screen or a cricket ground where they're playing this match near you, go and have a look at that shot again, because that is ludicrously good. Stand still. That must feel great, mustn't it?
Or being that good at cricket.
Yeah, or just being any good at cricket must feel great.
Don't run at all.
The current run rate is 9. They need 6.86, so it's almost runnable. And that was a good ball by Yash Dayal. That's why Yorkers don't work, right? He's missed that by about 3 inches.
It's a drop catch, is what it is.
I mean, it might have dropped a finger.
It was going 800 miles an hour, but it's a drop catch.
He slashed this up in the air, and they're going to get another 4. Well, I just thought for a moment that might go to hand. It did not. They now need a runner ball.
Yeah, difficult. Is this Khan time? I want to see some more Khan.
I think
that's all I've got left in this
Carnage.
game. Yeah, Carnage.
There he is. He's back. I absolutely think this is Khan time.
Khan time.
So what you do when you're dead and buried and they need a runner ball is you throw it to the leggy that can cause mayhem, and it might be over in 4 balls if he bowls the next over, but he might get 2 for, and then you can bring Lockie back then. But I think when they're now 100 to 1 to win this cricket match, and they haven't let Lockie bowl his 4th, they've missed a trick there. They went Cameron Green, and we've said a couple of times today, now's the time to go Cameron Green. But that one really wasn't, was it? That was like, but we might lose right now, and they still had an over where they could have got the run rate to go higher, and they could have got the wicket. Like, it's just not very good thinking.
If you were going to bowl Cameron Green again, it was when you'd taken 2 wickets and you've had to bowl someone in the 19th over of the match. Like, using him as a spearhead.
Okay, we've all watched a lot of cricket.
This is true.
It's a knockout game.
Yep.
It's 55s.
I see what you mean. Pressure.
No.
No? Okay.
Not for
I
me.
think hundreds I would go in. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying. I have gone in at 55s. But I was waiting for hundreds, and it wasn't going to happen.
No, not for me.
Dot ball! Oh, I'm back in the game. It's coming to 36s, Jack.
Still no.
20
I get the thinking.
18 more dot balls here.
Yeah, you're in with a chance.
That's, yeah, like the 3 maiden plan. Why don't they try the 3 maiden plan?
Was that John Buchanan? Was that his big thing, wasn't it?
Oh,
3
yeah.
maidens in a row get you a wicket?
Yeah, you basically already got a wicket if you roll 3 maidens in a row.
Yeah,
You can tell I'm so double green when I'm going in on 55.
I don't mind that roll of the dice. It's funny. Like, they'll probably go Lockie now, won't they? But I think they should go calm because it's.
I think Jack's onto something there. I like that. Also, they're not expecting it, and they're probably going to try and hit a 4 or a 6 now, and they don't need to hit 4s or 6s now.
no.
Right? Just say to them, you're not going to hit him for 6 singles. You're not. It's not within your DNA, either of you, to do this.
It would diminish you as a man.
That's what you say behind the stumps. Yes. Do you want to be diminished as a man? As a man?
I think Parag would fall for that bait. That specific line, I think he would fall for.
Do you know what Andrew Tate would do here, right? Parag? He'd hit a 6.
Exactly.
Stop saying people who I don't know who they are again.
Anyway, it's not. It's a
they're
full
honest.
toss on leg stump, which Hetmeyer's turned around. They thought of 2. There wasn't 2.
Hetmeyer really wanted to. He was doing the Ronaldo thing in the middle of the pitch there. Suddenly put the brakes on.
That's Siraj, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Look like it.
The wrong answer.
Yeah, it's not. This is not the over you give Siraj.
This is where Parag does something silly, is my prediction. I think he gets out ramping, caught, fine leg if there is one there.
Yeah.
That's that sort of thing. It's that kind of time for Parag. Maybe Kohli's going to get another catch in this game.
18 of 17. Rajasthan Royals snapping a 5-game not winning streak.
Yep.
4 losses and a washout. I'm right, aren't I?
Yeah.
But I said it very well. Wide down the leg side to Mohammad Siraj.
Good thinking.
It's going for the Yorker, and he missed it by 4 metres on length and 3 feet on width.
If I had to pick cricketers to do a general knowledge or like a whatever you call it,
IQ
mental
test?
aptitude test
Yeah.
for my life, Siraj would not be anywhere near the
No.
top of my list. I don't think he's a wonderful thinking bowler. I just
He
think
doesn't
he's a
know
guy,
the laws of cricket.
I think he's a guy that just needs conditions to be hugely in his favour.
If
and
he's in
really
rhythm
good.
and the pitch is in his favour, he's unplayable. This is a good ball, though. Nice bouncer. That's not a wide, surely.
Umpire.
Reviewed.
Come on.
Review that. And I say that as a man firmly on double greens.
Disgraceful.
He's obviously reviewed it. Have they got any reviews left?
They have. He
Oh,
made
Siraj
the
wanted to review it, but his captain's wondering. I think you do review it there. It's too close to the
Yeah,
end
I
of the
would
game.
review that.
Hetmeyer has played brilliantly well today, considering he's not played for ages. To come back in and get 25.
I don't think you
off
rate him
12.
as highly as I do.
No. I think Hetmeyer is a wonderful finisher. I love his running. I think he's really bad at getting on transport. That's my big criticism.
He's
of him.
the
That
worst
is,
at getting on flights of any player I know. I just think once he came in, I was very comfortable.
Yeah, I think he's great, but to come in cold after being away for, we don't know what, no one's told me the reason why he was away for all that time. Anyone know? Email us in. Cricket8.com.
They
live
reviewed
at
that,
Cricket
by
8,
the
is
way,
it?
and it was still a wide. No one knows. I think they kept it quiet, didn't they?
Yeah.
Rajasthan.
Nobody knows.
That's why we need beat riders. 157 for 4. And he's bowled him!
Wow.
He has bowled him!
Yeah.
He has bowled Rian Parag.
There's your crazy Parag.
He's bowled 2 wides in a row, Mohammad Siraj. He's got the ball full and straight, and suddenly my 55 bet looks slightly less stupid.
I don't mind the 40 either.
You get him at 38s. It's coming in at the moment. Well,
Bit of reverse.
it was reversed. We said he was looking for it, and he has
That
got
was
it.
a really good shout, Jarrod. He's looking for reverse here, and if anybody who picked up on that, the bowl there was 5.8. Yeah, watch the reverse is the message that I'm sending my traders now.
Jarrod, it says, Barron has been waiting for Parag to do something silly for 10 overs.
Who said that?
Jarrod said that on
Did something silly though, didn't he? He did lots of silly things.
Is that something silly?
I
I suppose he's got 2 wides there, really.
You need a run a ball. Only way you lose
His wickets, yep.
is wickets. So yes, that's silly.
They're into 30s, by the way.
Yeah, I had a bit of the 40. I had a bit of the 38, I beg your pardon. Yeah, just because pressure time, Rodman could be LBW this ball for the tail. Then Ashwin dots a couple up. I mean, it's a narrow path to victory here.
Look, the truth is that Rodman can come in and hit 1-6. And also, Rodman and Shimron Hetmeyer probably going to enjoy running with each other more than Parag and Hetmeyer did. So, Jack, you're looking awkward like a man that had money on this and is not as confident.
No, I actually haven't made a bet in the second innings. Okay. So I'm clean free. I won so much money on the unders earlier on that
That's what you do. That's what you're known for.
I've got 3 of my units on Rajasthan and 7 of my units on RCB.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to piece together Rob's theory for the route to victory, and I don't see it.
It's a very narrow path.
I see, like...
I think you just remember that me and Rob are much older than you, as this has turned out for one. We have seen games like this lost many, many times before. With Hetmeyer there, I would have no worries at all.
The Sydney Sixers won. Do you remember that? It was a BBL final where it just went absolutely crazy at the end. All of Thunder, it may have been both of those teams. It was completely done. And then they just didn't quite go faster than a runner ball. It happened in the Blast semi. Duckett said, "I'll do it myself, lads," and was turning down 2s to keep strike. And then the run rate just got a tiny little bit out of hand, and they lost by 1 run. Like, it's that sort of thing.
He's whipped this away in the air. There's a fielder out there.
I think
just short.
I think
for
the
one.
old Glenn Maxwell, the one with functional legs,
catches that,
runs in there and catches it, or at least tries to, because that breaks the game up a bit.
Lockie bowls the next over.
Surely.
How do you feel if there's 1 more wicket, Jack?
1 more wicket, I'd be open to.
If it's
suggestions.
Hetmeyer, you feel very good. If it's Rodman,
I don't know if I feel good. I still think it's a runner ball.
Yep, I agree.
And it's not very long that you need a runner ball for.
I agree. And they've still got Trent Bolt's Flamingo batting.
They've got that.
I love Trent Bolt's batting. That's one thing the IPL has been bad at this year, is allowing me to watch Trent Bolt bat, because I love watching Trent Bolt bat. It's one of my favourite things.
Wouldn't you love to watch him now, as no Rajasthan fan would agree with you?
What about Trent Bolt in the Narayan role?
I've been preaching for this for some time, or praying for this for some time. Let him do it one day. Let him come in at, maybe not the Narayan role, maybe the number 3 when they've just lost a wicket straight away.
Barron's just sent a message through saying that Siraj is getting more than 1 degree of reverse swing in this over. If that happens for Lockie as well,
then Bold is going to happen again.
Yeah, and Yash might be able to use it also, but Siraj is their best bet. What are they going to do for this ball? It's up in the air. This could be out. This could be out. It's gone straight up in the air. And it's actually been caught. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Hetmeyer got a full and straight one. That reverse swing played a part. And he's going to whip this on the leg side. And that's gone up in the air. And that has changed absolutely everything. Over to you, Jack Hope.
I don't think it has.
You don't think that's changed the game?
No, it has changed the game.
They've come into under 10.
No, I understand that it is now more likely. I understand that it is now more likely, but I'm still very firmly in the Rajasthan Royals are going to do this camp.
Pressure.
Just a little bit of reverse swing. It was a half volley on leg stump. And Shimron Hetmeyer thought to himself, I get this over the leg side and I pick up a good 4. And the best fielder in modern cricket, Faf du Plessis, has run back with the flight of the ball and taken it at his throat. It was a throat catch. I felt very, very confident in Rajasthan, and I feel a lot less confident with Shimron Hetmeyer walking away.
It's a really, really good catch under pressure.
I mean, I don't care because I've got a huge bet on RCB at this stage.
That was Faf rolling back the ears. That was a properly safe pair of hands underneath that. So
that's not out about 80% of the time in this tournament.
Yeah, they're 11% on the market. I would have that more like 6, 7.
Well, you should be betting
Oh,
then.
yeah. Unload at 1.1 then.
All right, I will.
Because 1.1's not bad.
Okay, look, now I've been peer pressured.
Oh, sorry. Just to say, we talk a lot about betting. You don't have to bet. And you don't even have to bet to enjoy Cricket 8, but you certainly don't have to bet in general. We don't suggest you bet unless you are very, very smart or anywhere else. But if you are on this panel and you were saying the odds are wrong, you have to bet. This is like Fight Club.
Yeah,
There's only one rule. On your first night, you have to bet. Or on any night. I don't know what the rule is.
I wish the first time I'd spoken to Jarrod about why he should be betting, we'd have had somebody filming Jarrod's response. I was like, listen, mate, you've got some very good statistics. You've got a brain that is absolutely ideal for betting. And he was like, I don't need to do that. He's like, no, I don't bet.
I probably still don't need to do it.
I don't think. I mean, I need to.
It would be weird if you stopped betting. I think Amy would be upset.
I think she would. Yeah, a very understanding wife who. I found out today that yesterday was my wedding anniversary and got away with it. So, yeah, very understanding.
To be fair, she also forgot the wedding anniversary.
Why would you remember that?
Okay.
Rodman on strike.
Rodman, 13 of 12.
Come on,
Lockie
Lockie.
Ferguson bowling. It's outside off stump. It's guided away. That's an important boundary.
That could have easily gone to hand. There's two men there, and he got it literally. He bisected them.
9 off 11.
It's over this over.
It could very well be now.
So should we?
One thing I said before about Rodman is he doesn't need that many balls to hit 2 or 3 boundaries. You almost have to get him out or off strike in the next delivery.
Do you want to run through what bets we've had on this game, Jarrod? Because we've had a lot of winners, you know.
Have we?
Yeah.
Oh, the ball! Oh, and it's gone through the field!
No.
Oh, that's unlucky. That was a beautiful delivery by Lockie Ferguson. It was angled in, and it took the outside edge of the bat. You cannot bowl a better ball at this stage in the game. Rodman Powell defended it, and he's got an edge, and a better fielder at short third stops that. That probably is the game now. Jack Hope is dancing with the extra pennies he's just picked up. Let's have a look.
Good ball.
That's a good ball. We have first...
Oh dear.
Is this all game through? First ball 4. We didn't get that one. Under 7.5 on RCB's first over. We did get that one. RCB highest first 6. We got that one. Bangalore most 6s. Where are we with that? This is guided straight to backward point, no run.
It's one.
We got that one. That's another one. We have Lockie top RCB bowler.
Needs a wicket. It's
Needs
over.
a wicket here. And you got the Patadar points bet as well.
And
we got unders earlier.
yeah, we gave you Faf.
We gave you a couple of times when we said a wicket was coming, if you were listening.
Faf
to market
unders,
betting.
Faf next one out, and the under 7.5 first over at evens. So that is an extremely good day.
I've had a good day. Have you had a
people
good
that
day of betting?
Very good, yeah.
Same. We had shockers yesterday. So it's important to remind you that we do fail. I had an absolutely horrendous day yesterday, and I'm having a very good day today. But I am cheering home the 50-1 shot, which looks less likely now.
It would be capped off
Get me
very
170
nicely.
now.
Yeah, I'm not going to go in again. I think my one bet on them is enough. I got him into 10s. For me, that tells me that the bet was right.
I could have pulled the trigger at 10 and made myself a right few quid.
So could have I.
At 1.1,
But
I
think
didn't.
If I'm going to put such a little amount on, I want it to go all the way. This is a good ball from Lockie Ferguson.
The forward defence, eh?
How much can you defend off the last over, Jack?
Well, 5. It's doable. Isn't
This is where you bowl can't, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, what do you do this ball? He's
Yahoo.
got Lockie Ferguson.
Yahoo.
Really?
Yahoo.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yahoo.
Because Ashwin's... Or do you take the 1 and just go on?
think
If it's
I'm
me as
gonna
a
try and
batter,
take
I
the
would
one.
definitely try and hit a 4 or a 6, but I'm an idiot.
Yeah, I am also an idiot. Jack, are you an idiot?
Well, it's really glorious, isn't it, when you hit a 6?
I just don't want Ashwin facing this last ball. What's Rodman Powell going to do? He has gone for it! He has hit a 4! A 6! I think that's it! I think he just won the game! Rodman Powell, we said if he stays in for 10 or so balls, he's going to hit a couple of boundaries. He's got 16 off 8. And that is the end of the game. And I hate to say it, but momentum has been killed today, again, if you do believe in it.
Momentum has died.
Rajasthan had not won a game for 5 matches. It was a washout in there, but they have not won a game for 5 matches. RCB could not ever lose another game again, is what I was being told by some Muppets. The Muppets have lost today. The better side has won But I tell you what, Rajasthan did not make me feel like they're going to go into the next game against Sunrisers with a great amount of confidence, but they will go in with a win. Is that it?
I don't need to say anything after that, do I?
Okay, cool. Well, we'll have a podcast. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. We'll take a quick break here, but we'll be back on the live YouTube page with a podcast. But before, and you know, some of you just like the live shows, big thanks to the Rooster, Rob Barron, who made you some money after losing all of your money yesterday. And Jack, did you end up in the green?
Yeah,
oh, you
I
got that
did.
last little bet?
Yeah, I got that last little bet and I won an unders bet earlier.
Jack Hope, remember, he's on about 23 podcasts. Start with the cricket podcast and just go through. I'm Jarrod Kimber. I've got about 93 YouTube pages and 73 podcasts that I'm on as well. But just Google my name and random things come up. Some of them are true. We will see you again for Friday's game, which will be Rajasthan versus the other side, Sunrisers. Yeah. Just quickly, who will win?
Rajasthan will win.
Who will win?
Sunrisers.
There we go. I think Rajasthan, I feel a little bit more confident with at the moment, but I would have to do minutes of preparation before working that out. But big thanks to everyone. Remember, you can find us on Facebook. There's cricket8.com if you haven't been over there. Plenty of written content and other content going on. We've got podcasts with Nikesh and Mega. There's so many things going on at Cricket 8. Don't just wait for Friday. Enjoy every single morsel of Cricket 8 that we try and force into your mouth. And we'll see you in a moment for another podcast. Is this possible that this is the sort of day where you can't score very quickly after the power play when the ball gets softer? Or do you think they're about to just re-explode again and it was just the wickets that slowed them down?
So you've got to really watch the pitch and the ball to make those conclusions. And the other day, it's very hard for my brain to pick out which game's which from the IPL.
But there was another game.
There was another game of cricket that we all watched. And the air went out of the ball, as they say,
Yep.
and there was a spell. They've been gunning it in the power. It was the Hyderabad game the other day, and they absolutely smoked it in the power play Hyderabad, which is why they won the match. But nobody could score a run after the 9th or 10th over when the shine had gone off the ball, the lacquer had gone off the ball, whatever it is. It was like they were playing with half a tennis ball or something, and the run line was up to 200, and they were lucky enough. Was it Chennai? They were lucky enough to get 165 in the end. It was a lucky boundary for Dhoni off the last ball to get 165, and that run line was all the way up to 200, and for I think it was 8 overs in a row they didn't score more than 7. When they were really set, they'd had a good start. They had Jubei in and all this, and all of a sudden no one could score. And if you can spot that quickly, if you're like, right, this is the pitch that's causing this, not an amazing catch from Axar, not.
Is this possible that this is the sort of day where you can't score when it gets a little bit fuzzy? That's what happens to the white balls. And on some pitches, you have situations when it gets so soft and it sort of grips a little bit more in the pitch, or it just reacts weirdly on the pitch. It means that you can't just play through the line and start to smash the ball every.
Bishnoi's played 58 times in the IPL and he's never got one. Really? and you'd think for his kind of bowling, one day he's going to rip through a tail and get 5. But it's just never. We were talking about how many times has he got a 3 for. He just doesn't do it. He just doesn't get loads of poles, Bishnoi. I don't know what it is.
Is it because he bowls? This might sound mad, but too many googlies. He bowls from beyond the perpendicular, so he doesn't have much of a leg spinner. So he's not bowling to take the ball away from right-handers that much. I don't
Essentially, yes. I think the bigger problem for him is he slides the ball on, so he's bowling like a defensive leg spinner rather than an attacking leg spinner. So, what I mean by that is, a leg spinner is putting a lot of revolutions on the ball. And you basically, you're trying to beat a batter 3 different ways. The first one is the fact that leg spin goes up and then comes down. So you're beating them with that. The second one is the spin sideways. And the third one is the bounce. The way he's bowling and the way he bowls it, the spin sideways is taken away. So he's only got 2 of those options. And then he bowls faster. So even the bounce that he should get is more skid through. So he's really just beating you with the way the ball comes up out of his hand and then drops. And then the other one is then, can you pick the variations? Whereas with him, there aren't that many variations because he's basically, instead of bowling leg spin all the time, he's bowling wrong ones all the time. There's 10 teams in the IPL. The top 4 teams make the playoff, but the playoffs are very clever. It's confusing, especially if you're not from Australia, because we have this style in Australia. It was taken from Australian rules football and rugby league. And essentially what happens is the first team plays the second team and they get a second chance. What happens is by coming first in the league, you get a chance, and you also get a chance to go straight into the final and have a week off and rest your fast bowlers and all those sorts of good things. So 1 versus 2, and they go straight into the final. 3 versus 4 play an eliminator. So whoever loses out of them, they can go home and go to the Maldives and have a holiday with Danny Morrison.
Probably for the last time before it gets completely sunk underwater.
And so let's say 3 beats 4 and 1 beats 2, because that makes the most sense. 1 goes into the final, and then 2 plays 3 in a secondary eliminator, and whoever wins out of that goes into the final. So if 2 beats 3, 1 versus 2 play in the final. Ooh. So in finishing in the top 2, you give yourself every chance of making the playoffs, even if you don't do it on the first game. And finishing 3 versus 4, you basically have to be perfect in order to win the championship.
You've got to win 3 playoff games, haven't you?
Exactly.
That's the issue.
Possibly the greatest bet of all time. Over to you, Joe.
I was really annoyed, Dan, because I remember sending him a message at one stage going, they're 14s, we should be putting money on Delhi at this stage, because there's no way they're going to stay 14. In the end, they came into about 5s, and by that stage, it was too late for me to put my money on. And so I missed my big advantage. And because of that, you know what I'm like, I get very angry.
Yes.
So I waited for a really good bet. And the really good bet was the run line in the second innings was about 205, is what Delhi was expected to make. And I was like, there's no way Delhi is making 205. But realistically, they're going to try and whack it everywhere. They're going to combust, and they're not going to make 200.
Yeah.
As you remember, Fraser McGurk did exactly what I thought he would do. He just managed to make about 7. So I was like, well, those bets are gone. I'm not going to get those bets. Then later, they moved the run rate to 230. And I thought, well, they're not getting 230. So I went back in again.
Yep.
Stubbs went out, and then Rishabh Pant couldn't hit the ball away. 199 was my first line. All my bets kicked in at that point. They got to 199 with 10 balls to go and 4 wickets in hand.
2 overs to go.
Was it 2 overs?
They're 199 for 6 with Rishabh Pant still there.
That's right, they lost 4 wickets for none.
And they lost 4 wickets for none. Welcome to Cricket 8 podcast. I'm Jarrod Kimber, and I'm with the Jack Hope and the Rob Barron, and we're going to go through what was a way more exciting game in the end than I think we probably thought for major parts of that. Let's just start with, who's your man of the match, Jack?
It's a really tricky one, isn't it? I think we probably go for Parag or Jaiswal. But it's
really? So you're not going with Ashwin or Bolt, who couldn't get hit off the square?
Oh, I forgot about Ash.
You've got someone else, Rob.
Rovman Powell, please.
How many catches did he take?
4 of them. 4 good catches. 2 of them are really good, and he got rid of Faf at a very important moment. Cam Green, very important moment. Lomraw, when he was really set. And Khan Sharma. And you have to get Khan Sharma out to stop him scoring 6 a ball. And then he scored a really important 16 not out off 8 at the end. Like, that's good enough for me. Nobody got 50. Nobody got more than 2 for them, except somebody did get 3. But it was Avesh Khan, and he got spanked all around the park. So I'm giving that to Rovman Powell. But it's an interesting one. There's no definite MOM as there normally is at the end of these games.
How much was this that Rajasthan bowled well, and how much was it that RCB just got a little bit trapped on a wicket that wasn't quite the smashy, happy wickets that they've been on?
I think it's a combination of both. I think it speaks to the balance of the Rajasthan bowling lineup and the skill of it, that they've been able to get through the full 20 overs with just 5 bowlers who are all frontline bowlers, and they've all managed to contribute at least a wicket. Flip side of that is you look at the RCB batting card. Lots of people in there face 10 balls. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, all 4 of the top 4 face 10 balls, and none of them make a massive impact on the game. Patidar the best, but not by lots. Like, it wasn't vintage Patidar, was it?
Well, I mean, a lot of his innings was terrible.
Yeah, Yeah, so combination, but probably slightly in favour of Rajasthan's bowling.
Take me through the chase. Jaiswal batted in a way that we didn't really assume he would, Rob. He batted very maturely and got him past a tricky, 2.5 overs. And then he said, anything that's in my arc, I'm going to hit for 4. I'm not going to go for 6s, which is very different. Kohler Cadmore was good enough just to not to go out early, which is almost all they needed. But Jaiswal, the two of them really set that up, didn't they?
They did, but they were both dropped on single figures. And again, catches win matches.
Do they?
They really do.
Or does it just rhyme?
They really do. It rhymes and it's true, which is great for fans of rhymes and truth. Jaiswal was dropped. Kohler Cadmore was dropped. They both stuck around. Jaiswal, that is the correct word. Mature was what his innings was. He put the flashing 6 away and said, I'm going to smash it along the floor. If he doesn't get 45 off 30, he was the highest scorer in the whole match. When we were all expecting a shootout, 45 was the highest score in the whole match. He was the only one on either side, really. Parag did a bit when he came in, to be fair, to take responsibility of winning the match for his side. In the reason why Bangalore didn't win that game is not because their bowlers are bad, because their bowlers are always bad. It's because nobody on the batting unit stood up and faced more than 24 balls was the highest balls faced by anybody. Someone has to say, right, I'm in, I'm going to take this deep, you guys smash around me. No one did that, so they got 170 instead of getting 195, which they would have defended if they could field.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well done to Jaiswal for doing what he did, but we haven't mentioned Hetmeyer really, and Hetmeyer came in from the cold, having not batted for
Great
ages,
innings, yeah.
and his 26 or 14 was absolutely superb, because he came in at a time where the wheels were falling off, and he had to, if he'd have gone out straight away today, it would have been, oh dear, we've got no bats left after Ashwin, we're in trouble here. I thought he was great. Rajasthan looked like a cricket team and Bangalore didn't, and Rajasthan go through.
Rian Parag, they've invested in him. We know he's improved. We've seen his batting this year. He showed signs today of why he is the better player now, and we trust him. But he still showed signs of why he's Rian Parag, and let's say we trust him as a batter. He's not in our circle of trust completely in the side.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. But if you look at the investment in Parag over the period of time, like the reason they're doing that is because they think at some point in the future, or they thought at some point in the future, this guy is going to play an innings or could play an innings that gets us to an IPL final or gets us an IPL win. And in terms of like win probability added, which is a little bit of a nebulous concept, that innings did add a lot of win probability.
Yeah, agreed.
And he has, to some extent, repaid the 50 matches of investment when he was rubbish and he was an idiot and he was a bad idiot. Now, he's a good idiot and he's paid back a little bit and
he's already given them a good year and he's given them a handy innings. I mean, they may not feel all that much more comfortable with him in going ahead, but they know he can make runs and that he's not going to go completely to water.
Yeah,
right? And he almost won that game, to be fair. And I don't think it was the right shot to that particular ball, but at the same time, if he hits that for 4 or 6, that was probably completely the game over at that point.
Well, if we look at the two youngest guys in the IPL with the most appearances, him and Shubman Gill, and I know Shubman Gill was great last year, but you look at their years comparable this year, probably Parag has edged ahead of Gill in terms of like which player you would want in your side. I say that, maybe it's a little bit of a stretch, but you're starting to see the talent.
At the very least, he's in that conversation. Yes, he wasn't in that conversation before.
Exactly, yeah.
They're going to be going up against the Sunrisers. It wasn't a great win by Rajasthan today, but it was the kind of win that a good team gets even when they're not playing completely at their best, Rob.
Yeah, so two guys hugely stepped up with the ball because they had 5 bowlers and that was it.
Yep.
5 bowlers, full stop, end of. And 3 of them got spanked. We've forgotten about that.
Yeah.
3 of them got spanked for 12 and over, 11 over and 10.75. And Trent Bolt and Ravi Ashwin got 3 for 35 from their 8 overs without a single boundary being hit, except there was 1. So there was 1 boundary being hit out of 8 overs of bowling, which is a phenomenal effort from Bolt. So Ashwin hugely stepped up today because I don't think the pitch massively suited him compared to everybody else. It
spun more for the wrist spinners, and he was also bowling to right-handers and trying to bowl carom balls. So he had to use his smarts today rather than his spins.
And this is what you win. Traditionally, you win tournaments with bowlers, you win matches with bats. their experience of those two guys who've played lots of different formats at international level, and they've played loads of big games, those two. They've played in World Cup semi-finals and World Test Championships and all sorts. And their experience saw them through, and both of those guys worked it out. Trent Boult was, what was he, 1 for 6 off his first 3 overs? Like, phenomenal start. And if you've got, so them moving forward against Sunrisers, you think, oh, dear me, they've got loads of people that hit sixes and they're all in form. Trent Boult gets a couple early. We saw what happened when SRH lost Head and Abhishek the other day. They all of a sudden, they're in a bit of a mess. So Boult early is the key, but so you can't go through the side and go, well, look how informal our bats are, because they ain't. Look how informal our bowlers are, they ain't, but they're a good cricket team. And being a good cricket team, when you're in a crunch match, got them through today. And
being a level cricket team, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you look at what Hetmeyer and Robin Powell did, it's exactly what they're in the side to do, right? Like, so many of their players did exactly what they are supposed to do. Just on RCB, are they any good, Jack? Or did they just go on a run?
They probably just went on a run, but they're not as bad as maybe
we thought they were.
And we thought they were a few games ago. They showed us what they can be good at. Like, they're not a complete team, and the bowling attack is an issue. And
less of an attack and men who bowl.
Yeah, exactly. But they gave the fans some memories, and they were really good fun to watch. And
it was the vibes they gave us along the way.
Like, they've created a story in the IPL group stage that kind of wasn't there at one stage. So we have to be thankful for them for that. And it was an extremely RCB year in the end, wasn't it? So more of that in the future.
Who are you retaining? Just very quickly off the top of your head.
Well, like, you kind of have to keep Kohli, don't you?
Do you?
Well, like, if you like money and you own a cricket team, then yeah, you do. Like, Andy's had a great year as well. So
you can't not. I don't think you can not.
It's definitely Kohli.
Yeah.
Okay, and next, Rob?
Two people, Patidar and Will Jacks.
Patidar and Will Jacks. Those are your top three. And who's our fourth?
I think you probably take Siraj, because
Siraj over Cameron Green?
There aren't that many domestic seam bowlers that can bowl 4 overs every game. And Siraj can bowl 4 overs every game. And he might not be in the top 5, but he is dependable. He's a multi-phase bowler.
He occasionally has good years.
And he does have good years, yeah.
Neither of you have mentioned the captain. Is this the end of Faf du Plessis at RCB?
Yeah, I think Kohli Redux.
Kohli Redux. Rob Barron?
It's not Faf.
Kohli to Mission to Moscow?
I would keep 7, I think. I would keep Glenn Maxwell, despite this season.
Ooh! Every RCB fan in the world. His name is Rob Barron. That's Barron. Monsieur Judge on Twitter. Just in case you want to, check in with him at all.
Let's dance.
But that's the end of the podcast here today. But we'll be back in a couple of moments also, just to do a preview of the next game as well. But we'll take just a quick break here, and then we'll be back with that preview on Cricket 8. Welcome to the preview. I don't even know if you left us. Maybe you've just been watching me fiddling with this thing in my hand for the last 5 minutes. But I'll put that down now, and we'll talk about who is going to win the next IPL playoff game, the Eliminator, the second qualifier. What's it actually called, Jack?
I think it's the second qualifier. Qualifier 2.
Qualifier 2. This time it's personal. Yeah. Rob.
Hi.
You think Rajasthan is going to win?
I do.
Tell me why.
Trent Boult. I think Trent Boult bowls Travis Head in the first over, because that's happened in each of the last 2 games, and Trent Boult is a better bowler than the last
What
2.
has he been bowled by in the last?
Outswing.
Left arm bowler's not swinging.
That's true.
Trent Boult might swing the ball too much.
That could be an issue, but I really, really like Trent Boult against those 2 openers, because they don't know how to play when they're not attacking. Like, they've got into this mindset now. And as Faf proved today, if you don't respect Boult, he's going to get you out. Faf had to respect him. They only got 2 off the first over.
Sorry,
yeah, I really like Trent Boult against those 2. I think the matchup hugely favours Rajasthan. And I think whilst it's funny and great that KKR and SRH finished top 2 with their tactics of smoking everything, and I love it, and I need more of it
in your veins.
In my veins. I do think that there's still room for the team that are doing clever stuff and being a cricket team, and that's Rajasthan. So whilst I think the market will have Sunrisers as favourites, I'm very confident of that. I think it's nearer a coin flip, and I fancy it. So the way they price up the games, the way the modelers and they put in their players, and they say we think that Sunrisers on paper are better than Rajasthan, but it doesn't include the nous and the street fighting and the, you look at these numbers today, and nobody got over 45 with the bat, and nobody ripped it up with the ball, but actually everyone did enough. Everyone did their job and got them over the line in this cricket match, and that's what they have to do against Sunrisers. And Sunrisers are hyper volatile. I love the way they play. The bowling is a bit sparse, I think it's fair to say, and the batting is hit or miss. And Rajasthan can get a score on the board, and they've got bowlers that can defend scores. They've got batsmen that can do crazy things. They've got 2 finishers now. Both the West Indian guys are there, and they look really good this afternoon in the game we've just done.
Colin Cadmore made runs as well on a tricky surface. He didn't change the game or anything, but if he can get another 20 or 15, it means you're not as worried about Butler not being there.
Yeah, I think 20 or 15 is almost par for what Colin Cadmore can give you. It's about, but that'll do.
That's what I mean
for Rajasthan. That, like I say, everybody chipped in and did something. Nobody hugely failed today. No one did nothing. Maybe Jarrod was net bad because he dropped a really easy catch and got 8 off 8 or something. But everyone did enough. Everyone did enough. I really like Rajasthan.
You like Sunrisers, Jacko?
I do.
Why?
I think basically they have more routes to victory.
Ooh.
I think that
Routes to victory.
I think they can win a game where both scores are near par, and I think they can basically bat Rajasthan out of a lot of games. So I think the Rajasthan batting lineup is pretty low.
What was
ceiling.
the first thing you said?
I think they can win lots of different types of games.
No, but you said their bowling could do something.
I think no. Their bowling can't do anything.
So they can outscore Rajasthan?
Yes.
So what's the second route to victory?
And then in a par game, I think they're competitive as well. I think their bowlers can restrict...
In a par game?
In a par game. So...
Can we piss test Jack for a minute just to make sure he's not high?
If we...
In a par game, they're fucked.
No, I disagree. I disagree because I think Rajasthan's scoring limitations and the fact that they don't bat so deep cover for that weakness. Rajasthan can win the game. They can also win in a game where the scores are par. They're coin toss games.
Yeah.
In the games where Rajasthan's bowling does what Rob's explaining, Rajasthan are going to win. But I think there are more games where Sunrisers outscore par, and Sunrisers are winning a disproportionate number of those because Rajasthan can't fight.
Do you worry at all about the fact that it's a team that loses lots of wickets against a team who takes lots of wickets?
A little, but I like the fact that they've got 3 or 4 guys who can basically single-handedly batter you as well. Obviously, we've got Head, and we've seen that a bunch of times, and we've seen Abhishek do it as well. Klarson's name hasn't come up yet. He was the best player in the IPL last year, might be the best player in T20 cricket.
Cost me a lot of money yesterday.
Might be the best batter in T20 cricket. He can do it to you. It's. I think there's a little bit more to Sunrisers than just Abhishek or whatever you want to call them at the top of the order.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's
Hedashek.
Abhishek.
And at the moment, just having a look, I think Simon's put the numbers in. So Sunrisers are slight favourites. To be fair, Rajasthan are about the same price they were for this game. So nothing is massively different there. I'm going to go Rajasthan as well, just because I actually think they have even more routes to victory than the Sunrisers do, because I think they can win on the bat and they can win on the ball, whereas I think Sunrisers have to make 15% above par for me, the way that they're
and the
bowling.
rest, because the bowling's crap.
Yeah, so that would be my issue, and I just think better sides give you both sides more chances to win. Whereas if you're just reliant on one side of the ball, you're going to struggle a little bit. But there's not much in it. I think they both by the time this game starts, they should be about even money. If I was being honest, I don't have a huge amount on it either way. But that's it here from Cricket 8. We are done for the day. We have done our previews. We have done our podcast. If you've missed anything today, and how could you have?
Shame on you.
Go to the Facebook page and have a look at all the stuff that we do there. Head on over to cricket8.com as well, where there's even more content. The Cricket 8 YouTube page, or just say Cricket 8 to yourself 3 times in a row and Rob Barron will appear like Beetlejuice. But we will see you again for the Friday, the Eliminator, as it is now being called. And then we will see you back for the final as well. And there'll be more podcasts between now and then. There's always more Cricket 8 on Cricket 8.